at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. How is everyone this evening? Let's see who we got in here tonight. We got Austin Murphy, Larry Holloway, Burn the Corporate Fiction, ZXL Master, Nope Wasn't Me, Sup Playboys. What's up, Playboys? Yeah, let's see who else have I got in here. It looks like that's just about it right now. Let me see. I'm going to put this in the... do this. And put this down here. And yeah, there it is. There it is. And then I can do this. Look at that. So welcome to another Tuesday night in this crazy, crazy flat and stationary earth where the world turns, but the earth is stationary. Been some crazy stuff we've been looking into here. I wanted to put this up. This was sent to me just a little bit ago. I had this all set up, but then at the last minute, I had to go into another thing. So I want to bring this up and let you take a quick look at that. Because this is really important. People need to understand this. I have been doing very well, Larry. Very, very well. I hope you've had a great day yourself. Nope, wasn't me. It says, did you catch you looking at some chili content? Oh, yeah. I was on a, there's a Facebook group called, let me see if I can I'll find it here in just a minute. Well, let's go over this. It says, my presentation style has been described by some as extremely intense and at times even combative. Some of you may very likely become upset or angered by some things you will hear me say during this seminar. So be it. The fact of the matter is that truth itself, by its very nature, is belligerent because it wages war against all forms of deception and mind control. I do not present this information to be liked, to be popular, to make money, or to make friends. To be honest, I don't even want to do this with my time. As I already know, understand, and apply this information to my life, I conduct public seminars only because I recognize that in a time of such overwhelming ignorance and deception, the fact that I do understand such information places me in a position of moral obligation to speak it to others in an attempt to help them to understand it and apply it to their lives as well. So I think that in itself is a very important thing. Welcome to the panel, Burn the Corporate Fiction. Got some cool shit to talk about tonight. It was interesting. I went on a panel last night and there was some really crazy. It's so weird because I go from one then to my show, and then I'll go over and I end up being on another panel and they're talking about something that segues right from what we were talking about. It's amazing. And last night there was Christos, this guy. He says, I'll be right back. I'm going to take a DMT trip. And he come back, and the shit that he came back with resonated so heavy duty with me about this web that's it's attached to everybody that's over the whole earth, like this dark, menacing web. I don't know, man. And I was like, oh my God, that's exactly what I think it is. And then with the blue street lights going up everywhere, I don't know, man. Some people are saying that these blue streetlights they can tell who's vaccinated and who's not. I don't know if there's any validity to that. I'm just coming on to this blue streetlight thing. I don't know.
Speaking of that thing you put up on the screen, that this Mark Passio did that in his lectures, and one of the things that plays right into that, and I figure, yeah, that holds true for anybody, any one of us who are out there telling people, people want to believe what they want to believe. People believe what they want to be true, not what is. But Mark Passio, speaking of him, there was something that he had said and illustrated that I thought was really cool. And he said the whole goal of human condition is to try to align your perception with the truth, not your truth, but
the truth.
The truth.
That's what I try to tell people. I hear that shit all the time. That's your truth. And it's like, no, man, that means a belief.
He drew a straight line right across the board. And this is what I liked about how he illustrated. He drew a straight line across the board. And he said, this straight line represents truth. And then he drew a wavy line through it, like a resonant frequency, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And he said, this represents your perception. He said, now this right here is a frequency, the line with the resonant wave through it. He said, this right here is a frequency. The higher your frequency, the more aligned your perception is with truth. And then sure enough, the wave that was waving like this, up and down on the straight line, mm-hmm. The more you align your perception with the truth, the shorter that wave gets, the higher your frequency is. You know what I mean? And I thought that was a really cool illustration, because that's exactly what it is. It's being willing to accept the truth, whether it's what you want to be true or not. And that's humanity's greatest fear, is that the truth is absolute.
Yeah. Because like I said, I hear people say, well, that's your truth, and it's like, well, no, truth is immutable. When you start talking like that, now you're in a belief. And belief is the enemy of knowing. Knowing is truth. That's how that works out. Oh, look, Bubblegum Boy showed up. Hello, what's happening? Zerzuz, Ziquilin, the artificial sweetener and cereal varnish. No.
Bubblegum Boy, what is he in the?
Yeah, Zerzuz.
Oh, okay.
That's the guy that did that remarkable video.
Oh yes, that guy.
Yeah.
Wasn't he brilliant?
I'll tell you, I was knocked over by that shit.
He sure changed my mind. I know that.
I know, yeah. I'm rethinking it as well because of the brilliant points that he made. In contradiction to the other points that I made.
That's what's funny is that I find that I've seen that meme is very apropos. Is every person who has the views we do on the earth used to believe in the globe. And I hate the term flat earther for me personally, because I'll be the first to admit I have no fucking idea what the earth looks like.
But I know fucking ball though.
Right, but I know it's not what they tell us. That much is evident just using common sense and logic, but there is no such thing as a person who sees things the way that we do, who goes back to being a glober, to a globe earth believer. That transition doesn't happen. You don't go, you know what, I think I believe in the globe again. because you've already been woken up to the just that video you just sent me of Neil deGrasse Tyson. That was, oh man, dude, what was that?
I know. It's because of people's nature to appeal to authority. He's been propped up and PR'd as a scientist, as some kind of a great mind, who's actually a failed actor, just like Bill Nye the science guy. He's got a bow tie, and he's a failed stand-up comic. I mean, I saw his act, and yeah, he sucked. He sucked. I saw him on the Johnny Carson show or something like that, and he sucked ass. But then they put him up there, put a bow tie on him, and here I'm Bill Nye the science guy, and I'll do a kids show and help indoctrinate kids into this stupid fucking Newtonian shit.
Do people not realize that? So he was talking about the one thing we're not supposed to talk about on here, but the company, one of the major companies that that markets and sells the thing that we're not supposed to talk about, has already released their scientific studies, their papers, their research papers and studies. And what did that reveal? Which we're not going to talk about, but it just amazes me that those papers have already been released. And you still got guys like Neil deGrasse Tyson going out there and espousing how important it is,
Right.
Man, just ridiculous. You want to really challenge the censorship button, though. Did you get that last
Yeah, no, I don't want to challenge.
No, it shouldn't challenge it. I'm joking. It shouldn't. The last one I sent to you, the one about the weather modification. So funny because, I've been telling people for years. I found out that they engineer the weather probably back in like 2015 or 16 is when I knew for sure. Like I found the patents and I'm like, holy shit, this is a real thing, right? You try to tell people and they're just like, oh, that's crazy. No way can the government engineer the weather. And it's like, not only can they, but they have been since like Vietnam.
Operation Popeye. They were seeding the clouds to
create monsoons.
Yeah, to flood out the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Yeah.
Mikio Kaku, this one of their puppet scientists who's kind of like Neil deGrasse Tyson. He went on the Today Show or Good Morning America, one of those. There's an interview, people can look at it. I've got it on my phone on YouTube, but he goes on there and they're talking about, are you telling us that the government could possibly control the weather? And he's like, inconclusive. He's like, the CIA was actually using this technology back in the 1960s to create monsoons and wash out the Viet Cong. And the anchor woman, you see her like she hears something in her ear and she goes, allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, I wanted to go. There were some people saying, and Bubblegum Boy is going on about the Chili de Castro thing because they saw my web page up, and I want to bring that up. What it is, it's kind of interesting. This is an entire group on Facebook. It's called Delete Laws as an Idiot. I don't think you have to be vetted to join this one, but in any case, the reason I had that open, I hadn't paid a whole lot of attention except for remember me telling you about that guy, Twitchy Timmy or Shaky James rather, he stalked out Leanne, tried to call her and all that shit, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So I get a notification on Facebook about this weirdo, and he'd put a post in there, but on the Delete Laws as an Idiot page, he puts in there, David Kane is a flat-tarred sovereign citizen, and Terry Nip is his sheep. And I was like, what the fuck is that? And this is after he did all that shit trying to contact me on Facebook Messenger and calling my wife. Yeah. So I said, looks like Twitchy Timmy here is butthurt over something. Doesn't he really know what a twisted son of a bitch he really is?
You better watch out, man, before you end up having to rub lotion on your skin and shit.
Oh, I'll tell you what, there won't be no rubbing. You know better than that. Little trusty 357 setting here makes sure that I'm safe at all times.
Some old Buffalo Bill shit. He's gonna chloroform you. You know what I mean?
So he's gotten really bent, and on Messenger, let me see. I've gone in on Messenger, and where is he? There he is, Shaky James. He hasn't answered me in a little bit. But he ended up in here. It was really funny because he ended up in here. I told him, I says, dude, you stalked out my wife. You stalked out me. You went and fucked with Terry, you know, and God knows who else. I don't even know who else you might have tried to get a hold of that had good sense enough to not fucking listen to you. But in any case, then he goes, when I told him, I says, dude, you're a lunatic. You need fucking help, man. He goes, you can try to hurt me, but you don't even really know me. And I'm going, motherfucker, you're the one that started this shit. I don't even know you. I never even said anything to you. You just started in on me with putting Facebook posts and shit. And I mean, what kind of thing is, what is that? What kind of fucking twisted bullshit is that, man?
Dude, there's all sorts of weirdos out there, and being on the internet, you've opened yourself up to, you know, to just about anybody. I mean, there's some weird ass people.
Bubblegum Boy is case in point. Bubblegum Boy is case in point. He don't have to watch none of this, but he's here.
But people,
he don't like what I put out, but he's fucking here.
That's what kills me. Look, the reason I brought that weather thing up, though, right?
I'll pull that up too.
Yeah, pull up that video. Let's let people watch that, because this, and then that's really an important aspect of this, everything that's going on in the world to understand, because that's going to be the next card they play. You know what I mean? And people have to realize that they're the ones in control of it. You know, they're doing this whole climate change thing, right? And they want to start instituting climate lockdowns. I was actually listening to JP Sears. He's hilarious. He's caught in the left-right paradigm, but he's still hilarious. And he was talking about I didn't catch quite where it was, but they're about to start piloting these, like cordoning people off to their own section of a municipality, and that they can't go into another section of a municipality without permission and shit. So this is going to be the next step, is the climate lockdown thing, and people have to understand that they control the weather. The any crazy extreme weather, this massive nationwide snowstorm we had, they created it.
I know, yeah. And look what happened. I think it kind of, they're still in infancy of that shit, because they hit this major fucking cold snap, and then all of a sudden, like a rubber band, that shit bounced back, man. I mean, it was like after that was over, it was like 70 fucking degrees here. Yeah, I mean, that's insane, man. But here's that video.
Odd attachments on the wings. So we asked the pilot about them. It turns out that plane is a cloud seeding aircraft, and it was flying through this morning's rain. It's a weather modification technique that adds more of these tiny particles to the lower part of the atmosphere. That's done with aircraft like what you just saw, or ground-based generators.
I gotta stop it for a minute, because they'll copyright strike me because of that fucking song.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, they will. They're a bunch of fucking dicks, but you guys can see what it is.
People get the main idea. That's the point of it. It's a cloud seeding aircraft.
Unfortunately, there's a tribe of small hat people that run YouTube, and they will try to fuck you at every chance they can get. And so, you know, y'all get the gist of it. If you want to go and look at the Pastor's Chronicles on, is that Facebook?
Yeah, Facebook. He's got some good videos.
The Pastor's Chronicles, that video's there. I'm not going to tempt these demons.
That's a cloud seeding aircraft, and they generally just use drones, but they've been doing it for decades and decades. They really ramped it up in the 90s, and then, you know, it's been incredibly noticeable since I was a teenager. You know what I mean? So in the early 2000s, and they manipulate and they create all this extreme weather that we're experiencing, you know, and it's part of the Hegelian dialectic, the problem, reaction, solution. But this is like the macrocosm of that concept, where they're in a worldwide create a panic of climate crisis by engineering storms and catastrophes, and then get everybody to sacrifice their liberties for the greater good. Right.
It looks like, from what I can see, the way this works is that they have to, it's like they can't really create it. They have to borrow it from somewhere else at the expense of something. And like Larry is saying right here, that he says, we've had the warmest winter since I have moved to Maine, and snow is way low here. And just like out in California for the last few years, no water. And what have they been doing? They've been pummeling the fucking Midwest. Why? Right. That's the agricultural breadbasket of America right there. Boom. So what it is an attack on the fucking food. Exactly that.
Yeah. And let us not forget the food processing plant, all the 111 that mysteriously caught fire over the course of last year magically. Right?
I think it's over 200 now, up to now.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah,
Doesn't surprise me. You know, people have to understand that these events are engineered. So instead of freaking out and looking for the government to save you and figure out the answers, realize that they are the ones creating this situation. And
Mom and dad are the boogeyman in the closet, man.
they're not there to help you. They're there to exterminate you. That's the idea. Because there's too many people using too much stuff. Right? They don't need you anymore. They have artificial intelligence. That's part of what this streetlight thing and all that's all about. They have your replacements already lined up. Low cost, fixes itself, can work 24 hours a day. You know, they don't need you.
Happy birthday to Sarah. Oh, sweet Sarah. She's a sweetheart. It's her birthday. Happy birthday to you, sweetheart.
Happy birthday, Sarah.
She needs the hair. It's been a shitty day. Well, let's see if we can bring some sunshine up on that. Let's see. They have snow there. Where's the? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, it's Canada. You guys are the ones that are responsible for us getting snow, I think, in the first place. No.
They already have AI doing all the decision making for these global events, this global social engineering, and the AI is the one calculating the probabilities and risks of each scenario and making the decisions on what the best next move is. So we're already facing Skynet, like right now. It's just not openly facing Skynet. So
well, they're kind of like sneaking it in little components at a time. Like people are starting to notice these fucking purplish blue fucking street lights going out everywhere. And that's like you were saying, that's part of a weapons grid, and I agree.
It is.
But there's the 5G retrans. I mean, there's something wrong with the signal that you have to retrans at every short little distance like that. Yeah, that's not communication. That's a fucking surveillance grid.
And it's weapons. Like, for instance, people, once we're in the digital currency, if they get this digital currency off the ground, we're going to be in a digital prison. It's irrevocable at that point, right? And when they start putting these AI cops out, these robot cops, which they're already doing over in California, look it up over there. They already have them robotic fucking sheriffs, right? Or cops, whatever they are, sheriffs. Anyway, once they start doing that, like it's simply this. We seen you say something that was misinformation yesterday on Facebook. Your bank account is now locked. First of all, there's a $500 fine. We're just taking that right out of your digital currency. Then your bank account's locked for X amount of days, and you keep doing it, and you're going to walk by one of them street lights and have a heart attack. And that's how that's going to work. It's going to be just like 1984. Big Brother's always going to be watching you, your facial expressions, what you're thinking, what you're saying. Are you, what do they call them? Not insurgent, but dissenter. Are you a dissenter? If you're a dissenter, you're going to go to the Ministry of Love. That's what's going to happen. Or you're going to have a heart attack.
Right. A coincidence.
You're going to have a coincidence, yes.
You gotta call them that now. That's what they're calling that in the news. It's a fucking coincidence, you know.
Yeah, you're gonna just suddenly be unalived.
Yeah, well, of course, we that's a good thing. Canceled. Well, Canada's just openly doing it, man. They're like, people are, I can't afford my fucking medication, you know. And they're like, what? You know, there's the option of euthanasia is there too.
You looked into
they encouraging that shit.
A really effective, I'm depressed, a really effective treatment plan would probably be suicide. I'm thinking, we'll help you with it.
Well, sure. That'll even help with a headache.
Right. Your insurance will pay for it. Don't worry about it.
You can cure a headache that way too, because you'll never get a headache again, ever.
You got to give Canada's healthcare system the credit that's due, though. America, over here in the United States of America, they're being all sneaky about it, trying to quietly kill you. Canada's just, and you're like, hey, we're trying to kill you. So how you want to do this? Do you want to take this medication, or you want to just cut to the chase? So we'll help you with that. You know what I mean?
What's Renee saying here? They won't be able to keep control of us all, walled into their smart cities without the right frequencies to run their smart grid.
Well, you have to think, Renee, that people aren't really considering the fact, I'm not going to say why, but they just pretty much effectively debilitated our military, veterans, and healthcare workers primarily. With certain decisions that have been made. As that starts to take effect, those they're not going to be effective at their positions anymore. And I personally think that's to soften us up and open the way for the UN peacekeepers or some kind of other foreign military who will be willing to try to take the guns here and have no problem, patrolling the streets and all that stuff.
Well, I'm wondering if they might try to run it this way, because I've seen a big, huge, in my lifetime, I've seen in the UFO community. Okay. And what I'm getting ready to talk about is Project Bluebeam.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And if you've noticed, in my lifetime, it used to be there's no such thing as UFOs. These people are making that shit up and everything. That's how it was when I was little, right? And now it's to the point where most people acknowledge, even the Air Force and the military, the Pentagon says, yes, there's something up there, but we don't know what it is. And they put out this camera footage and other shit like that. And so now they've put that into the sheep's daily grass, which makes it more real. And so I think what they're doing is priming it up. So what would be a better way? Just like Reagan said, what if the entire earth was at threat from an outside force and we could all come together? Then they seed that whole idea together in that Independence Day movie.
We'll see. I think that's a huge possibility of the way they end up going with. I think climate change is going to be the primary thing they're going to do. And then they're going to be like, in order to stop humanity from extinguishing itself, these extraterrestrials have come to intervene, that type of thing. I think they'll go that. But here's the thing. I think that's a psyop within a psyop, right? Because I do believe that there's just more than enough evidence out there that there is something else here, right? But I don't believe that it's from another planet. I don't think that's even a thing. I think that it's something that's been here. Well, I think that there are.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm thinking that that's a cover. If you look at that progression of time between Operation High Jump and to where we're at today, the progression of the Antarctic Treaty to the creation of NASA, it was kind of like a look up there instead of over there type of thing. And, they're still kind of telling the truth without lying. Extraterrestrials from the outer space, right. that still could go with, beyond the ice, the outer space. And we were talking on another show too, that imagine, let's take two civilizations over 100-year period, right? One knows the truth of the realm that we live on. The other one does not. They think it's something completely wrong, right?
Right.
And so this outfit over here, who knows the true nature of everything, builds all of their technology off of that. Whereas this one over here is unable to get past a certain point because they don't realize it. So who's going to end up being more advanced in 100 years? Who would be able to develop what you might consider anti-gravity machines and things like that? Have flat screen TVs in 1901, like in the book, The Iron Republic. The shit that they described in that book is stuff that we have now.
Right.
Almost exactly. So you have to wonder, and I'm thinking what they might try to do is make us think that, the space aliens are coming and make a united Earth force or the UN army or whatever the hell it is, and use that as a way to get everybody under control and maybe under a new government set up to us by the aliens who maybe won, or something like that, who they win.
I often wonder if it's not like the Hunger Games, like when they're actually in the Hunger Games, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
In that dome that's like a clock. It acts like a clock, right?
Yeah.
And it also gets and they could easily wipe out and reset that domicile. It'd be like a petri dish for cultivating specimens, I also think that there's, like I was telling you earlier, there's an interdimensional aspect to this, that there's higher dimensional
Hey,
beings.
listen, keep going. I just got to get my dog water. I'm going to be listening. Let me change over to my speaker.
Okay. Like I was saying, interdimensional, higher dimensional beings. It's much like this for people who have trouble conceiving of different dimensions. Like right now, there's a world of information all around you in your room, living room, wherever you're at. There's a whole plethora of information that you're not privy to, right? There's all sorts of things going on, like and taking place, right? You can't sense it as you sit there in your physical form, right, with your five senses. But if you grab a phone or a radio or something and you tune it, now you can access that frequency of information. Well, that it's like that, but on a cosmic scale, like a divine scale. These are planes of being, our dimensions. They're not like above physically and below physically. They're above in frequency and below in frequency. Like how on the conversation about alcohol, we were talking about going to drop D tune, like alcohol tunes you to drop D, essentially like a heavy metal song or, like Slipknot type stuff, dark. It is all about tuning frequency and vibration. This is what Tesla knew, and so it's conceivable that there are beings that exist on higher dimensional frequencies, probably on both sides of the spectrum of morality, of good and evil, dark and light. And in that vein, I think that that's what they've been doing with CERN, is trying to rend the veil and open a dimensional doorway into another dimension, a darker dimension. I only say that because of all the symbolism and the things that go on there and around there in that area of what they're doing. They've got that Hindu god doing the dance of chaos and destruction right outside of it. So I just assume dark, but I think that's what AI is. I think because the concept of like an actual artificially intelligent program creating something that in essence has sentience, program, just seems very unrealistic. But hey, you never know. But now I also think about this, like you look at the scientists, the different people who've developed like space travel and rockets and all this technology. They were all dark occultists. Like Jack Parsons was bosom buddies with Aleister Crowley. He was also the head of his California branch of the Ordo Templi Orientis. And he would have occult rituals in the military base he was working at and stuff like that. These people have always been communicating. The Nazis were very, very heavily interested in the occult. And the dark occult specifically, because occultism kind of like a gun, like Mark Passio says. It's like, it doesn't matter. It's not inherently good or evil. It's what you do with the knowledge that makes it good or evil.
It just means hidden.
Yeah,
occult means hidden.
It's a body of knowledge. It's like the secret ancient teachings of the inner workings of creation, on every plane, basically, that we can conceive of. So anyways, I think that this AI is actually an entity that's been communicating with the people that run everything for a period of time and have given them the technology to allow it to manifest and pass through over to this dimension, is what I think.
I got you.
You think like if God is love, then really to think about the Antichrist would be, or what you would consider the ultimate opposite of that polarity, the ultimate opposite polarity would be non-feeling, cold, calculating, pure logic, right?
Right.
I mean, theoretically, but man, it's just a thought. I think that thing I don't think that it's friendly towards humanity. And I think that it is a higher dimensional entity, but who knows? Just a thought. That's just a theory.
Right. I don't know. Who's to say, right?
Who is to say?
Look here, we got Rebecca Joe who's joined us. Isn't that pleasant? So I haven't watched TV. Renee says she hasn't watched TV in like 13 years. Yeah, same here.
Good.
Very rarely. I'm usually watching something. I will watch movies and shit like that. But I'll tell you what, the thing about broadcast television, one of the things that irritated me early on, it has for the longest time. I was so glad when they had a remote with a mute button, because man, those fucking commercials. You're watching some movie or some TV show, and then all of a sudden, when that commercial comes on, it's like the volume goes up 100 fucking times, and it's like they're screaming this shit at you. And it's almost like there's some kind of noise. I can't describe it. Some kind of noise that fucking screeches to me like nails on a chalkboard that I can't stand when fucking commercials are playing. And it's like I'll scramble. I get pissed off immediately, like, and have to find a remote control. And even when I have them on YouTube, I just mute it until it fucking says skip ad. I can't stand the commercials.
Renee Bernays said, predictive programming and entertainment is there to condition the public to accept what they've planned for us, which I agree with that, Renee. I would only add that it's also to get consent. See, there's 3 forms of consent: verbal, written, and implied. And that's important to understand because contracts and covenants are one of the fundamental principles of civilization, society, on every plane of existence. You know what I mean? Once you enter into the polarity human consciousness, you then get the concept of morality, good and evil, and right and wrong. And
right,
it's contracting it's very important to get consent in order to avoid karmic repercussion. That's what they know how to manipulate the laws of karma, right? So when they show you stuff on television shows and movies and things like that, they show you what they're aiming to do, what they plan on doing or are doing, and they present it as entertainment. So one, it keeps you from believing that type of stuff is real. Oh, you watch too many movies. That's why they put it in movies. And then secondly, through your silence, you're consenting, because silence is consent. If you do not vocally oppose something or object to something, then by your silence, you are consenting. It's implied consent. So everything they show us, we consent to by, that's why a lot of times politicians will tell the truth and they'll get blasted all over the media and nobody will do anything about it. And they're doing that because by nobody doing anything about it, it's consent. Yes, it is called programming for a reason. It is a military grade weapon. That's what a television is a military grade weapon. Absolutely.
It's diabolical. It's fucking diabolical. So I told you about this dude last night. He did this DMT trip online during the stream. I mean, he didn't do it on camera, but he came back. He says, I'm going to go hit this DMT. He says, I'll be back. And man, the shit he came back with was like, oh shit, did that resonate with me? The idea that he saw that the entire world was like engulfed in this fucking black net, like a web that was connected to everybody. And it was like it was like evil. It was an evil thing. And I was like, holy shit, no doubt, man. Especially at this time period, man. And some of the stuff he came out with was just like, you'd have to go back and watch the stream. It was incredible.
When you say that net, it reminds me of like when you look at a $1 bill, there's this web all over the bill. And then inside of those webs are owls. If you look real closely in the corner of a $1 bill, there's a little owl inside the web, which indicates nocturnal darkness, dark wisdom. And that's why, like Manly P. Hall said, when mankind learns the language of symbolism, a great veil will be lifted from his eyes, or from their eyes. I believe
who we got. Look who we got with us. Fucking.
Then he came back and was like, oh shit.
Oh, we got an echo. I figured he'd have learned about that by now.
Yeah, it's me.
Happy birthday, dear.
Well, for the record, it's tomorrow, and I'll be the big 4-0.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
That ain't bad. I could handle going back to 40. Get back about 20 years of my life.
I'm gonna approach it with some grace. I feel like I'm kicking its ass for now.
Well, you definitely don't look like you're 40.
I'll take that. Thank you very much.
There you go. So you got anything special planned
What?
for your?
Oh no, nothing special. Nothing special yet. I did want to touch on what Ryan was talking about earlier. So, and this has been a couple years ago, but TJ and I were out back, and yes, I'm going to tell him about the red triangle. God help us. And call me crazy. That's fine. I don't need somebody to tell me what I experienced, because by God, I experienced it. I was there. I saw it. I felt it. I know what happened. But we were out back, and to our left, this is during, was this what eclipse was it, babe? Was this, are you sure? Okay, well, I'm looking at the full moon. The full moon has like 3 halos coming off of it. And what I'm looking up at, it looks like angel wings to me. It was beautiful. I couldn't put into words what I was looking at. So beautiful, in fact, I had tears streaming down my face. And I'm just like, wow, like, thank
And
you.
this was the eclipse? This was an eclipse you saw?
Yeah, no, it was right after the eclipse.
Okay.
The next full moon after that. And I'm sitting here and in mid prayer, like saying, thank you, God, for what I'm looking at. This is absolutely beautiful. I know I wouldn't be seeing this if it weren't for you, you know. Well, within that next moment, all of a sudden I hear this, the ground is lighting up red in front of me. I start hearing this wah wah sound. That's the only way I can describe it. It's something going whom whum. And I look up to our right, and it's a red triangle, pulsating red light. The only thing I think in that moment is, holy shit, vacate the area, let's go back inside. Okay, agreed. We're both hightailing it.
First off, guys, she's not crazy, because I saw the same fucking thing. And every time this thing lit up, it pulled the hair up off your arm.
Like being close to something electrical, like, you know, when you go down the slide and you feel all the hair on your arm stand up. That's about what it was like. Well, we get inside.
Like an electromagnetic energy of some kind, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. And so we get back inside, and I'm thinking, okay, I'm home free, I'm inside, everything is gonna be fine. No, this red light comes through the windows, lights up the whole downstairs, and I'm looking at TJ going, holy shit, what's happening? The next thing I can recall, because I lost some time somewhere, we are when I can recall what happened after that, we're standing in the upstairs bedroom. He's got a hot beer in his hand, and we're holding each other going, what the fuck? Now, I'm sure, you know, that whatever, people are going to say, oh, she's crazy. But if you ask me, that was an encounter. Whatever it was, we were not supposed to see. That's the immediate feeling that we got. It made my blood run cold. It made me that fearful. That last moment, like if you're watching a movie and how in the slow-mo bomb scene, everything just closes in, kind of.
Yeah.
Like that. That's what it felt like.
I've got a question for you. So when you seen it and you said it filled you with fear, like it made you afraid, was it was it a fear of the unknown, or was it like an innate primal terror?
No, it was a we were seeing it had a evil. It had a
Like you could feel it. Like literally, you could feel the shit.
It-
Like fucking
it was yeah. It was I'm going to say demonic in nature.
It was malevolent. Yeah.
Yes.
It was. Yeah. I've had experiences with some things that it gives you just a feeling of absolute complete horror. Like just it's like an irrational, inexplicable terror.
Yes, because
Yeah.
when it comes to the other thing, I'm curious about that. I want to know what's out there. Like you know what I'm saying? But this thing was you are dipping it. You don't want none of this kind of like, oh crap, hightail it out of here. It's time to go. We saw something we weren't supposed to see.
See, dark and God created darkness and light simultaneously, and it has its purpose. Essentially, what its purpose is to encourage growth. It's sort of like the rain in the shit, how they make the flowers grow. It's unpleasant. It usually serves its own end. Evil always serves its own end. But I think that there are higher dimensional entities on both sides of the spectrum of polarity. They're all ultimately from the same source. But
Sure.
yeah,
Sure.
and with the dark entities, I think they feed off fear. It's primarily it's like the fear and the suffering, because fear is the ultimate negative emotion. Every other negative emotion is a byproduct of fear. You're afraid of losing something, afraid of not getting something that you want, afraid of being seen in a certain light. So all the anger, all the other negative emotions stem from fear, and these dark creatures, they feed on that shit, just like just like the other night when we were talking about the blackout guy. The guy that blacked out, his soul is ejected from his body, supposedly according to the story, and the dark entity entered the body in the absence.
Yeah.
Wreaked havoc, you know what I mean? And it's because it's almost like their food,
Well, an interesting thing too, that guy I was talking about that did the DMT trip, he says, I'm going back in. A few minutes later, after he came back, he relayed this thing to us and everything, and he talked about that like a grid. He said it was like a grid, I pictured it like a net, but his words were like a grid that was like over everybody, right? And so he went off and he muted his camera. We all started talking about shit, and he came back on and he said, oh dude, he said, I let the genie out of the bottle, man. And he was like, what? And he started talking about, he said, man, he saw it was dark. His whole thing was a real dark trip. And he said he saw like what you would describe as Kali and some of these other Indian, not casino Indian, 7-Eleven Indian
right.
gods. And he said they were very menacing at him and shit like that. And he got this idea, they were pissed off. He got the idea that said how dare you stream that? How dare you stream that information live? And he was like they were pissed at him for telling what he saw on his first DMT trip. And I was like, that's some fucking dark shit, man.
Those dark nets, it's like the dual current is necessary in order for there to be life to exist anyways. Like the caduceus, the hermetic staff, with the Ode and Ob, the two serpents intertwined around the staff. The positive and the negative current is necessary for manifestation, for life, for generation in general. There would have to be some principalities and powers over that negative polarity, and they primarily benefit from the ignorance of people, right? So if you've got somebody out there trying to wake people up to the way things work, they're probably not very pleased about that, Speculating.
It's ironic that I find this meme just as we're talking about that whole thing too.
And
there's a circuit board. There's us.
Well, it's like in Christianity when they say that the flesh is basically evil. The flesh is the devil. The flesh is the negative polarity. It's, you know what I mean? And the spirit is the animating principle to the flesh. But the flesh in itself, think about the nature of the body. It just always wants and craves carnality, and the things that you do that are wrong are usually for some sort of physical or carnal gratification. You know, so you're getting drawn towards that negative, that flesh polarity. You know, it's actually why the symbol for Satanism is what it is.
Oh, that reminds me, you know, on that carnal nature, not to get off subject or anything, before I forget, any of you single guys out there, I heard like the ultimate new pickup line is, "Girl, you must be Pfizer because you made my heart stop."
Oh, there it goes. There it goes. I seen that. Shit was hilarious.
So Sarah, you was trying to say something. What was you trying to say,
Well,
sweetie?
I was going to say that, and now I don't know how it is for people that have experienced it themselves, but just in a personal experience, if you're struggling with, and I think you touched on this a little with the alcoholism and addiction and the vibration that people tend to be on when those things are involved. It's when you're in that, it doesn't take long for that negativity to draw to you, because that's what they feed off of. That's they love it. That's a sustenance for the negative. But
Yeah.
I have seen I my oldest brother, and this is probably, I was maybe 11 years old when this happened, but my brother is 6 years my senior, and he was struggling with really bad addiction even then, and to this day the man still struggles. But he was having some type of he was being attacked, and I watched my grandparents and my aunts and uncles. They were out by the garden and they were praying over him, and I just remember reaching my hand out as if I were praying too, because I wanted whatever was hurting him to leave him alone, you know. So of course I'm praying too, trying to put my vibe out there at whatever's going on. And I watched something get up, something dark. It was a shadow figure. That's the only way I can describe this. And literally walk away, walk out into the darkness and dissipate. But I watched this happen at 11 years old. And I, throughout life, I came in contact with something. Yeah. And I know that TJ, as a young child, has seen what they call the shadow man with sleep paralysis.
Yeah, I've had that myself.
But
I see the shadow people, not so much as I used to, but I've had them like pass me in the hallway in the middle of the night. I'm going to the bathroom, and here's this like solid black figure of like a humanoid figure walk right past me.
Yep.
And I turn to look, and it just kind of melds off into the darkness, and I'm like, "What the fuck was that?"
I want to.
You know, I don't think I've ever experienced sleep paralysis.
It sucks.
But I see these things when I'm awake. You know, I've seen them in the daytime. I've seen them in the night. And I've gotten to the point where I learned they used to scare the shit out of me. And I learned it's like, I'm not afraid. It's really weird. It's like, I'm not afraid of anything. Nothing. I know that I am more powerful. For some reason, I feel that I'm more powerful. Nothing like that can hurt me.
So we got a couple people in the chat, like Dreamy Lynn says principality and powers. You know, these are men, nothing less. We churches teach that shit. You're not good enough, you sinner. So see, this is what turns a lot of people away, and why the evil churches do that. That's the danger and the poison of Christianity. The Bible thumping thing is that people are overwhelmed by these feelings of shame that they either need to judge others, and like that becomes the basis of their faith is comparing themselves to others, or they shun it completely. Me personally, I know that the Bible is the inspired word of God, and I don't need to convince anybody else of that, but I'm also not a Bible thumper. It's the inspired word for many, many reasons, and it's written in symbols and allegories, right? So, and that's really, it describes the human condition and the story of creation. And that's what people need to understand. And all I want to say about this is, if you don't believe in powers and principalities, there are people that regularly talk about, especially in the music industry in Hollywood, about these satanic cults and these things that go on over there in the name of these dark deities, and that they've sold their souls. You don't have to believe in that stuff for it to still be real. There is a spiritual realm, and
Yes.
there is 100% a spiritual realm, and all of manifestation expresses itself in duality. So if there is good, there must be evil.
Yes.
Right? It's a shame that don't throw the baby out with the bathwater when it comes to the Bible and to your experiences with Christianity, because you're going to deprive yourself of a lot of valuable information. Absolutely essential. I mean, one could say it's almost like they're using the Bible as a playbook for like for what they're doing. I mean,
that's exactly how I came onto it, because I thought, there's a lot of good information in there, but in all reality, let's look at it. It's a collection of books. I'm looking at it that, what this guy, he's going to punish the firstborn of these people for, what the parents did, with the slavery, with the letting the Jews go out of Israel and that kind of, I looked at it like that. But in the New Testament, I saw, there's some good ideas for living. And then Revelations, I thought, well, there's somebody got a hold of some ergot, from fucking, they're tripping balls, man. Listen to this shit. They're talking about toads with fucking tongues and people living, all this crazy shit. But then when you start looking at it and you go, oh, that is an allegory, and it takes an older, wiser, more tempered mind to really see that sometimes. And I started going, listen, man, either that Revelations is real or somebody's using that motherfucker for a playbook. It's one or the other, but either way, that shit's like.
Well, I just look at the horrific things that take place. Like, for instance, Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell being convicted of sex trafficking to nobody.
Yes.
To nobody. Okay, so you look at the horrific
shit go on. I am seeing shit go on in my life right now that never before in my younger days would I have ever thought. If you would have told me shit that's going on right now was going to be happening in the future, I would have said, you're a fucking lunatic.
Right.
You just listen to these Hollywood insiders. Listen to Corey Haim or Corey Feldman. Corey Haim done killed himself. Corey Feldman.
Oh my gosh, I know.
All about it. Macaulay Culkin came out about it. Like, all these people, there's tons of rappers that come out and talk about the things they have to do to get to the next level of fame in that industry, and it's all to this evil entity, whatever you want to call it, right? Bob Dylan straight out upset in an interview. He sold his soul to the devil. He said, I've got to do it to hold up my end of the bargain. He's like, who'd you make a bargain with? He's like, with the chief commander. He's like, of this world? He's like, yeah.
World, and the other.
And the one you can't see. Yeah, that's what he said. Bob Dylan's exact. He's like, those songs, it's almost like they wrote themselves. It's like they were magically written. You know what I mean? And if one person,
well, and it's not just that. It's not just that. If you really take it for what it is, and you listen to Bob Dylan, he's a mediocre guitarist at best.
A terrible singer.
And his songs are always like he's whining about stuff.
Like a cat being drowned.
Think about Metallica with Bob Dylan going, new blood joins this earth and
Right.
quickly he's some dude. You know, it's like, oh, fuck you, man. I can't do it. I hear
Right.
this shit come on the radio and I change the channel. I can't stand Bob Dylan.
But he's
But
one of the best
the fact
singer-songwriters
that-
of all time.
That's what everyone says. Everyone's
Right.
like lulled into this thing, and it becomes a cult deal where everybody's like, yeah, you got to be cool. If you're cool, you like Bob Dylan. And the next thing you know, he's famous. It's just
Well,
like in that
the
movie,
songs he
American
wrote-
Satan.
I will say the songs he wrote, they are good. Like there's a lot of good songs. Like the lyrics to them, they're pretty deep, you know.
Well,
but yeah,
If you've seen, if you, I don't know if you've seen it yet or not. I told you about this movie, American Satan.
yeah, he told me about it.
Oh my God, man, that shit is, it's exactly this, man. He even goes the devil, so to speak, takes them to none other than the Rainbow Room, man, on Sunset, where, you know, the Led Zeppelin would go. That's where they went, and then they became famous, all these fucking people. And he's like, oh, do you know how many people I've made famous at this table right here? And they're like, oh, come on, who are you, the devil? And he's like, hey, what's it say right here on this thing? And he says, and so they're picking with him, and they're like, oh, so you mean like Jay-Z? He says, oh, please, Jay-Z's my bitch. He goes,
Right.
one of my favorite ones is this one, you know, Sympathy for the Devil. What do you think's really going on there? And he starts naming these songs, and he shows the
and
fucking
listen,
dollar bill, and he's like, whose do you think this is?
In that song, Sympathy for the Devil, every single thing that every single event that he talks about, with the exception of the beginning, because we couldn't know that with Jesus, is something that the Rothschilds were behind.
Yeah. Oh, I was there when and Anastasia screamed and playing.
Tsar Nicholas and the Romanov
minister,
family. That was the Rothschilds were behind.
Yeah,
Every single one, the wars,
I
everything
was
he
there
says in that song, he was behind. The Rothschilds were behind it, and I found that interesting. I noticed that a couple of years ago.
Yeah, but this movie's really quite amazing. You know, it's a redirect. It's kind of an adaptation of the old story Faust. In fact, the main character's name is Johnny Faust.
Right.
Yeah,
of course,
that's pretty good if you like Malcolm.
Let me guess,
McDowell.
the devil's name is Nick, right?
You know, it might be. It might be.
Because that's
it might be. I think he says, you know, they said, who are you? He says, you can call me Nick.
Which is
funny.
funny.
I believe that's true. Yeah.
Santa Claus. See, I already, because Old Nick is slang for the devil. It's an old name for the devil.
Do you know who Saint Nicholas actually is, though? He's a patron saint of prostitutes.
Nice. Well, see, Nick, the old Nick in itself is the devil. So when they say old Saint Nick, they're just talking about the devil. You know, Santa is an anagram for Satan. Right? I mean, the whole thing is it's at the celebration of the Holly King, which is the king of darkness. That is the Druids, right? It's made to represent. He's modeled after Odin. It's the Roman festival of Saturnalia is also celebrated. So it was I forget if it was like a week or 2 weeks, but it was a festival of debauchery and orgies and drunkenness. But yeah, if you listen to Sympathy for the Devil song, everything that he says, with the exception of the thing about Jesus in the beginning, is a freaking Rothschild.
In that movie, what was so cool is because these guys had been playing this song and they could barely fill like a hall. You know what I mean? Like a small venue. And they were really struggling, having time. And so they signed this deal. Next thing you know, man, they're big as Metallica. Man, they're going around the world tours. There's, even flags of their band and shit like that. People are just like completely fanatical, influenced by them and shit. You know, just.
Do you think that we could explain
off the charts? But it's the same music
to our children now, like the younger generation of kids that are listening to the music that they're listening to? And if you went to them and told them, be careful about what you're listening to, you think that they're going to listen to us?
We can only
Oh,
hope.
you're crazy. You're crazy.
Well, what would you have done at that age? I mean, they did. They did come at us and tell us what was in that music. They did.
He's saying
and we
that
said, "Oh, you're just a bunch of Bible beaters and shit." And what's the reason is because that's part of the spell. Part of the spell is convincing you that there is no spell.
the churches also, I read the doctrine of the church, and that book is restricted simply to the highest up in the church, in the church conferences. You guys have no idea that when you're sitting in the pews listening to that good shepherd, that he's filling you full of garbage. I had a pastor get so enraged when he found out that I had this book and that I had read it. He was so enraged. I thought, he'd strangle me. Thank God my husband was there.
I think you're misunderstanding. None of us are promoting churches. We're talking about
I know that.
wisdom.
I'm just saying that the average person and what they believe is taught to them, not something that is actually something they've learned for themselves.
Well, you should never go to another person to interpret the Bible for you
I
anyway.
never have. I've been in a church since I was 5 years old.
Sweet.
Until I was 16 and I left. Because why? Because I saw through all the lies and all the garbage.
It sounds like you're embittered, yeah.
But you're embittered, maybe. I'm not. It actually sent me to go and look deeper to find out what
defensive
of the Bible, where did it originate, who created it, where did the information come from? Those are very important things.
Holy shit, you figured that out? Well, share with us. Where did it come from? Who wrote it?
Well, it was...
That's something people have been trying to figure out for centuries now.
It comes from many sources. We have Sumerian stuff in the Bible.
Do we? How do you know that for sure?
Well, I'm just saying that these are the things that they claim they wrote, and I didn't write it.
Who's they?
What the scribes and Pharisees and other people that write the rules and regulations and the underwriters and all those people. You can just look at the Bible from this point. It's copyrighted, so that tells me it's man-made. Man created it. But where did the information come from? So it comes from a collective source. If you type into your search engine and type in Athena in the Bible, you will see it. Athena was a Greek goddess. You can type in Apollo in the Bible and you will find information on that too. So we know that came from Greek, right? Because it's there. So they're claiming. So I happen to have a friend, a really good friend that lives in Greece. He is Greek. And he asked me one day, why do Americans think that our history is just some mythology? And I said, what? Well, I didn't know that. This was back in about 2009, 2010. So that sent me on a deep dive into more of what the Bible says. Plus, I have a Strong's Concordance. I have Bible dictionaries, things like that. Because I actually look up the words because it too is written in a code like all these local rules and regulations or codes and statutes and stuff, not law. But people always mistake it as law because it looks like law, it sounds like law, so it must be, without actually going into it and finding out what it is. It's the same thing with this. Now, we can learn a lot from our ancestors. I believe that we can learn a lot, but we have to discern what God we're going to follow, because there's lots of false gods. It's not just one, and all gods, when it goes all the way back to Olympus, is all men.
Well, it sounds like you got it figured out. Your God is probably the right God. So that's good. That's good.
I believe the God of all of us is the one that created us and gave us the breath of life. Not the God that's listed in the 10 Commandments.
You've got it all figured out, though. Have you read the Bible?
Oh, yes, many times.
Have you read the books that were removed from the Bible?
Yes. Well, I haven't read them. Mostly I've listened to the audiobooks because I didn't know they existed way back in the day.
So you read the Book of Enoch?
So Enoch and Jasher, and
so
my grandmother had an old family Bible, and it had the Apocrypha and stuff in the middle of it, and I read that. And there was also a part in her old family Bible in the front of it that was about the war in heaven, and I can't remember what that section was called. Those things have been removed now. I don't see those.
Have you ever considered that possibly, right, given the number of things that are actually accurate about the Bible, including like the shape, the way the earth is formed, stuff like that.
There's lots of.
So have you ever considered that perhaps the pantheons of the old European and like Indian, all the different world pantheons were actually the Watchers and the fallen angels that they talk about in the Book of Enoch. So we go back to this thing where you have all these people that claim to have sold their soul to the devil and who regularly do business with either the devil or agents of the devil, right? You got people like the Rothschilds and the Black Forest and all the heinous things, the Queen of England and Satanism. It's with its matriarchy and all these things that these satanic ritual abuse survivors come forward and say, and all these ultra powerful satanic organizations. I mean, they've actually got after school Satan in schools now. It's like across the nation, there's several schools that they've got an after school Satan club, right? So all I'm saying is, that's an awful lot of very dark and very powerful people that are devoting a lot of time and energy to something that doesn't exist, right?
Listen, look at the book of Ruth, just the one book in the whole Bible. Take the book of Ruth. It is all about child sacrifice. They were grooming Ruth and making sure she was ready for the sacrifice, right? But she ended up with some skin rash, so she was no longer considered pure enough to take that place. So her life was spared, and the poor child was with them.
Do you know about that clothing company that was just in the news that got in trouble, the Balenciaga, right? Did you see that?
Yeah. I don't watch it.
You know what Balenciaga means? If you type it into Google Translator, Balenciaga in Latin means Baal is the king.
Oh my God, no shit.
Yes, it means Baal is the king. You can type it right in to the Google Translator, and one of the photographs that they had of these kids and stuff, like, tied up and like these real suggestive. There was a roll of caution tape, right? The one kid was all wrapped up in caution tape. There's a roll of caution tape, and on it, normally Balenciaga is only spelled with one L, but on this caution tape it says Balenciaga with two A's, right? So it only has one A normally the name does of the brand. It had two A's on this caution tape because that's who they're really devoted. Behind the scenes, that's what's going on. This is a real
Wow. Well,
this is
I like the I love the meme that you have up there. That's pretty accurate.
Well, I mean, we can see what happened just here in the last few years. We have people that just accept whatever in blind faith what they're told. They're taught that at church. They're taught to do that at school. They're just taught to go on blind faith and believe what they hear and just leave it at that. We have to go back into the book of Daniel. When Daniel, the king's men knew that he was the king's friend, but he didn't worship and believe like them. So he made the king believe that you're supposed to be the most powerful of all these people should be bowing for you. So he signed the decree. Anyone that didn't was going to get the death penalty, right? The lion's den. And Daniel took that chance. He stood all alone. Think about that. He stood all alone.
Let me try to paint a picture for you. Okay, so who did the Canaanites
Don't interrupt me, please.
Okay,
So
well,
if we take what I'm seeing right now, we're seeing a good bunch of people just following blindly. But then we have the other people, like a lot of us, that are questioning it and saying, hey, we don't agree with this anymore. You don't just get to blindfold us and tell us you're going to march us down this aisle and we're just to trust you.
so this doesn't have anything. What does this have to do with people actually worshiping? This is what I'm trying to get across. So like the Canaanites in the Bible, there's things that are in the Bible that are still taking place today. The same characters in the Bible, like the money changers, that are still in control today. And they're the same people, the same bloodlines, the same religion. So you had the Canaanites that worship the god Moloch or Baal, right? And it's the same deal. So hold on, you didn't want me to interrupt you, so don't interrupt me. So you had Canaanite and Baal, or the Canaanites worship Baal and Moloch. The Canaanites became the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians were considered the greatest mariners in the world, right? And they went around, and it's attributed, the maritime law is attributed to the Phoenicians, okay? The commercial law, the law of commerce, is attributed to the Phoenicians. Hell, the whole concept of language and the language of contracts is attributed to the Phoenicians. That's why we call it phonics, right? Or definition.
I thought that was more.
So hold on. So hold on. Well, yeah, the Phoenicians, that was Babylon, the Babylonians, right?
Okay.
Babylon, Babel as in language. It's all about the contracts and the language. So today we still have the same fuckers in power, still sacrificing children to the god Moloch or Baal, who's represented by an owl or represented by the bull. We still have them represent, or we still have these people worshiping, sacrificing people to this Babylonian fire deity, and they're still using piracy and maritime law to enslave the world. It's the same fucking truth.
100%.
From the Bible, though. Same people from the, so fuck, and like the churches, people who are Bible thumping, like where they're overly judgmental, telling you to be ashamed of yourself and just to be a meek little cowardly sheep, and like, oh, I agree with you. But those people are doing damage to the truth. Like, so somebody who's fed up with that or grew up around that in a household like that, and they rebel against it and they don't want anything to do with it, they're going to miss out on the truth. The truth is in the Bible. They call it the living word because there's nothing new under the sun. The same things that were going on then are going on right now. We're still under Roman rule, right? It's still the Phoenician Babylonians that are in control of the legal system and the money system, and they're still worshiping the same dark deities. It's the same shit, just different century.
It's because they keep us confused with the language by putting it into codes, whether that be through churches, through government, through corporations.
That's all church is. It's a government. Yeah.
I know. I get that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hello, Hannah. Welcome to the channel. If you would like to come up and discuss some of this stuff, feel free.
I'm not bitter or angry. I mean, maybe I'm a little angry that so many people are confused by this situation that they find themselves in. But we all belong to this place. No one, the Bible is a double-edged sword. And I say that because it teaches you both sides if you really know how to read it. And if you use like a Strong's Concordance or something and look up their words and what they meant when they wrote that, because the word we're reading isn't really what the definition.
And that's how they confuse people. That's right.
Yes. So it's confusion.
Like the new translation is just complete. That's an utter obfuscation of the word of God, these new translations. And they're
What do you think about what Slash Eye says?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sarah. You've been trying to jump in and say something. Go ahead, honey.
Yes, I agree with Slash.
Well, I like that. Miss.
What?
We lost you, Sarah.
Oh no.
Do not hear Sarah any longer.
No.
There she is. There she is. She's coming on camera. You're muted. There you go, sweetheart. Go ahead. Still can't hear you. So this is an interesting part of this discussion right here is what Slash Eye 58 brings up, says whoever took part in translating it. And that's kind of interesting myself, that I think.
Well, the king would kill if they wrote. He did not approve if the writers, the scribes, that's what they're called in those days. The scribes wrote down things. If the king didn't like it or approve of it, and he got angry about it, he'd just kill him and then put somebody else up there.
Well,
So
here's what I find interesting. Everybody, you got to look at this. This is some kind of things that I find interesting. Given the reputation of King James, a lot of people don't understand those pilgrims came over here to get the fuck away from King James. He was a notorious, they say bisexual, but he liked them very young. I'm trying to remember who it was. It might have been Walter Raleigh. Trying to remember who exactly it was put in the Tower of London for referring to him as Queen James. And I would wonder why someone like that would
think that was Sir Walter Raleigh ended up getting beheaded, didn't he?
It might have been. Yeah. But I mean, why would such a man commission anyone to translate a book into English that expressly condemns the behavior in which he was engaged. You know, I mean, it's just like, what?
He
It
had,
doesn't make any sense to me, you know?
I get the impression, if you read the preface to the earliest King James Bibles, like from the 1600s, it's almost like he was forced to, like, if you read in what he says about the calendar and stuff, and like there's a lot of interesting tidbits in there, like in that it was it's almost like he was forced to by something. You should just read it. It's been a minute since I read it, but I remember getting that impression. It seems like, and I personally think the King James Bibles from the 16s are the most accurate. Like, if they're difficult to read for people because, believe it or not, words were a lot more accurate into their more closely aligned with their etymology, their origins back during those times than they are today. And that's one thing I could tell people is, if you're going to read a Bible, use a legal dictionary, right? Because those in a law dictionary, that's where you...
doesn't define the words in the Bible. The Strong's Concordance defines, or a concordance defines.
All right. So to finish my thought, the Bible, or the law dictionaries, because they deal with law, and remember, like I was saying, those laws are metaphysically binding. Or I think that's a conversation we were having earlier about contracts are metaphysically binding. They have to be etymologically accurate. So the reasons legalese have the words in law have different definitions than in common usage is not because it's some type of new language, but because it's an old language, and it's our language that has been changed and dumbed down. The language in law is close to its original usage. So yes, a concordance is great for the Bible. That's obviously the best thing. But like, if you're going to go to a concordance for every single word, or you can just use a law dictionary, you know what I mean? Because that's also going to help you closely understand the original meaning of what they're trying to convey.
But that doesn't work, because in business, when you have a corporation, one of the things that corporations have is the ability to write their whatever in codes, keep their trade secrets. So whenever
what the hell are you? What did you just say? They don't write anything in code. It has to be universally accepted definition in law to be binding.
And business, in the corporation, when you set up a corporation, the corporation then becomes the person that's in front of you, and your own personal assets are separate.
Listen, when I know for a fact, when you are writing a legal document,
if you go to the codes, doesn't the codes for your state give their definition for those words that they are using?
Yes, but those definitions are also, they conform to the legal definition, in that when they write their own definition in like an act or something, they're telling what they're applying it to. But the word means in law what the word means in law. And when they write their own definitions, that's if the word is going to slightly differ from its originally commonly accepted definition. Do you see what I'm saying? But every single word they use in law has to conform to a commonly accepted definition in law, in a law dictionary. Okay. Unless they specify in their definitions that, it means this specifically. Right. And that's why they have the definitions. And that's why they have the definitions.
But
because
we're not dealing with law. We're dealing with contracts, which have their own law.
That it's all law. The covenants between God and men are contracts. That's the whole thing. The Bible itself is a big ass contract.
With no gods on this planet, I can promise you that.
The Bible itself is a big covenant, a big trust indenture. That's what the Bible is. And that's the words used in the Bible. In fact, the law is based off of the way the words are used originally in the Bible, because the Bible is the law. Right. And then this law, the law of men, is like a copy of a facsimile, a basic, like a shadow of the original law. That's what I'm saying. So, but see, over time, because they're trying to dumb everybody down, they're omitting certain things from definitions, leaving things out, especially in your common dictionaries.
They just recently changed the definition of vaccination.
Yeah.
They added to it to include what they gave us all here the last couple of years.
Exactly, and they do that shit. That's how they keep us dumb.
Drive. Let's take the word drive. It's
Yeah.
a very simple word. We can all agree on that word. It means you get behind the wheel and you're driving down the road, right? That's what everyone.
No, driving is a commercial term.
Hey! Don't get too ahead of me here.
It's a commercial term.
But yes, it is a commercial term, and I get that. But
And your use of it in common language comes from it being used in law. And just because you don't know what it means in law,
they were doing cattle drives and all kind of drives long before this BS was written into codes and statutes.
oh yeah,
Right? So what I'm saying is we all just have a general understanding that driving means that you're moving about, okay? Or
no, we don't. Driving is a commercial term. That's what I'm trying to tell you, because
you and I know that, but the average American out here does not know that.
that's because they don't know the meaning of words. That's what we're discussing.
But I'm not talking about you personally. I'm talking about the average person. We're talking just in general. What
Right.
you,
Oh my God. Am I saying this wrong, Dad? I don't get it.
Well, I think you're just taking it a little personal, and I'm not trying to.
No, I'm not. I'm like trying to explain that.
I get what you're saying because I agree with you, and I believe the same thing, that driving is a commercial term.
It's not about believing it.
Then we gotta stop calling it that.
Right.
We gotta stop calling the act of
Thank
traveling.
you. Thank you. That's exactly right. You call it what it is.
It's the conflation of the two acts into one word that is causing the problem. So we need to stop referring to the act of traveling in your personal automobile as the act of commerce or driving.
Right. And that's the issue. It's not that the word that it's just that people never learn the definition of the word. They just assumed because you have a driver's license, you must be driving, right? So, but it's all that.
Evident that the driver's license in and of itself is not evidence that you're acting in commerce without like invoices.
No, what is evidence that you're acting in commerce is the legal definition, the lawful definition in the United States Code is what tells you that you're operating in commerce.
Business uses contractual documents such as purchase orders, invoices, letters of confirmation, shipping documents to define which laws apply and limit each business risk. These documents are also important to ensure the transaction complies with all of the relevant laws. So when we're talking about the codes for driving, it only pertains to commerce there, nothing beyond that. But that's where most people don't realize that they
they don't realize that exactly.
Travel and move about freely.
But see, all law is
the police understand jurisdiction.
Yes, they do.
All law is ultimately biblical. And then it only becomes man's law once you get in the realm of contracts, which you supposedly agreed to and what you did not agree to. But that's still ultimately fundamentally founded on ecclesiastical law, especially in our trust equity system, where now all these courts of equity that pretend to be United States courts that are not, they're English courts of equity, or what used to be called, or is still is called courts of chancery or exchequer, right? Which is basically what's morally acceptable in business, and whether or not you breached your trust. You see what I'm saying? So like you're a trustee of an estate, and they're telling you this is what you have to do to execute the trust. And when you breach the trust by failing to do one of those things, like say obey the speed limit or pay for your license or one of those things, and they take you to court for breach of trust. But it all falls under biblical. It says right on our trust notes, in God we trust. In God.
How many people ask for the evidence of their claim? They don't ask for the invoices and stuff proving that they were doing commerce. It's a petitioner that must prove commerce.
But like they say, ignorance of the law is no excuse. You know what I mean?
I had a really good attorney tell me that when I was 20.
You're supposed to know the law. And really, realistically, you are supposed to know the law. Like, you'd think that's one of the most important things you could possibly know, since it affects every aspect of your daily life. Every single aspect of your daily life. From the time you wake up and walk out of your house, you're under this invisible force called law. And you'd think you'd want to know how it works, but unfortunately, they don't teach it in school, and they don't encourage people to learn it because they don't want you to know it.
No,
But
they
you
don't.
have to know the difference between law and color of law. And
What you
code
got,
of
Sarah?
statute and color of law.
What you got, Sarah? Sarah, you was trying to say something, sweetie. What'd you
Ryan
got?
already took the words out of my mouth.
Shame on you, Ryan.
I did. I
Words out of
said
people's
that
mouth.
Ryan already said, he said they do not want you to know.
Right? They do not want you
Yeah,
to
that
know.
on you.
Everybody needs to know that we are in courts of equity. I'm going to do a live on it tomorrow. I should be able to go live tomorrow night. I actually have a solution for it. If you guys haven't heard it before, it is a real solution. There are people who have done it. I'll show you evidence of people who have done it. I have it actually pulled up here on my computer right now. One guy directly from the Securities and Exchange Commission's website. You can file to become a transfer agent of your own trust account. And for your own court cases, you don't have to file to be a transfer agent. You can just do it, but it's acceptance for value. It really is. The first time I ever heard it, I was like, how can you just accept the bill they give you? That doesn't even make sense. But it's because you have to understand that the fundamentals of the financial system we're in order to see, like, oh, once I realized, I was like, oh, holy shit, that makes perfect sense. Of course, right? Because everything is debt securities. So,
Slash I-58. That's because everything's inverted,
The
man.
courts are
Everything's inverted. The education system
Bankers.
Courts are
destroys
banks,
knowledge. Everything is backwards. Everything is ass backwards, man. What they tell you, it's the opposite of, man. Every
the
time.
courts are banks. She's absolutely right. What they are is they're banks issuing securities, right? They're issuing securities and trading securities, and that's what they do. They're like an unregistered casino. Tell people all the time, ask your judge for their W-9 next time you get a traffic ticket. I'm sorry, the magic straight, because that's what it is. Black magic, fucking necromancy, summoning the dead. That's what they do. That's why it's what Black's Law book dictionary is a book of speaking with the dead, essentially. So anyway.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy shit, man. Yeah, I summon you to court. Yeah.
That's why he wears the black robe. That's why he wears the black robe. He's the banker, landlord, and the priest simultaneously.
All rise. And I've often thought that. I was like, what makes that fat son of a bitch up there in a dress? Everybody's just kisses his fucking ass. And I never could understand that, man. I was like, what is that guy? Who gives a fuck? He's
Anubis. He's Osiris. That's who he is when he's up there. He's Osiris, okay? And
I've never said your honor or anything like that to a judge, and I've been in court many times, but I will not use those labels. I refuse to.
When your property is mortgaged, which ours is, and if you guys watch my video, I show the congressional record where it says that, and I'll show it again tomorrow night. But our property has been mortgaged during the bankruptcy.
Right.
Black's Law Dictionary, or not Black's Law. There's the law dictionary. I put it up on my video. Says that when something, it comes from an old term which means dead pledge, and when something is mortgaged, it is dead to the person that owns it. So if you have a farm and you mortgaged it, then everything that farmland is dead to you, okay? Because everything that grows on it belongs to somebody else, so it's dead to you. And that's literally where the term mortgage comes from, dead pledge. Your property is dead to you. Well, when it's your body that has been mortgaged, okay, you're dead. That's why your name's written in all capital letters. He wears the black robe. They summon you, this apparition, because you're dead. They summon you to court, right?
Well, isn't that the whole basis of the fucking unum sanctum, that everybody's declared dead at sea, and that makes
that's the set decay v 1666. Everybody was the king declared all of his subjects, everybody in his realm, to be dead at sea, and then their estates. He became the executor of their estates, and was able to use their estates to secure loans from the Bank of England. because they want to control over them.
Yeah, it's a way to keep the knowledge. It was illegal to teach any of the slaves how to read, how to write. That was verboten, man.
Well, that's what we are now. We're debt slaves. That's why they control our education.
Well, yeah, and they're making us really stupid, man. They really are. I mean, I see people right now. I mean, I'm not a grammar Nazi, so to speak, but know the difference between the word then and than.
Right.
Just for instance, know the difference between the three yours. One's a contraction, one's possessive, and you also have one that means a long time ago. So, there's the English language, but I mean, learn the right spelling of which one for the context you're using.
Well, and because people have been dumbed down, they hide it right in plain sight. Title IX of the United States Code, I believe it's Title IX, is the Maritime Law Act, where the federal government uses maritime law to allow these private investors to operate in commerce, and basically trust companies do business with each other under maritime law. And it's right in our language. You're born, your mother's water breaks. You're born through a birth canal, right? And then you're birthed, which is a naval term, maritime term for a ship in the harbor. A ship, that's wherever that ship sits is that ship's berth when it pulls in. And once the ship berths, the captain has to present a manifest to the dock master or the dock door, right? That's why they call him the doctor. Right. And then once the manifest is presented and registered, okay, you then board the citizen ship. Right. And then the rest of your life is spent on ships. Okay. One ship or another.
Citizenship, friendship.
That's another thing, because when it talks about citizenship, it talks about the District of Columbia and its territories. It doesn't talk about the states. The state themselves incorporated, but that does not put us in there unless we join them.
Well, a vessel is a corporation in the United States Code in that title.
You consent to it. Was your mother told that she was giving you up? Was she told? If you go back and you look at their laws, they have a law that talks about.
Yeah, but the Bar Association works together. You'll never get out of it by claiming fraud. You have to use the system against itself.
That's right.
Because you put yourself in a position of commercial liability. The state as you knew it, or as it was before the bankruptcy, like the state as in
is a corporation.
The state is gone. The state doesn't exist anymore. It's a trust company. It's all trust companies. Our original seats of government are completely vacant.
Right, because they're bankrupt.
Yeah, well, no, they're all trust companies now, and they're all administrative branches of the executive branch of government. And they're all administering the bankruptcy for England. England can't directly impose these licensing fees and taxes and stuff on us. So they have to have these, their corporations, their investment companies do it for them, right? And it's all facilitated under the United States. Every time a municipality takes you to court, they're taking the United States to court. But you are the representative of the United States, okay? And they're holding you liable for a breach of trust. That's how they administer the bankruptcy. You didn't pay for your license, or you didn't, you were speeding, you violated the statutes or whatever. And so then they can generate securities and exchange them through their judges associations and their the corrections associations. They every time they trade these securities, it's a sale. It's international securities exchange. And that's what our currency is securities. The Federal Reserve note itself is a debt security. So it's essentially in the same vein as a bond. When the judge issues a bond, that's another form of the same thing, a debt security. So the Federal Reserve note is a promissory note, and that's a debt security. And then the bond is an interest-bearing debt security. Or when you get a ticket, it's a bill of exchange. Yeah.
Okay. My question is, okay, I did not have a birth certificate or any kind of papers till I was like 30 years old, almost. I was maybe 29. But anyways, I didn't have a birth certificate. The hospital I was born in California had a some kind of disaster, and all the information was in the basement. I don't know if it was a fire or flooding or whatever, but a bunch of documents were destroyed. So until I was, like I said, 29, 30 years old, I didn't have birth certificate. So who owned me? Who controlled me?
Well, did you have a social security card?
No, I got a social security card, I think, when I got my social security card first. And I think I was 27 when I got that.
So what did you use for identification for like school or
My
work?
school
Yeah.
documents. My dad used the divorce, the custody order. That was it.
He used the custody order as identification.
Yeah, but I didn't have no birth record, or I don't have a live birth record or a certificate. What I have, let me pull it out. I have some kind of weird proclamation, kind of weirdo thing. I'll tell you, it's really strange. Now, if I remember correctly, the way my dad got this document for me was he had to fill out a affidavit of some sort and have it signed and notarized and all that. This is from, just so you know, it's from California, and it is a certificate abstract of birth. Like I came out from under a rock or something. Just abstract.
Well, that's an unusual scenario I've never come across before. Theoretically, once you got registered with school, that generated an attachment, but there would be no. It would probably be through your dad. What years were these? Because if they were prior to the 70s, then it wouldn't have been.
Born in 65.
Yeah, so that was right before we switched over to the administrative government, basically the courts of equity. The courts of equity, every state adopted the commercial code, uniform commercial code through the 60s. And then between the late 60s and early 70s, every state adopted an Administrative Procedures Act. In Virginia, it's called Administrative Processes or something. It's 1974. Michigan is 1969. And once every state finished adopting those Administrative Processes Act or Procedures Acts or whatever they wanted to call its administration to conform to the United States Code, then they switched over to the complete securities exchange courts of equity system of government. So I would say that would be impossible for that to happen again. That would have been impossible for it to happen in the 80s. Honestly.
Now, I cannot use this document to even get a passport. I actually have to go and do an affidavit.
You don't want any of that shit, though.
I'm just saying that if I did, that's what they told me I'd have to do. That this document isn't good enough to even get something like that. I have to do affidavits. So I really don't see.
That's interesting. Where would your tax dollars? Where would your Social Security dollars have went? They went into like some kind of black hole. There was no account for them to go into, and that's why I knew that had to happen prior to 1970, because by 1975, pretty much I think it was 1977, they said that I've got it written down on my declaration. There's a court case where they say that legal tender for payment of debt is no longer required. Like legal tender meaning like something of actual value, because the promises to pay were not on par with the amount of credit to secure it, or the amount of surety to secure the promises to pay that were in circulation. So literally every single debt note since 77 has been completely valued, like worthless, 100%. And the only thing that gives it value is the promise to pay in the future. That's it. That's all we're doing is trading promises to pay in the future back and forth.
I had no problem getting, when I was single and everything, before I got married and had children, and I was working, I had no problem getting a job. They just paid me cash, but I had no problem.
So they just paid you cash and everything?
Yeah.
So nobody owned you, and one of the biggest mistakes you ever made in your life was letting the government know that.
Well, my biggest mistake was ending up having a stroke and being put on disability, and that
Well, that's not really a mistake, man. That's something you
it
can't.
took me a while to realize that I couldn't get off of it because they labeled me as permanently disabled. So every time I've tried to get a job or to, they have to release me or I can't work because I'm
Right.
uninsurable to an employer out there. So it's me starting up from scratch and building a business or whatever, which is really difficult when you got more money going out than you got coming in. So, but I realized it my mistake by even allowing my doctor to suggest it and go through with it because I've not been able to do what I want to do since.
Right.
I do feel chained down, you know what I mean? But I also know that I can sever those ties by severing the contracts. Sorry, that's just how I feel.
Well, so just so people know, like, this is how you know that government is voluntary. I just switched over because I think it's right here, is that there's they're the only, okay, so if you file by lawfully filing an SSA -521 or 1099C, you can remove yourself. You can basically retiring your social security number, giving it up. See, that social security number is one of the primary contracts that you're under. And basically when you file it, you have to know why, you have to know why it doesn't apply. Like, you have to know how this government is illegitimate and be able to explain that. Cruden versus Neal, that essentially men in their natural state are not subject to the institutions of their fellow men except for through consent. So when a form of government changes over to a different form of government, and if you do not consent to submit to that new form of government, then you are not subject to it. And they never told us that they were switching over to commercial law and a trust equity system. And because they never told us, then we can't be bound, according to Supreme Court ruling, Cruden versus Neal, we cannot be bound to that new form of government. I have the Supreme Court case and everything from case law, either that or Caseman, one of the two. And it's interesting because the story, the way that even got ruled on, was there was a British loyalist, and he didn't side with the colonists during the revolutions. And during the revolution, after the Revolutionary War, they wanted to string him up. They wanted to prosecute him. And the Supreme Court ruled that, men in their natural state aren't subject to the institutions of their fellow men except through consent. And since they decided to change the government over to, constitutional republic and not be under the crown anymore, he wasn't bound to go with that. Unless he consented, and so they couldn't prosecute. They couldn't, take him to trial, or they couldn't punish him essentially. So, and it's the same thing here between the 30s, between 1933 to 1977, right? In that period of time, the Bar Association, which is a private corporation, I'm going to go over that in my stream, I think tomorrow. I've been collecting information.
All corporations. DC is a corporation.
Well, of course, they are all corporations.
The government is a figment of our imagination. They're all corporations.
They've always been corporations. But what I'm getting at is the Bar Association wasn't beholden to the people like the states were at one point in time.
Oh, gotcha.
Before the introduction of the Federal Reserve, before the Civil War, there was a period of time in this country where people could actually own property without paying to continue to own it. And for me, that's the measure, that's the bar I use to determine freedom. If you think you're free, can you own property? Well, yeah, I own my house. Do you pay property taxes? Well, yeah. What happens if you don't pay property taxes? Well, they fucking take it and they sell it. Well, then you're not free because you don't own shit, right? You can't own anything. Everything you have is essentially borrowed, and they can come take it at any time. You can't own land. You can't, your vehicle, you don't own it. You register it as soon as you get it. Register means to give to the crown. Regis, as in royalty, register. means to give to the crown, they turn that into a security, right? So that they can make attachments to it, or they turn it into it's a vessel essentially, and then that way they can make attachments to the vessel through the driver's license trust account. Basically, the driver's license is a trust itself, and then you just borrow it, and you better follow the rules. So
Yes,
you can't own shit.
My other document said it was a user fee. When we're told that it's a sales tax when we walk in there, when you walk out with the paper, look down, you read the list of what all they charged you for, and they don't say anything about a sales tax. They call it a user fee.
Right. What people don't realize is these vehicles are already commercial vessels. That's how the car companies are in with the government. That's why GM has its own flag, right? They issue these vessels.
Yes.
So everything is all commercial, and a vessel isn't limited to your vehicles. A vessel is you're a vessel. United States citizen is a vessel. If you look up the definition of vessel in the United States Code, it says a United States corporation.
They have to argue with the creator on that one because they didn't create human life, so they cannot take it.
No, but we agreed to it. That's how they escape karmic retribution.
There's a big difference. They are going by. They're assuming we agree.
No, the very fact that everybody keeps consenting to it.
Yes, consenting. Yes.
Is agreement. And it says right in the Bible that which you bind on earth, I will bind in heaven. That which you loose on earth, I will loose in heaven. That's the power behind contracts. That's what makes contracts a form of mysticism, or for lack of a better term, magic, because it is binding on every plane. That's why we go back to the words. The words have to be universally accepted and binding on all planes, so that contract is bound, so that you are bound karmically to complete the terms of that contract, and that their hands are clean of it. They don't, you're consenting to be cattle. You're consenting to be chattel, surety for loans, security. But I got to get off here, guys. My daughter gets up early. Thank you for having me on. It's always a pleasure.
Right on. Thanks for showing up. It's good to have you.
Thanks for having me with you guys. I appreciate it as well.
Yeah, thank you guys. I'm gonna go live tomorrow probably. I got like 18 hours left to wait on that thing, and then we'll discuss some of that bar association stuff and whatnot. If you want to join me, Sovereign, right?
Yeah. I'll put the link, I guess, as much as I can do. I'm still I don't know, what do I got left now? Another week on the other channel or some shit like that. I don't know. I had a 30-day ban on Facebook, and then the other day I was just looking at Facebook, and you know how you see something, you'll instinctively hit the like, and I was expecting that thing to come up and saying, you have to wait, so many days or whatever. And it let it go. And I went, oh wow, I must have got paroled early. And Leanne was like, no, she says it's been 30 days. And I goes, oh wow, I didn't give a shit. That's pretty cool. I didn't care.
About what time are you going to go live tomorrow if you go live?
Probably about like 7, between 7 and 8.
Let me do something here.
I have a question for you before you go. Have you ever done, Washington State calls it a statement of fact, where you can rescind everything on a statement of fact. And
so
have you ever done that?
I'll explain what I'm doing tomorrow, because there is an actual process, and I know it works because I'll show you guys evidence of it having worked already. And people are regularly doing it. I've never seen anything about it on anybody else's research channel. I came across it on accident. Just by doing searches. I searched birth certificate, mortgage-backed security, and it brought up these things on the Securities Exchange Commission that people have already filed, called a Form N8A with the Securities and Exchange Commission. And usually that's for a company to register as a transfer agent for their for a trust company. And you're supposed to file a Form N8B, which has all the financial documents. But the Investment Company Act of 1940, and I think they did this to circumvent, no problem, Austin, to circumvent treason charges that Louis T. McFadden had charged them with, which I have that on congressional record also. Anyways, it lets you file a statement, okay, because you don't have access to the finances of your trust company, which what we are called is a widely held fixed investment trust. That's what the United States citizen is. It's Title 26 of the Code of Federal Regulations is the reporting necessary for the widely held fixed investment trust. And so this is what they're making an attachment to when they take you to court. They create a constructive trust. That docket number is the trust account number, and then they attach it to your widely held fixed investment trust. And that's why it's called a widely held fixed investment trust, meaning a bunch of different trust companies have a piece of your pie. But since you represent the substantial assets of the trust, you're able to do this process. And so in lieu of a Form NAB, you file the NAA with a declaration of trust, which is kind of what you're talking about. It's a declaration / affidavit, however you want to do it. I did mine as a declaration / affidavit. I've already sent it to the Secretary of State, to the Department of Treasury, to the IRS. I've sent it to like 4 people because you have to notify. It says in the Investment Company Act, you have to notify interested parties, right?
Yes, I know a lot about this. Been listening to like high frequency radio for years and other people like that.
So
my issue has been because I do not have that living that live birth certificate.
It doesn't matter. What I'm explaining to you is you're just going to register yourself as a transfer agent in your trust company. So once you send it to those people, the Department of Treasury, all that stuff, and I'll go over that later, then you have to register it with the Securities and Exchange Commission with the registered mail or the certified mail number, tracking numbers of all the people you notified. And then they'll accept it and register you as a transfer agent. Then once you're registered, which it's free to do, it's free to register with the Securities and Exchange Commission. This is a 100% remedy that's not going to cost people a ton of money. Other than the certified mail, you won't spend a dime, and your paper and ink or whatever for the printer, you won't spend a dime. When you register with the Securities and Exchange Commission, then it takes about 90 days, but they send you your trust account information. Then you can file the following forms that are listed in Title 26 and other places. And every time you make a transfer, now you can only access your trust for nonprofit purposes as a transfer agent. Okay. And that's what the courts do. They access it for nonprofit purposes. Basically, they're taking care of you like an incapacitated minor or a pauper, and the courts are under the church. Okay, and we'll go over that in the future too. And I can show people that actually.
Well, I'll be there tomorrow.
All right, and then so once you file,
a lot of good information just listening to you the last few times. So,
well, thank you.
Well, I put the link to the channel in the chat to anybody that wants to go check it out, subscribe. He's got one video up right now, and as he stated, he's getting ready. He's going to do a live tomorrow, so we'll see how that goes. We'll see if I can get the word out. I still got like I said, I think another week on my other channel. I'll have to go over and take a look and see what it says to it, but we're trying to weed out the Karens. We're trying to weed out the Karens, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. We're isolating them. We're figuring out who they are, and we're taking precautions to keep those people away. Unfortunately, they came with the Chili de Castro crowd. It brought some of the boot. This is great. Because the term bootlicker is so often used, right? It's almost overused. Right. I heard another term today that just fucking cracked me up. Holster sniffers.
That's pretty funny. I like it.
I thought that was pretty good. All right, Ryan. Have a good night.
You guys have a good night. Man. Talk to you later. Bye.
Good night. See you later.
Wow. Yeah. No shit. So a lot of good information there. And I hope a lot of people go over and check that out. His video he's got up now, he cracked me up because as he gives you all the information, right? And his video, it says this is just a brief video, and I was like, Ryan, it's a fucking hour long, man. It's not brief.
I really like long videos, especially when there's a lot of information. You can't just
Yeah.
sum this up in 2 sentences.
No, you can't, man.
Wow. Right.
No. I mean, it's like, well, as Sarah said, she's been looking into it for quite some time. And it is because they put it, here's a piece here, here's a piece over here, here's a piece, it's like they broke it up and stuck it all in different places to make it difficult,
See, when I was young, I mean, I'm one of those people that hears something and it just logs in, right? It logs into the back of my mind. And so I've had some of this information since I was, in my teens and 20s because of the people talking around me, but I didn't quite understand it all. Even just a few years ago, before my mom passed away and got sick, she had told me about, she always went exempt, and I never understood what she was talking about when she was talking about on taxes. She would just go exempt. But apparently she knew a lot, and she had a stroke, and I wasn't able to ask more questions because she had trouble with communicating. But yeah, there is a lot, and you can study for a lifetime and not know all the laws. That's why I
Oh
say,
God, no! It's on purpose. It's like Ryan was saying. Look at the webbing on the money. Look at the webbing on your dollar bill. It's symbolic of that.
right. Well, they want you to believe that you're that all their paperwork and all their scribbles matters. But this is what I found. When I had my stroke and everything, I had 4 very small children at the time, all under 8 years old. And so their dad was supposed to be paying child support. He wasn't. But anyways, my sister took care of my children. She went and got assistance for them. And then they came after me for child support. Well,
Mm-hmm.
they wanted more child support than I even got, you know? And so I had read the book that they sent me, which was, the rights and responsibilities of the parent, and all this other stuff. Well, being disabled, that put me in an exempt bracket. Well, up here in Washington, the state attorney stayed on the phone for me for over an hour trying to force me to pay. And I said, look, I didn't write it. It's in your book. I'm on disability. It states that I'm exempt. So therefore, if you don't like it, you're going to have to go to the state on this because they're the ones that controls my money. I mean, he tried everything under the sun, threats, all kinds of crazy stuff. And finally, after over an hour, he says, fine, I'll send you the paperwork. If your sister will sign it, then we'll zero out the account. It's about standing our ground. It's nothing more than that because I didn't have all these
Well, you
documents.
see,
that
this is
everybody
going to be
else
the
had.
problem. This is going to be the problem, Dreamy. This is going to be the big problem. Is as I've noticed over the period of time, I would say probably over the last, well, definitely over the last 20 years, I've seen people become more and more, I don't know, lack of a better term, like stupid. I don't know, non-thinking, you
Right.
know. They
Right.
don't wonder about anything. They just, they're just there, like meat sacks.
Yeah.
And not really paying attention to much of what they're doing, and it's really exacerbated here in the last few years.
Yes.
And it's definitely from an outside source because, like the guy last night on that, when he came back and he talked about that grid, and I was like, oh my God, I can almost picture exactly what he's talking about. And there is like this, not only that, but like a frequency soup that we're in. And as we know, we're resonant creatures. We start to resonate with whatever vibration we're around.
Yeah.
And when they're disrupting the natural vibrations with these different frequencies that we're in a soup of, I mean, like, think about it. In this room right now, in your room where you're at right now, there's a bunch of fucking Facebook posts and TV shows and radio programs and all kinds of shit just flying
I don't
around
have
through your room.
Facebook. I don't have
It
Facebook.
don't it don't matter. Do you
Oh,
have
yeah, I
Wi-Fi?
get what you're saying. Right.
Okay,
It's in
right. You're off. It doesn't matter whether you have it or not. It's in the air. Those frequencies are flying around,
Yes.
and they're not interfering with one another because you can tune whatever device to pick up those things. You see,
Right.
well, you don't hear them. You might not necessarily feel them, but they're still affecting you. They're still affecting the natural flow of what you're supposed to be. And a lot of those are harmful, and they know that. Hence the forced tuning to the A at 440 hertz rather than the A at 432 hertz. That's a damaging frequency as opposed to the 432, which is the healing frequency. Those are just the frequencies you can hear. And now what are they doing? What is with these freaking blue street lights? Any of those around where any of you live? Have you seen the blue or purple street lights that have been going up?
The only blue lights we have are the little bulbs the blue lights that people screw in their porch lights and things. But I know that where we're at, this has been several years back, they installed a crap ton of these big, super bright street lights over the rail yard. And the rail yard itself has been shut down for years, but they paid to put all this stuff in there. And they're bright, like blind you at night bright if you even look that direction. That's about the only thing we've seen put up recently.
That's interesting. It's shut down?
Yes. I used to expedite for CSX, and the Russell Yard was one of the biggest hubs in our area. Now you have to pick up from Huntington or Lexington or Cincinnati. That's the closest ones now that you can actually ship out of or expedite out of, because they shut the Russell Yard down.
That's interesting. And then
this is what they're looking like. This is what they're looking like.
Yes.
And there's something to do with the 5G. Something to do with the 5G.
I don't know, Sovereign, but I'm dead serious. You can look out of our bedroom window and it's blinding. It lights up the whole neighborhood. And there's still trains that go through there at like 3 and 4 in the morning, real slow. They just creep through.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder, if I saw another thing there in a Facebook group that was talking about that they can tell that with those lights they can actually detect who's been jabbed and who hasn't. I don't know.
Maybe we glow in the dark now.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Maybe there was some luminescence. What do they call that shit?
Luminescence.
Yeah, but they call it Luciferus.
Oh.
Luciferus.
Oh, yeah.
It's like the shit that's in a firefly and shit like that. It's of course, and it's got its name based in Lucifer, which is, the light.
And since we're talking about weird shit, like what about the little particles that are flying around at night over here?
Yeah, right. That's some
like,
crazy shit, man.
Videos of that, right?
Yeah.
Those stadium lights are the reason why, like how we first started noticing those, because you couldn't really see it. It looks like fog. You know what I mean? When you first look outside, but if you shine a light at it, you can see little fibers and little particles like blowing around like snow.
Yeah,
Weightless.
yeah.
When I'm on the West Coast, and I don't know about other people what they see from their location, but I'm out here on the West Side, and they had been spraying the skies pretty heavy. It was clear, then all of a sudden it got kind of cloudy. Well, the sun came up, and I like to watch the sky. I don't know why, but I do. So it was just covered in kind of clouds, but then the sun was kind of coming through and under. In that moment, it just looked like glitter falling, and the whole ground, the grass, this white stuff up to it, and it was just like gray. It was weird.
That's it. And like when we took a drive to go to the highest like point in our area to see if we could get above whatever it was, right? Because it was like in a it looked like a cloud of this stuff falling everywhere. And when you drive on the highway, when your headlights hit it, it looks like snow blowing off the road, you know. But it was like 90 degrees.
What you saw was an effect of gravitational parallaxal refraction.
Oh yeah, take a hit.
Now,
Science.
now what happened?
I found a way to mix. I found a way to mix those three words, man. Oh yeah.
Great. But what happened after that was a few days later. I'll tell you when. I mean, I can't remember the year because I do have trouble with my memory from the stroke, but I can tell you approximately when, so you can figure it out. But that was when they had that 200 and some odd mile long F4 tornado on the ground east of me over there in the west, Midwest or whatever. If you remember that, it took out a Walmart and a bunch of nursing homes. I don't know if you remember, there was a baby found in a tree from that one that was still alive, thank goodness. But that was right after that. And I started being able to predict when they cover our skies crazy with the junk. In about 3 to 4 days, there'll be a major storm, tornado with all kinds of craziness going east of me.
Yeah.
Yeah, here it's like that, but it's like a thunderstorm or, you know.
I've been watching this since like 2000. So kind of been watching the skies, and I've always loved.
Are any of you familiar? Are you any of you familiar with Dutch sense?
Yes.
Oh my God! What do you think about how they're censoring him? Jeebus, do you know about him?
I'm not familiar with the name.
They are super angry that
I could be subscribed to the channel if it's on YouTube.
He's all about the earthquake, and he's been able to predict the earthquakes quite accurately, I might add. Man. Plus, there's a whole lot more talks about the star forts and all the military bases within them across the country. More and more, he's bringing what he sees, and I've seen things just from watching him. I started seeing patterns as well, and he's right on the money. And they want him to shut him down, but they can't because he hasn't really done anything that's really wrong. But
I mean, the only thing he's done
is crazy first, so we will stop believing in him.
Well, the thing is, they keep trying to shut him down, but his predictions are better than theirs.
Yes.
Right? And he's able to actually give an accurate warning. You know, like he's like, okay, he's got it worked out. He's like, okay, this is hit here, so over here, you're gonna watch for within this little bit of days here. You're gonna get this over there. And you know something else he's coming on to, Dreamy?
Yes.
Dutch sense is coming to the conclusion that it's not a ball.
Yo, I know.
That's it. That's kind of interesting too. So that might be another reason they're trying to shut his ass down too. They really don't want people knowing the truth. They
want
really
people
don't
like us to be crazy. If we see what they call UFOs, because we have no other better term to use, right, Sarah? So it's just a UFO. We can't identify it. We don't know what it is. That's all it means, period. But they want to make other people think that we're crazy, that we don't know what we're talking about, because we're the light in their deception, and they can't handle that. So if you got a mind of your own, you're at risk. So be strong, stay true to yourself, and to hell with what they say.
Yeah, man.
Well, they ain't God. They ain't that.
Talking about UFOs.
Go ahead.
Oh,
go ahead,
I was going to say, talking about UFOs. We did one night. I thought it was could have been a satellite, because I try to be as skeptical as possible, and I'm trying to convince Sarah this thing is a satellite.
Holy shit!
Right?
Can y'all not hear me, or what's going on here?
Yeah, we can hear you. Hey, Dreamy, you got to stop talking over him, man. Go ahead, Jeebus. It's you.
There's a lag somewhere. It's got a lag. But you know, I'm watching this thing, and it's just moving across the sky steadily. It's scooting, and I'm telling Sarah it's probably a satellite, right? And then we watch this motherfucker do like a right angle turn, like a change directions, and started going straight upward. And so, okay, yeah, no, I don't think satellites do that, do they? I mean,
That was gravitational refraction that you saw. Swamp gas through Venus. It's very, very. It's science. It's science, Jeebus. It's science. You just don't understand these things because you're not a scientist. See, trust. So it was gravitational parallax caused by the refraction of Venus through swamp gas. Yeah, that's what it was. Here we go.
Yeah. Look right here at this little red dot.
That's right, man. Here's the flashy thingy. Here it is. Right there. Okay, thank you, Mr. Government Guy. I believe you because you work for my government. Thank you.
Well, that's why I keep referring to blind faith. People just go on blind faith. They just believe what they're told. They don't actually go check it.
Well, because the reality is scary to them, Dreamy. Reality is too fucking scary. The actual reality, if I had everything that I know right now just dumped in my fucking lap all at one time, I would have probably lost my fucking mind. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And can you imagine if the actual full truth just came out right now? If you found out that your leaders are actually a bunch of blood-sucking weird perverts, I say that as fact. I don't go like, oh, that's a conspiracy theory. No, these motherfuckers are terrible. Okay. And, the general public, they see it like, oh, they need to get rid of this person because they're senile. It's like, dude, that's one of the head fucking vampires. They're not going anywhere. That's one of the head monsters.
Well, one of the things I had to start doing is because, yes, it's easy to point the finger, but one of the things I had to do with myself is to determine what I was doing that supports that. And then slowly but surely, as I have discovered, I mean, it didn't happen like all at once, all of a sudden, but I stopped participating with different things as soon as I could, as soon as I learned about it and figured a way, I don't want to support that and not support it. Like find out certain people, businesses, their money goes to a certain bunch of groups. I don't want to be part of that. So I will pick somebody else to do my business with. So in a way, we do have a little bit of, control who we want to promote and who we don't.
Listen, I don't want to promote anybody. That's just it. That's my whole gig.
Well,
that's my whole gig. That's my slogan. My slogan is like nobody for president. Right. I don't care. I don't care what the people out in clown world.
Talking about like businesses when you go shopping things.
Yeah. I don't care what the fuck they do with their money. I really don't.
You go to their store, you go to their restaurant, or you go to their little food stand, those kind of things. You're supporting them by going there.
I don't care. Listen, that's their clown world. That shit ain't even real. I don't give a fuck. If they got a good sandwich, they got a good sandwich. I don't give a shit if they're involved over in clown world. That ain't my world. I'm not in that. I don't even care. Because I already know what happens in the end. The good guys win. I'm here, 11/11. I am a witness. Okay, 11/11. That's the reality. I'm a witness, and the reality is that none of that shit. I don't give a fuck about their clown world crap. You see this? Look here. This right here. This is just it's illusion. It's illusion. If you think about it, what we consider the rich people, they have all the fucking currency. They have a lot of currency. What is our currency? It's debt. Right? Debt makes you a slave. So the more of that shit you have, the more of a fucking slave you are. You're removed from your spirit into the physical. You see that? Into the worldly. And that's not what it's about. We're visiting here. We are in the world, not of the world. That's the whole difference right there. And they want you to be the idea that you are of the world. And so that your entire being is based on the shit that you amass or what kind of a house you have or even the appearance of your fucking haircut. It comes right down to that.
When everybody dies and realizes the lie that they've been living in, because I already been there and on the other side, and it's nothing like they tell you. Nothing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Why wait till you die? Why not realize that fucking shit now and live and really live? You know, what's the opposite of live? It's evil, right?
Yes.
It's backwards. You take live and you run it around backwards, and what is it? It's fucking evil.
Right.
It's. I mean, people need to understand it, and that's why I say wake up from this fucking
I've been
sleep.
saying that years too.
You know, I mean, you wake up from this sleep, you wake up from this slumber, and it is a spell. It's just like that. That's why I love that movie, They Live, because it is exactly like that. And it's perpetrated out there primarily through the TV, now through social media as well, other black mirror devices. But it is put out there through a hypnotic method. And I think more and more, I mean, it's like, I can remember back a few years ago when I still did watch a little bit of TV. I'd watch the news, you know, and what they call the news. And like I'd turn it on Fox, and Fox News is known for having the info babes, right? And they were usually all kind of the same cookie cutter blonde, good looking chick, right? But you know what? I flipped over and looked at some shit on Fox on the internet here. And, you know, their info babes ain't that hot. You know, it's almost like how they started to appear when Nada broke the spell in They Live. How people started seeing it. They started seeing the aliens for what they were. They started seeing these things for what they were, and it was freaking everybody out. And I think that's starting to happen now. I mean, the apocalypse.
It looks good from far away, but when you get up close, it's a mess.
Well, I mean, it's not even just that. Even on the camera, I mean, it's sort of like I start noticing. Maybe it's that I realize how evil it is what they're doing, even if they're doing it unknowingly. I know that they're just an actor reading a script in front of a camera, but still, it makes them complicit in a form of tyranny over the minds of men, and that makes them my fucking enemy. And I have to expose them. I have to show them and route them out at every turn. And that's what I do. And I guess by seeing them that way, like I said, this apocalypse is happening. Apocalypse means knowledge, information, a revealing of that which was hidden. And we're seeing that right now. We're seeing it at a mass scale like we've never seen before. And they're slowly, rather quickly, losing their grip of control on us. And so this is why there's this out and out, no holds barred, go for broke that they're pulling right now.
Exactly what I said. We both posted it at the same exact time.
I think and have thought for the longest time that when they implemented the 5G towers, that is what led to all the pandemic. I believe that.
You know, we gotta kind of we gotta disguise what we say a little better.
Which is what I said. Plan.
We got to be very careful about that, because I do think that was some. I think there's a correlation. I mean, anytime something happens, you always want to look at what's different, what has been introduced here.
They wanted to keep everybody indoors so they couldn't see what was going on, and especially at night, they were out hooking a lot of this stuff up at night whenever they
I've seen on some videos about that.
And they're disguising them as like palm trees, and they're even putting them in like church steeples and disguising them as like church steeples.
I know.
And wow, man, how do you if you have to hide something, then that automatically tells you right there that it's probably not fucking good.
Well, now I'm going to play devil's advocate on you too. Would you rather see? I've seen some of these. Well, they were cell towers out in California. You get out near some of the more populated areas, they have some that look like palm trees. Right. And I think that looks a lot nicer than those ugly ass towers. So from that standpoint, I could say, you know, maybe from an aesthetic standpoint, we're not hiding it so much as we're just trying to not make a big ugly tower in the middle of this area.
I'd be more optimistic about it like that if they weren't putting it up in the middle of the night while everybody's.
I know, right? Good works are done in the light of day, right?
Wow.
Yeah, it's like,
yes, fly shop at the 8. Yes, ma'am. They most definitely have been doing things in plain sight. Because what person would sit there and say, "Oh, well, they did it right in front of us, so now we can't say shit"? Well, you'd be surprised.
yeah, they get away with a lot of shit right in front of you. Right in front of you. And that's just that's the key to it, though. Like Ryan was talking about, it's implied consent. They warn you, you don't listen. They tell you, they put it in plain sight, like Slash Eye says, and it's now their karma's free. You understand? You're aware. Take action or precaution. So I don't know. Is it possible? I mean, what they can do with microwave weaponry is amazing. If you've ever, you guys remember the Road of Death leading to Basra during the Gulf War, or when we went into Baghdad and shit, there was all those fleeing vehicles and we just torched them all down with A-10s down the road, right?
Well, it was done right here in the United States in Paradise, California, up north of me here in Rock.
Well, this is what I think was interesting. Why I bring up this Road of Death is because here's all these blowed up cars and vehicles, military vehicles with Iraqi soldiers in them. And I've seen these photographs of these burned up Iraqi soldiers, the actual bodies.
That's sad.
But the interesting thing is that their uniforms aren't burned. The body is completely charred, but the uniform is not burned. There's a piece of paper sticking out of pockets and shit that's not burned. So how do you burn a dude without burning his clothes and the paper in his pocket?
They're directed energy weapons. That's what they used in California. They used the laser weapons.
Even if they directed it, like how
allegedly.
Allegedly. Their skin and not their clothes.
Well, why would it?
You would have to use some kind of like nanotech or something from the inside out, or I mean, that's kind of impossible. Think about it.
Well, a lot of those big brick homes, there was no glass, there was no bathtubs, and a lot of them are metal, you know, or whatever, and there was no brick. And then there's a plastic trash can that's right there next to what would have been the garage, and it's standing there without it melted.
And then there's the one where there's a car flipped over upside down, and there's a tree literally that's half of it's burned and half of it's not. And then everything on one side of the street is toast. It's like, wait a minute, it looks like a freaking energy ray just like swept right through there like a giant magnifying beam or something.
When Paradise, California burned up, I had just come through there about an hour and a half before that happened.
Right, I remember you saying that.
I had just come down through there. I was headed back down. I was going south. And those fires were everywhere, man. It was like they had detours. And I remember by the time I had got to Redding, I think it was. I think it was by the time was I going north or south? I can't remember. But I remember I got a headache from the smoke. I remember I was getting a headache from the smoke. I was sick of smelling it. And then I heard that happen. I was like, what? You know, I heard that they were fighting fires back in Paradise. And I thought, oh, man, I'm glad I got out of there. And then I ended up away from all that. And then when I got to where there was information and shit, I was like, what the fuck happened? You know, and I started freaking out. I was like, oh shit, man, did I throw a cigarette butt out the window? Maybe it was me. You know, at first I was like, oh no, these fires were picking up everywhere, you know.
There were a few houses that were not burned, and the only other building that I know that wasn't burned there was the Mason's Lodge.
Ain't that right?
And the guy that went in there was a woman and a man and others, but I can't remember the guy's name. The lady's name was Jane. But anyways, they went through there and they did talk about that, and they were showing the pictures. And one of the things that I found immediately to be disturbing was when the firemen said, "Look, we've got holes going through engine blocks," and they were showing those wheels melted on cars and stuff, just totally everything melted. And he said,
engine blocks.
a forest fire does not cause this kind of damage. But yeah,
No.
holes bored through engine blocks.
Yeah, it was insane. And there was people trapped in their cars, man.
Yes, whenever that got, they did show that. They would not show the school bus, but every car down that road that the cars were blocked, every car that was through there was burned, and there was people in every single car. The guy says, "I refused to look in the school bus because it was when school had just got out." So he wouldn't look in there. He said, "I don't want that in my head. I've seen enough."
Yeah, I mean, that's bad.
I mean, you could tell he was just completely heartbroken.
But we don't matter when it comes to their focusing on their agenda, you know. We don't matter. Because like we pointed out the other night when Ryan was on about the whole thing that we're chattel. Right. You know, I mean, and they rub it right in our face. One of the biggest banks is called Chase. What is a Chase? Well, it's like a pen with animals in it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, come on, these fucking people. And it really pisses me off. And it's like these people that perpetuate these lies upon everybody, like this fucking globe and space bullshit, man. That really pisses me off, man, because it's so fundamentally easy to show that is impossible.
Yeah.
And yet people want to fight, and they'll go through. And I think, dude, if you got to jump through all those fucking hoops to make yourself believe that you live on that bullshit, you don't live on that bullshit, man.
No.
You know, I mean, that's just all there is to it. That's a lot of steps to go through to deny the obvious, in my opinion. But people, they've been cycled through that fucking indoctrination center, and they're trained to appeal to authority, and then the system throws these shills out as evidence of authority, like that fucking idiot Professor Dave on YouTube, and you got Neil deGrasse Tyson, a failed actor. You got, and what was that one? He was just, I watched the other day, he was flipping out about the fucking vaccines and shit on a talk show. And there was another thing too. What did he say? And Bill Nye, the science guy. There's a lot of people grew up with that motherfucker on TV, right? There's this guy with a bow tie. Well, he's a failed stand-up comic. So they stuck him up there as this guy with a bow tie and a lab coat. And he's the science guy. Bill Nye, the science guy. There you go. What a catchy fucking thing. And he'd be on there and be all goofy and entertaining and indoctrinate kids into this fucking bullshit. And he's no more of an expert on anything than my dog is. And, you know, he just reads a fucking script. And those people piss me the hell off, because they're placed out there as a source of authoritative information. And their whole job is to make you believe shit that's not fucking true.
It's a world of deception.
It absolutely is, man. It absolutely is. I see it at every turn, And that's why I say 11:11, man. I'm a witness. I'm going to fucking call it out.
Don't you wish sometimes you could just shake people and say, "Wake up! You know, this is not real."
You've seen the movie They Live, right?
No, I don't watch.
You got to see. Listen, you got to watch. You got to see that movie. You definitely do. It's from the 80s. It's called They Live.
They Live.
Yeah.
Okay.
And well, there's a lot of reference in it and a lot of memes to it. Like here's this one right here. I just happen to have up. Okay, this guy down here, this character. It was an adaptation of a short story called 8 o'clock in the morning. And the main character's name is Nada, which of course means nothing, nobody, you know. And this seems to be a prevalent theme in these wake up movies. Neo, the one, Free Guy, right? It's like just an average everyday Joe is basically the case. But in this, where this picture right here is from, this right here is from like the longest fight scene in movie history.
Yeah.
And what's going on is Nada is trying to get his friend who thinks he's lost his fucking mind. He's trying to get his friend to put on the glasses, because with those glasses, you can see the actual world as it is. And outside of it, it just appears like how we see it, right?
Right.
And he's trying to get this guy to wear the glasses. And this fight scene is forever. Just beating the fuck out of each other. I mean, really bad. And he finally gets the guy to put on the glasses. And the dude goes, "Oh my God, man, how long has it been like this?" But that's it's a metaphor. It's to show how hard it is to get somebody to look through the glasses and see how it really is. You see?
Yeah.
And once they do, they're like, "Oh my God, man, we got to warn everybody." You know, just like he was trying to do, but you were trying to beat his ass. You see, that's how deep that programming goes, and it's exactly like that. And it's like put on the fucking glasses.
Yeah.
Put on the
Reminds
glasses.
me of,
What you
certain-
think you see is not what it is for real. Go ahead,
Female
Jeeves.
subscriber that likes to go back and forth.
Who's that?
Lisa, her name's Lisa.
Yeah.
But
Oh yeah, that one.
the
Oh,
guy
fuck.
on the movie that didn't want to put the glasses on. That's kind of who
This
I
guy.
compare
Yeah.
her to. But in the
people-
Matrix, there's a reference to Alice in Wonderland through the Looking Glass, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And it's got if you notice on his apartment, the number is 101.
Yeah, that's a gateway.
Which is it's a reference to binary, and it's the two pillars and the portal that we keep seeing, like that house that I showed you a picture of from out here. Sure enough, there's Freemason symbols on the license plates of the two cars that are parked in the driveway. Like,
Right. Austin says, "I don't know how I haven't seen that movie." Probably because you wasn't born yet, Austin.
the Stargate.
He's talking about They Live. He says, "I don't know how I haven't seen that." I said, "You weren't born yet," but it's a great one. I got it off of Amazon, so I have it on DVD. And
Well, what's really funny is a couple of years ago, everyone was talking about the Wizard of Oz, and I said I'd never seen it, and everybody laughed at me, made fun of me. Of course, and I didn't take it personally. I just tell them I'm not into, this commercial, artificial entertainment. That's what I've called it, artificial entertainment. And so I really just didn't. I've heard a lot, seen a lot in little excerpts, of movies and stuff passing through a room. I can't hardly sit and watch this stuff. I've never been able to. So I decided that I would take them up on the suggestion that I go watch. I was so incredibly like, wow, why don't everybody see what I see? Because I could see what was going on from the start to the finish. And I'm like, where were all of you? Why are you just now figuring this out? I've seen this all my life.
The poppies will make them sleep.
Yeah, there's a lot of very, very interesting aspects to that movie.
You see what Renee says on here? She says, "Oh, thank God Lisa doesn't show up anymore. Such a wackadoo." Wow. No, she's over on Bubblegum Boy's channel though, and praising him for the majestic job he did on a video trying to debunk my flat Earth shit. It's pitiful too. I mean, it's pitiful.
Really, she claims that she's not biased, but she's one of the most biased people I've seen on YouTube so far.
She's a snitty little bitch, is what she is. She's a snitty little bitch. She likes to tell everybody what to do. She wants to try to take over. That's what goes on in the chat. She tries to take over, tells people behave.
When I was telling her about the cops and some of the crap they did, she was like, "Do you have proof of that, Jeeves?" I was like, "Yeah, as a matter of fact, I fucking do."
Yeah, right.
Many of it.
I know. Well, she was all going on. We had quite an argument regarding the legitimacy of the latest plague and that kind of thing. And I sent her a video, and
Of course, she
I mean,
didn't.
I upload. Yeah, she did watch it, and then
Really?
she shut the fuck up about it. She didn't say no more about it. Never once about, oh yeah, you were right about this or that or the other. Nope, didn't hear a damn thing out of her. No, she just shut right up about it.
I'm surprised she took the time to actually watch it, because she's.
I had to keep needling her. I had to keep needling her. She'd show up in the chat, and I said, "Did you watch that fucking movie yet?" No. Then shut the fuck up.
But yes, the other day I looked up the
Poor soul.
song Crazy Train by Ozzy. I
Yeah.
suggest you just go read the lyrics, take away all the repetitious part. Just read the lyrics and really read what they say. He's singing that about stuff what a lot of people are talking about now back in the 80s.
Yeah.
That song was
I used to play that song, man.
I love that song.
Believe it or not, like the
One of my
60s
favorites.
and 70s, you know, there were a lot of people that were hip to a lot of shit that was going on, and then they
Yes.
just started dying off.
Right.
And then it just started going to people just started falling back asleep.
Right. Like we Are the World, and all the singers came up. You know, we had a lot of support back in those days. We had a lot.
Well, that was all a big psyop right there, man.
But a lot of people didn't wake up to it. They wasn't ready for it.
You notice that every popular pop singer that wasn't part of that song is still going strong today, right? And everyone that was is either dead, or people think they're crazy, or they've just fell off the face of the earth.
Because they were forced to either sign the new contract, or they couldn't continue. That Billy Joe talked about that. Billy Joel, he stopped. He was one of them that stopped doing the tours and all that kind of stuff. But he actually did a talk about that. I'm not sure if it would be on here. I watched it in an interview he did way back in the day on TV.
You know, I seen this thing with Britney Spears, and I had heard a lot of people say that people were controlling that girl. That you know, when she would go on YouTube and do little videos, TikTok or YouTube or whatever it was, the platform she was on. There was one where the makeup, her what's the foundation, is that what you call it, babe? The stuff you put on your whole face.
Yeah.
Her foundation makeup spelled "help me," like real faint. You could barely see it, but sure enough, it was there. And there was something else she was doing, like some kind of thing.
She was an. I'm convinced she was an was an MK Ultra sex slave.
Oh yeah.
Every one of these, it seems like every one of these Disney kids grows up and flips shit. They look at little Hannah Montana, right? And then she comes up and
Spears, she actually came forward with a song that her producers tried to keep her from releasing. She went to walk her dog, and she went to a radio station and went straight up there and handed them the CD and says, "Here, play this." And it was the only time that ever got played, and it was called "The Real Doll," I think it was called, or something like that.
Oh wow! Well, even take a look at Amanda Bynes. She lost her fucking mind. Who's that kid that was in the Transformers? He lost his fucking mind. Yeah, he lost his fucking mind. And then you know, like with like I was saying with Miley Cyrus, you know, she ends up there's Achy Breaky's meal ticket. You know, she's too old, right there. He sold her out.
Hey, you know, he's
next
from
thing
here,
you know,
right?
next thing you know, she's up there rubbing her cooch on a wrecking ball, and it's like, what the fuck? You
that
know,
guy's from right here where we live. You know that, right?
What is?
Achy Breaky. Billy Ray Cyrus. He's from 5 miles away, right here.
Yeah, good old Achy Breaky. That's the only thing I ever knew him for. Was that shit, you know? And I was like, I don't give a fuck about my stinky poopy, but you know, fuck you.
Yeah, he did a song just not too long ago with this guy who's like really openly Satan worshiping little. He's, you know, real open with his sexuality and, you know, all the crap he's into. The guy came out with a shoe that they didn't have Nike's permission to do it, but they did a Nike shoe. It was called, it was like Nike Satans or something. And they
it had blood in it. Had human blood.
in them.
Yeah, human blood. Oh, wasn't that Little Nas or something? Little
Yeah.
Little
Nas or
Nas
something?
X, that's his name. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's got like red eyes or red contact eyes or some
Yeah.
shit like that.
Yep.
And
He's selling it
supposedly, I
for
mean,
more.
who's going to go out there? And they were extremely expensive. Extremely expensive. And these people, what, in limited edition, and what? People bought them fucking things.
Probably.
Yeah, they were probably like $666.
Yeah, well, I would bet it would stand to reason. You know, I mean, why not? They're not hiding anything any fucking more,
No.
man. I mean, you could put the devil right in front of people's motherfucking face, and they'll go,
I saw that and I was like, "Kiss a
He's
Dutch
dressed up in
red
a
ass."
ballerina outfit, you know. He's dressed in a ballerina outfit. He's cute. They
Oh,
covered
yeah.
his little horns with some flowers.
I'll be
And they
right
make it look
back.
cute.
You guys continue the conversation. I will be right back. I have
Right.
to take a little break over here for a second. Keep on keeping on, y'all.
He gotta go powder his nose.
Come on,
That's
love your brother, everybody get together.
Oh my god.
But yeah, this is kind of sort of where my mind's going with it all when I look at and I start just taking a picture of the whole thing with all that's gone on, especially in the last 3 years. That you know, it seems like they're disassembling everything, like our food processing plants, things like that. And if everybody remembers, Trump says, "If you want the country back, you want it back, I'll give it to you." He gave it back to us. Well, it seems like ever since then they've been dismantling things with things such as issues with the food processing plants, animals, farming. All these things happen all collectively at like once, like it's starting to just all fall down, which is our infrastructure, is what they called it. What do you think?
Well, like Sarah just said, symbolism will be their downfall.
Right.
You know, once people start catching on, like that's why I watch a lot of movies and stuff nowadays, because I sit and watch them and I pick through them, and there's a lot of subtle shit in these movies, and they're telling us a lot. And people are like, well, it's just entertainment, so, you know, whatever. But, you know, what better way to convince someone that something's bullshit than to make a movie about it and call it science fiction or whatever. You know?
Right. True. I know I started telling everyone whenever they, when my kids were born, it hadn't been very long that the Star Trek movies had been out, right? And my son, he was the youngest one, so that was a little further out. And they gave me this little tape thing that I could put to his forehead to see his temperature. And I'm like, wow. And then they started with those things that they would point in the kids' ears, you know, for their temperature. And all I started seeing was Star Trek, you know, when they'd bring somebody in the medical room, whatever you want to call it, and they would just point these little things at them and let it decide what was wrong with the person, you know. And then the laser surgeries, things like that. I started seeing. So if you can think it, you can create it. At some point,
yeah, that's the power of creation. That's
all right.
creation.
And then it's how it's used after it's created.
Wow.
That can be good or
Here's
bad.
the scary part for me is that even when you point something out straight in someone's face and explain it, put it right in front of them, give them a breakdown, they still don't want to believe it. No.
Key word, want. They don't want to believe it.
Why? Because it gets them out of their comfort box. It makes them squirm in their seat to
And then
think.
you got the people, they do want to believe something that's not true, so it's true to them, and you know.
Well, I won't fight with people anymore if they just want to call me a liar, call me names, give me labels, I'll still release them.
Well, you know, it's not that easy. It's not, you know, everyone, I'm sure I'm like that too, right? I would prefer that. But I get these people, they're fucking unhinged. And especially when it comes to that flat earth thing. And it really blows me away why people get so fucking bent out of shape about it.
Sovereign, I had a guy swing a punch at me one time because I proved him wrong about a freaking music video. This dude was like in his 50s. He's a Cuban guy. And yeah, I was locked up with him. You know, we called him Cuba. I called him Kool-Aid. But he was trying to tell me that Vanilla Ice came out in the 80s and that the Michael Jackson Thriller, you know, that album, the Billie Jean song and all that came out in the 90s. I said, dude, you got your pop culture a little fucked up. How long you been locked up? He got mad because I asked him that question. Well, one day, the video came on TV, and he tried to convince me that Eminem and Tupac did an album together. And I was like, dude, Tupac was dead before Eminem was even known. Right? But he just thought he knew all these little things. And I was like, where are you getting your information from, man? Like, so I showed him the video came on like a music channel that we had called Cool TV. And it was the Michael Jackson, Billie Jean, and it said off the album Thriller, and it said 81. And I showed it to him, and he got so pissed, he swung a punch at me, man.
Oh, my God.
For proving him wrong.
Well, this isn't even about proving wrong or doing anything else like that. I mean, I already had Bubblegum Boy make a fool out of himself trying to fucking debunk my shit. But there's this other guy, goes by Shaky James. I showed about him earlier in the show. He just randomly targeted me. Well, not randomly. He was so bent out of the shape that I didn't believe in his globe. And I'd never talked to him before, but he starts fucking messaging me on my phone, on Facebook, and called my wife on her Facebook, tried to anyway, started trying to message her. None of that was successful. Then he's harassing Terry for being on my stream. And then to take it a step further, he goes into a Facebook group about Chili DeCastro's an idiot or some dumb shit like that, some stupid thing. I haven't been in it in months. And in fact, I've been in Facebook jail up till yesterday for the last 30 days. So anyway, I hadn't even been going on Facebook for any reason. Anyway, this guy, I look and there's a notification and he's putting these posts in there going, you know, David Kane is a sovereign soul idiot and a flat tard, and Terry Nip is a sheep and all this other fucking shit. I'm like, what in the fuck? I said, show us on the doll where the flat earth hurt you, bro. For real. You know?
Well, hey, while you're on the subject of the whole Chili thing, I got to say this. So I realized something. You know, I was telling you that, you know, Chili was literally intentionally trying to get people to forget about the whole Ironton stuff because he fucked up here and he never planned on coming back. I went to News Now Ninja's channel to show Sarah that News Now Ninja had covered our story, our pullover, right?
Yeah.
And I went all the way back there, and there were like 3 videos of Chili, you know, with the camera all in his own face and everything. And the video of the pullover that me and Sarah was involved in was gone. So it's like Chili has literally reached out to people that shared that stuff and said, hey, you know, delete that stuff. Those people don't like me anymore, you know, or whatever. And I reached out to News Now Ninja. I said, dude, I'm pretty ashamed of you for that. Like, you would let this dude control your content, like literally tell you what to take off your channel.
Yeah, no doubt, right?
And since he left here, he's been trying to distract people and get people. And that's why Sarah told him, you know, I feel kind of abandoned. People reached out to him and emailed him and was like, oh, you abandoned Sarah. He was so fucking pissed. I walked in. You know the whole story about that.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. I remember. I heard that.
You made me look bad. Like, whoop-de-doo, bro. You made yourself look bad when you did the shit. But, like, no one can know about it because it's Chili and he fucked up.
Well, I mean, this guy, what the fuck, man? And what's this thing about him wanting to dance around in his fucking underwear and take selfies of himself everywhere, man? What the fuck is that all this shit about?
I shit you not.
I think Chili's very, very ill and mentally.
He's just very self-absorbed and childish.
I don't want to get over
there's
that. That's a whole discussion in itself, and it just needs to be left
yeah.
in our
listen. I don't even want to talk about that. I don't even want to talk about the motherfucker. He's an irritating, annoying little fucking sweaty ranting dwarf. Who the fuck cares? It's like watching, you know, it was amusing for a bit, but then it gets to be like, you know,
Ow, my balls.
But the point is,
yeah, ow my balls. There you go.
Yeah, but there's people that are so involved in hating the guy, like they're just so freaking, like you said, they're just show me on the doll where he hurt you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just thought it was funny as shit when he was freaking out on people and shit. Man, that shit was funny. You know, I mean, sorry.
It's like me and Terry was talking about the other day. Even sometimes, even Chili's right, and when he's right, you can say he's right. But you know, you can't do that with some of these guys. Will come and they'll attack you on your channel if you even say one little simple thing like, "Look, let's get like Irish Demon." You know, he did the same thing. He said, "I gotta say that chick in that video was the one causing the problem," and people started attacking him. Like, "How could you take up for Chili, dude? He's just telling the truth. He's not taking up for Chili, but." You know, he's
within Chili's rhetoric, much of it that which he's heard from others and that he deemed popular because he saw reactions to it. He doesn't really espouse the views that he doesn't really hold the views that he espouses. Let me put it that way. We proved that when we trolled him with Terry's arrest. I mean, here's a guy who's so passionately against torture cuffs and dungeons for needless, victimless shit, right? But when it comes down to somebody that he doesn't like or disagrees with, he's out there doing a happy dance over it, you know? And we proved him right there.
Old man next door to his mom's house, like, "I'm gonna get you thrown in jail. You're gonna," you know, I'm like, wow.
So, you know, that's fuck him. You know, it's there's other shit going on.
People like him are out there to distract us from what really needs to be distracted.
Well, yeah, and I think, you know, I halfway think that he, and like even with some of the others, some of these people that call themselves frauditor bashers or whatever the fuck you want to call them, I have to wonder sometimes, just halfway looking at the production value and the shit that's involved, if some of them are not like COINTELPRO, to make it look like anybody who's actually digging in and finding the actual truth about how to escape out of this fucking bullshit is made to look like an idiot. See, because a lot of them are very, very selective, like that piece of crap shit that fucking Kick put out and I tore up.
Yeah.
I mean, that wouldn't even pass it past an editor's desk at the Weekly World fucking News, man. Come on. That ended up just being like two old fucking hens gossiping in the beauty parlor. There was no receipts. That was just an attempt to, I have sand in my ass over this guy, so I'm just going to make him look kind of like what now I don't understand what Zerzux's fucking problem is with me. I ain't never done nothing to him, but he apparently has something against me and this Shaky James guy. So you've got these unstable, weird, crazy fucking people that are out there, and it's, you know, I'm not really worried about that. They've always been out there.
Yeah, there's another one.
That's why I have a 357 Magnum with me all the fucking time.
There's another one. His name's Coded Friends 001. He puts out a lot of misinformation, and I had to go on. Like, I went in his comment box and set him straight on something, and I was accused of backing what it was. What did he say? Something about backing someone who's friends with a pedophile or so. I was like, dude, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, but that has nothing to do with what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that you are wrong. You made a statement that is wrong, and I'm just warning you that you should watch, maybe come with some receipts next time you make a claim like that. Because I can personally tell you that is not true.
Go ahead, Austin.
Hey, Sovereign, are you talking about Xerxes Masters?
No, that guy that Xerxes.
The guy,
yeah,
he used to live with Tim Pool. He used to live with Tim Pool.
Oh no, I don't know if he lived with Tim Pool or anything.
He's talking about the guy that sounds like the Swedish chef and has a little cartoon avatar that talks in like.
Yeah, you can find it on. I broke it down in the first part of my very first live for this channel, for this backup channel. You can check it out there.
And then with Tim Pool whenever he started talking about what was going on here in Hanford. I live in this area. It's just up the road from me. So when he was talking about how Black Hawks were all flying around and everything. Well, guess what? This is a federal facility here. They ship uranium waste to this plant, which it gets turned into a glass and stuff like that. And yes, it's not good. I don't think, anyway. It's my personal opinion. But at the same time, he put so much craziness in there, you know, fear porn, what they call it, you know, and so really, honestly, they had to do that for security purposes. It was not any nefarious anything. I mean, you can go and you can look up what they do. They make isotopes.
We're kind of
for
segueing away from the topic quite a bit.
Well, I
We're
mean,
talking
like,
about
we're
nuclear
talking about
waste.
auditors, right?
Well, I was actually
when
what
somebody-
I wanted to make a point about this right here because he says,
Okay.
nope, wasn't me. He said we were talking about when like for instance when I called out Kick, right, for what he was doing trying to make these people look bad, right? So he come on and didn't have any argument against it. All he did was call me a stupid flat earther, da 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 da. And I'm like, oh, that's all well and good. You can come on Tuesday and we'll talk about the flat earth if you'd like to, you know, but right now we're talking about you slandering somebody with no fucking evidence, right? And
Definitely not one eye, dumb in the other. And
I said, I
yeah.
said, you didn't check any of this fucking information. Basically what it came down to was he heard it from somebody who heard it from somebody else. And that was his trusted source.
That's literally the problem with the entire world right now.
I told him, I said,
spreading
did you vet?
No
I
one
said,
knows
did you
what's
bother?
true.
I said, did you bother to vet any of the information that he gave you and shit? And he goes, well, I didn't have to because I trust him. And I was like, and he goes, you know, and so then he goes back to attack me again on different things, whatever he possibly can, and said I was an old coot and maybe I smoked too much weed and shit like that. And then he came on and said, what did he say about that? Hold on. He was like, he goes, oh, well, yeah, that coming from somebody who gave Chili DeCastro a gun. And I was like,
now he's just
what? I mean, he proved my point right there
Right.
live. I says, where in the fuck did you ever get the idea that I gave Chili DeCastro or any other motherfucker a gun? Where did you ever get that? Well, there's videos. You made videos about it. I said,
Once again, somebody told me and I trusted them, huh?
Yeah, I says, there you go. And I told him, I said, case in point. I was like, fuck you, you know.
Well, that also says a lot about, you know, their belief systems and the stuff that they're arguing with you about their beliefs against your beliefs, is that they're basing their beliefs off of, oh, somebody told me that and I trust them. Like I read it and they taught me that in high school. Why would they lie to me?
That's the mind that accepts because somebody wrote some shit down on a piece of paper. Yeah. His friends agreed on it. They sprinkled it with magic pixie dust and stuck it somewhere and said, this is the fucking law now, that makes it a valid, justifiable law. And, you know, even if it's an unconstitutional or ridiculous law, and they believe that wholly. And what's dangerous about that is because these are the type of people. These are the ones that would have been standing around Jesus while he was hanging on the cross going, you should have just followed the law.
Yeah.
You should have just listened to the Romans, right? They're the ones that, yeah, man, they're the ones that would have turned in Harriet Tubman or anyone else that was participating in the Underground Railroad.
Well, that's like
they're the ones that would, they're the ones that would turn you in for talking shit about King George. So that's why these are the fucking dangerous people, man.
But yeah, you got a bunch of people saying he's not my president and they don't get charged for treason. Like, what do you mean that is? That's the president of the United States. No matter if you like him or hate him or whatever, that's the president, dude. You know, there was a time when you'd be arrested for that, for just saying that.
Well, no, not really. I don't identify as an employee of that corporation. So no, I don't have a president.
Yeah. Sovereign, what I like about the way you kind of, I've not once heard you try to shove something down someone else's throat. I love the fact that, like you said once before, you don't want people to take your word for it. You want people
do their own research on the matter and come to their own friggin' conclusion about it so that they can say what they say with conviction and
Right.
say,
All you
here's
can do-
what I bring.
But actually look at the evidence I'm showing you and take it for what it is.
Just plant the seed. You can
Yeah.
do
Right.
it. Plant the seed.
Oh, it'll grow for sure.
Like if you ever watch Nick, when I'm talking to Nick Volt, right? He's not listening to what I'm saying.
No, he's playing with his toys
He's
and
thinking.
stuff. But when he's
And
talking,
he's thinking about what he's gonna say next.
Yeah.
right?
He's thinking about how he's gonna refute any little one part of a word that he heard that I said. You see? And it cracked me up because that night we were talking about the cymatics, and the frequencies and shit.
Like, I hear you, but did you listen?
I like
Or
it.
were
Yeah.
you
Funny little guy.
Absolutely.
He was like,
they
what
they
was
might
funny,
hear you,
he-
but they don't listen.
Yeah, he didn't even know what cymatics was. And then he looked on his computer there while we was talking, and 5 minutes later,
I
he's a
noticed
fucking
that.
expert on it.
I saw that shit happen right before my eyes, too.
I was sitting there thinking, motherfucker, I've been looking into this shit for years, man. I've always been fascinated by magnetics and frequencies and fucking vibrations and shit, and you just looked into it, and automatically now you're, Professor Voltron.
Some scientists don't understand is that they they're quick to try to dispel the idea that people are using actual magic, and what they're not considering is that the magic is science. It's an actual science. It's an ancient science.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. Well, that's what magic is the use in it's combining and doing things within nature using natural processes. Understanding the natural processes is the act of science.
But
it's not a thing.
It's not a thing.
It's a process. It's a process, like
right.
Deductive reasoning. And so when you hear him say, there, here again in this retard world we live in, you hear him say, trust the science, right? And it's like, what the fuck? Or the science is settled. Science is never settled.
Exactly.
You see, those are some of the most unscientific things you could ever say. Don't question the science. Well, science is the act of questioning. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, all those people that keep claiming they want proof, they want proof. You hear it. That's the first thing they'll throw in your face. So whenever you tell them, okay, well, I want proof that your globe exists, make me a model that functions identically to the earth that we live on. That's a ball. And then they disappear. I never hear from them again, or they just start ignoring me. But they want proof of everything else, but they don't want proof of that.
Well, outrageous claims require evidence. Extreme evidence.
Yeah.
Okay. So what they've done, and this is part of the trickery, is they try to make the obvious, okay, to be the claim, whereas the outrageous claim is the ball spinning in a void. That's what has to be proven. That's your ridiculous claim. Nothing in my life, nothing in my experience, nothing that I do makes me believe that I'm on a ball other than you telling me such a thing. Okay. And I've caught you already with your fakery and your trickery in a lot of different areas. Why should I believe these other reasons? They're not. It's untrue. It's a lot of gymnastics to have to go through to make yourself believe that horse shit. So the outrageous claim is the globe, not a level earth, not a level motionless earth.
And like you said, even showing something to someone, they're deaf in one eye and dumb in the other, like the blind leading the blind.
Exactly. And half of it is too, you have to look at, there's so many people that are so immersed. The Illuminati's with us. Look at the fucking one eye. The all mocking tongue.
Yeah. When I saw Jim Carrey do that on that talk show, like Jimmy Kimmel or something, I had no idea what he was talking about. It was a few years ago, and I That's what made me start like diving into that shit. And that's a rabbit hole, man, that you never climb out of.
Yeah, it is. It's really quite something. It's really quite something. But you know what I was saying is there's so many people want to. So many people are immersed into this idea. I mean, look at how long have they been getting people's psyche built up for the idea of different creatures on other balls out in the void that could be a threat or could be a friend or could have technology that we don't have, or even maybe more.
Wonder, like, when are they going to introduce them to us, right? Like,
right. And then you got, and so what it is, I can remember as a child myself growing up, or being a small child, and remembering the Apollo missions, and thinking to myself, man, it won't be long now, baby. That's cool. I can't wait till we go to space, man. And I'd watch Star Trek and think, that's going to be cool. They'll be able to do that, man. Because everything they made really careful on the Star Trek, and especially the next generation, that everything that they have on there is theoretically possible. And if you look at it, you watch on even the next generation. You remember on the next, you remember on the next generation where they would come up some just one random ensign or something like that would walk up to Captain Picard and hand him a tablet, and he would do something to it and hand it back, and what do? We got those, so everything was theoretically possible. So that takes away that, oh no, there's not going to be any Star Trek. There's not going to be any fucking Martians. Oh shit, and it's hard for people to divorce away from the helio nonsensical model and the idea of the soul lure system. They don't. It's hard to divorce yourself away from that when you clear your slate and start from Jump Street and go, okay, what do we got? And you just forget all that other fucking nonsense and start to learn it for what do we have, and you ask the most basic questions as a child would, or as anyone in ignorance of something would do. And of course, ignorance doesn't mean stupidity. It means you just don't know. So a lot of times people ask the question, well, where does the sun go? I see the light in the sky. What causes day and night? Those things you explain, and you go into the other rudimentary things. You really have to go through a lot of hoops and introduce it at a very young age to get people to believe. It was 111 here. Thank you, Renee. She said 11:11. It's 111 here.
It's 111 on 111.
Oh, no shit. No shit. 111 on 111. That's magical, man. That's okay, crazy. So everything. All right. I got to tell y'all something. This is the deal right here. I've been going to do it and thinking about it and talking about it and going, okay, here's what I got to do. I want to do. And I was sitting there thinking, I want to eat some mushrooms, but then, you get that apprehension. You go, oh yeah. And then you look and it's too late. And you go, I don't want to be up till, daylight and that kind of shit. And I got some DMT and I was thinking, I've been thinking for a while, well, I should take a little DMT trip. And then last night on that podcast or on that panel, and after that, dude, that was the push I needed over. So I think I'm going to indulge in that. I think I'm going to do it. I'm not going to do it tonight right here on the thing. No. No. I'll probably do it tomorrow. I'm probably going to go ahead and do it tomorrow.
Well, we want a full trip report.
We want a full trip
report.
Report.
Yes, I'm thinking about videoing. I'm thinking about videoing it and then checking it out, and then I'll upload it and see,
Depending on if you're, still got your clothes on at the end of it.
Yeah. You don't know whatever might happen. I might get raped by aliens or something. You never know. But but so yeah, I definitely look at Renee. Renee, you're a bad influence on me. No. So yeah, it's been pushing me, and I'm gonna go ahead and do it. I was like, in fact, I was almost tempted. I was so tempted today. I got my vape out and I got it fully charged so that I've got a good hot coil in there, and I don't know, maybe one drag. I won't go all the way, but I can trip for a little bit. But no, I better be cool. I'm good. What is it?
Sorry.
Have you done it before, Sovereign?
Yeah.
I've never done DMT. I've never done it. I've never tried it.
Yeah, the first time it was really it was fucking crazy, man. I mean, what I remember, parts of it fade away like a dream, but I had my stereo playing, and the only lights I had on in my front room was red and blue light, and because that's relaxing to me. I have a mix that kind of makes it a purple glow. I've got that kind of in here. You can see it coming off my face. And I was listening to Sultan and Shepherd. I don't know if you've ever heard them before. Look them up on YouTube. It's pretty good electronic music. Anyway, that was playing. I took a couple drags off this thing. I hit that third one, and man, it was like all of a sudden it was that wow, 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 and then it was just like woof, gone. Like I fucking stargated out, man. History. It wasn't even here. And that was some crazy shit happened with that, man. All
They say that's what happens when you die. That DMT is released in your brain when you die.
Well, there's like all the most vibrant fucking colors in the world, and then after a little bit I could like open my eyes. I opened my eyes, and then it's like I was listening to this music, and everything, it was kind of like, how the animation on Beavis and Butthead is? Everything was kind of like
zombie
that.
Animation,
kind of moving.
Peyote trip.
Yeah, it was kind of going like that. Like everything was kind of going like that. And then I was like really getting into the music, and it was like I could see the music in the room, and I was taking the music, and I'd like closed my eyes, and I started grabbing the music, and I was like weaving cathedrals and all kinds of architecture out of the fucking music. And it was then the architecture, after I would build it, it would like come alive with light and start changing and shit. It was fucking crazy shit, man. I loved it, man. It was a blast. But that was my first time. So yeah, I've had a few experiences that
Well, I think in the education system, the one thing that they try to suppress more than anything at all is our imagination. There's two things they want: our imagination.
Oh yeah, they kill your imagination. Yeah,
because our imagination is what helps us to be very creative, and our emotions are what teach us, hey, that's dangerous, this isn't, this is safe, that's unsafe. So they don't want you to have any emotions, and they don't want you to have an imagination.
No, they kill your right hemisphere of your brain pretty much in school, with this left brain linear format of everything. They put you in a grid pattern, in alphabetical order, focus on Pavlovian responses to things. You have to shit, you raise your hand. You want to ask a question, you hear a bell, you got to go do this. You hear this other bell, it means you got to do this other fucking thing. And it's just a mess, man. I couldn't stand it. I was like, what the fuck are you trying to train me to do, man? I know how to go to some room to eat. I know how to find the playground. Why do I have to follow this other retard to go there, man?
Get in a line, no cutting.
Man, it's like, why the fuck are you people trapping me in this goddamn building with these fucking stupid people? What the hell?
Oh, I hated school.
I'll tell you something that was funny. My little brother, how an upright piano has those, like support bars in the back of it that are made of big wood dowels. Yeah. Somehow my little brother got his arm stuck, the elbow and shit, with his arm bent down in that fucking hole, or down in that between the dowel and the rest of the piano. So they had everybody down there like it was a big fucking emergency because they couldn't get his arm out of the fucking piano. And these are adults. There's the principal down there. There's a couple of teachers and the janitor. And pretty soon one of them comes down to my classroom to get me out of class. And I'm like, what do you need? And they said, your brother's stuck in a piano down here. And I'm thinking to myself, what in the fuck do you want me to do about that? So I went down there and I looked at what was going on, and I saw all these adults standing around looking at the fucking situation and, halfway panicking. And I said, why don't you just put some soap on his arm and slip it out of there? And they were like, "Oh my god, yeah, that's a great idea. Let's try that." Whoop, it come right out, and I was like, "Oh my god!" I'm like, I'm 10.
It's like I have inscribed an apostrophe.
I think you mean an epiphany.
Lightning has just struck my brain.
Oh, that must have been.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, holy shit. I'm like, are you kidding me? Out of all you motherfuckers, I come up with that?
You're officially a firefighter.
You know, I was like, my God, this is it. I was get me the fuck out of here, man.
You have the
See,
type
don't
of
forget.
thinking that allows you to solve problems. You don't see the problem, you solve the problem. When you look at it, it just comes to mind. You follow that. I can do the same thing. We call those type of people with
It's
common
not that you
sense.
solved it on the spot. It's that you always knew it, right? And you
Right,
just really,
exactly. You just know it and you say it when it's needed. You just know it. You're right. I mean, I thoroughly believe that because I've been doing that.
it's what he
all
was
my
talking
life.
about, the Akashic records.
Yeah.
I think that it
I call
connects
that
your mind
following your
more to the all to the
following your
you know,
heart.
what you got.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I'm more convinced that I'm gonna I gotta get that little vape out. We're gonna be good.
But yeah, I tell
Hey,
you,
hey,
Oh,
Saw.
I would have left out of there at 10 years old. I could not stand that fucking place, man. I hated the kids in the classroom. It's like, okay, so I'll give you hang on to your thought for a second, Sarah. This is the thing that used to get me, right? So I learned how to read before I even went to school, but you know, you still have to do the reading part of it. And we had those damn Dick and Jane books. And I'd be sitting in there and they make you sit in a circle and each kid take a turn and read a page, right? Well, shit, I'd sit there and I'd already read it ahead. I was done with it. It took me like all of a minute, right? So I already know what the fucking thing. Okay, yeah, silly Sally, right on, cool. That's good. It's a great story. But anyway, they get there and here's this kid and they'd all do it and say, see, Dick. Run, and I'd always break in. I go, you stupid motherfucker! You just said it like 2 times before. Why are you counting it out again? I'm like, get me the fuck out of this nut house! What are you people doing to me?
Right, dude. Look, I can relate to that 100%, Sovereign. I remember having the exact same thoughts. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people?
Oh my God, I know.
And
I'm like, these are
my
adults.
dad
They're
convinced me
running the
that it was
school
because I had Tourette's. You know,
I mean, I can remember going, holy fuck, look at the retards that run this school, right? And then it got worse because I come out here into the world and I'm like, oh my God, look at the retards that run the world. I mean, it's the same fucking thing. That was just a microcosm of the whole thing, man.
We as children are so incredibly intelligent. The children are more intelligent than the adults because they're like sponges. You give them something, they can absorb it. And I say this with 100% proof.
Oh yeah.
Okay, well, I told Sarah to hold her thought. I told Sarah to hold her thought, and I can't let her hold it too much longer.
Go ahead.
What was it, Sarah?
What's the difference between a light bulb and a pregnant woman?
You can unscrew a light bulb.
Oh!
Oh, I got one for you, Sovereign.
All right.
How many potheads does it take to screw in a light bulb?
No,
all of them. One to hold the light bulb. And it takes all of them. One to hold the light bulb, and the rest to lay on the floor and watch the room spin.
Oh God.
Shaba.
Please, ever you get smacked in the back of the head. Ah. No shit.
In all seriousness, I love the outlook here. We can all share our opinion on something. It doesn't have to be one way or the other. It's our perception, your own personal, perception, sharing it with each other. And like Dreamy said, children see the most basic
understanding and working of something. It's the most simplest thing when it
Occam's
clicks
razor.
to a child.
It's Occam's razor.
It
So
is. It
simple.
is. And that's
Now we
that's
can
what I
lead out
say
with a
about that
kumbaya.
other. It's like with the globe. I mean, if you have to jump through that many fucking hoops to make yourself believe such a ridiculous thing, it's not true. I mean, there's those two fundamental things when the atmosphere without, and of course, I use the term atmosphere because that's what we call the air system that we have in our terrarium like world. Okay.
Yes, that's the way I think of the world, a terrarium.
All right, let's call it an atmos plane. How about that? Why don't we do that? We'll call it an atmos plane. And then people can be happy. Then people can be happy about it. So you can't have a pressurized gas system next to a zero pressure system without containment. And we proved that with the
maybe
experiment
we're just
of the
a
box.
bubble in a like a large pool of water, and there's a lot of other bubbles out there.
The Bible says that he separated. Now, I'm not using the Bible as any kind of proof of anything, but I'm saying that it corresponds with what exactly you're saying, is that God separated the waters above from the waters below.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
from a biblical standpoint, what would be up in the sky above the firmament would stand to reason to be water. I mean, according to that. Now, when I look at various celestial objects through magnification, many of them seem to be emitting cymatic patterns, like one would see in water.
Let me blow some people's minds on that one, because now you're touching on something. You're familiar with that, right?
With what?
It's what the mantis shrimp does. He clacks his mandibles together. Sonoluminescence. They've proved that they can create star using frequencies, right? And what they do is they hit a water molecule with a frequency, and it causes the molecules to collapse on themselves so violently that they implode, and it creates like a vortex. And out of this vortex comes a point of light that burns hotter than our sun underwater. So there you go.
Well,
there's your star.
The thing I think about the stars too is I'm starting to come to the idea that they're not objects. I'm starting to think that they may actually be sentient entities.
Yeah,
I am. I'm starting to come to that realization that those are actually, the idea that there's some kind of a ball of burning gas or some other shit like that, because they're all different. They all look different when you pull up on them close. In fact, if they were so far fucking away and shit, you wouldn't be able to zoom in on them at all. Really.
And they all resonate on separate frequencies.
Yes, they do. And from there's where you get your whole concept of astrology from, is the idea that the influence of these stars over a person or over an area or over someone's entire life, depending on when they're born, that kind of thing. I think there's a lot more validity to it than I ever gave it credit for in the past.
So you think there's a real good reason behind why they call famous people stars?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Superstar, Hollywood star.
Yeah. They got those Walk of Fame and all that shit there in Hollywood. I've been there. I've seen this shit. The Apollo 11 astronauts. The Apollo 11 astronauts have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have it for what? And it's for TV acting.
It makes me wonder when they talk about like when
look,
I don't know if you guys heard about like when George Bush used to talk about the 1,000 lights.
Mm-hmm. 1,000 points of light. Those are, I believe, that's a reference to the ritual room that's at the Mothers of Darkness Castle in the Ardennes Forest in
So have you ever seen inside Oh, sorry.
So what I was going to say about those
The
stars on the stars on the sidewalk, right? They don't give those to movie stars. You have to buy those. They have to pay for
Really?
that. Yeah.
That I didn't know.
Donald
Have
Trump.
you ever seen the inside of the Washington Monument,
Yeah.
Sovereign?
Yeah.
Have you seen the Greek pantheon that they have and George Washington sitting right up front?
Mhm.
You know, right there with Apollo and
I live
Zeus.
I live about an hour and a half away from DC. And in fact, when I just took Ryan not Ryan, my other son Corey,
we're coming down to see it.
I took the wrong turn at Albuquerque and ended up on all these one-way streets right through DC, going right around all that whole little fucking pentagram, making those stupid goddamn turns. I hate that city. I do. And I'm like, oh, there's the Lincoln Memorial. Isn't that cool? Oh, there's the Washington Monument. That's cool. There's that Capitol building. I hate that fucking thing too. And I was just like angry until I got the fuck out of there. I mean, the vibe in that city is awful. The vibe that hits me when I go into DC, I cannot stand it. I mean, I can hardly stand going to Northern Virginia. As far as I'm concerned, they ought to give that shit to fucking Maryland. You know what I'm saying? It's just like all that shit from DC is permeated out to Alexandria, all the way down to Fredericksburg. Did you guys happen to see Long Island Audits where he's getting sued by this guy and shit who's a fucking wackadoodle?
Yep.
That dude lives in Fredericksburg. That dude that's the wackadoodle lives in Fredericksburg. And it's like, yeah, you guys can have that, man. It's like Maryland infected us or some shit. I don't know what happened.
Do you guys remember back, come take you back a few years to whenever they were all discussing Jade Helm 15 in Texas?
Yeah.
To do that there.
Yeah.
One of the things that I put together and that I noticed through all of this since that time, because they said they were going to do these exercises and training out on the streets, right? And I see different groups. Now, I don't know who they're associated with or anything of that nature, but I've seen these different movements. So let's call them movements because that's a better word for everyone to comprehend better. And so I think that's when it started. When, we ended up with a bunch of auditors on the street. We ended up with a bunch of different protests for different reasons and all those people on the streets. And we watched things kind of just unfold from that time on our streets.
Mm-hmm. But don't you think that was planned chaos?
Yes,
I do.
Yes,
I think it was definitely planned chaos.
Absolutely. I believe that. That's why when everyone was talking about, okay, we had the Patriots and the Antifa, and everybody was talking about that. So I said, hey, I'm just taking everybody's word for this garbage, right? So I started going around to the different groups and watching their stuff, just non-biasedly, not to take a side, but just to watch it. And the basic, everybody wanted the same thing. However, some were there to cause what you call chaos in the groups every time.
Well, yeah, they caught those police. They were actually police officers dressed as protesters, busting out the windows in I think it was an AutoZone or some shit like that. That was one of the first ones. That was one of the first ones I saw. And it's not much different than the bullshit that, you go all the way back to. It was actually the brown shirts that burnt the Reichstag in Berlin and blamed it on a communist. The guy they found was like a half retarded dude, and they pinned it on that guy and said it was the communists, and that generated a hell of a lot more negative thoughts against communists, and thereby strengthening the Nationalist Socialist Party. See, so
yeah, and
I mean, they just use people. That's what they do, man.
Well, in Portland, there was video, and it got taken down, but it showed police officers smiling at Antifa as they were letting them into where the Patriots were supposed to be, and they're supposed to keep them separate, right?
Good night, /I.
moved
Good night,
the
/I 58. It was great having you up here. I wish you could have come up and talked with us, man. Peace out, babe. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Good night. Thank you for the birthday wish.
Ray X was an FBI agent.
But in that video, they moved the barrier and let the Antifa in, and you could see the smirks on the faces of Antifa. They got their hoodies up, but they turned to the cops, and cops would just kind of like nod their heads, smirk at them. I mean, you have to watch human behavior. Without someone realizing, they will give out these little actions that show that they know that person or are familiar with that person. And so there was fist bumps between Antifa and the police and things like that. They knew each other. It's later and since that time come out that a lot of them knew each other and that they were there for that purpose. And then they just recruited all the rest to get the crowd, to get the numbers. But I keep going back to Jadehound 15 when they said that they were going to start all these exercises out on our streets and do some of their little warfare crap. I just wondered if any of y'all thought about that too.
And putting their little chess pieces.
Oh, I definitely believe that. Yeah, they're using military tactics within police doing that.
Constructed chaos.
Who are you laughing at, Jeeves?
Oh my God.
What are you laughing at?
I'm laughing at you. I didn't even see you pin the comment. I was reading it though.
Yeah. Dude, said the Washington Monument doesn't look a bit like George Washington. And I was like, yeah, I know. I saw a World War II monument. It doesn't look a bit like a war, you know? Jesus Christ.
Like I was telling him, every picture you've ever seen of George Washington is some painting from some artist. So how do you know what I really looked like in the first place? Like you could, we don't even know. And on top of that, he wearing a fucking wig. I mean,
right. Walking around with whale.
Remember Captain Hook when he took his wig off?
No, I've been to
oh man.
I've been to Mount Vernon before, and you can tour the place, and it's all right. It's not as impressive as you would expect for somebody in such prominence, but hey, I think I was more impressed not because it's a grand house or a huge house or anything else like that, although it does have rather expansive property and land, which is what is actually considered to be wealth. So Mount Vernon has that, but also Monticello. Monticello, Thomas Jefferson's home, is what a fascinating character. Now that's assuming Indy actually existed, but I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt. And you look and the things he was interested in. I mean, it's a lot like how I am. I have such a wide range of interests that you go through his house, and he was interested in mechanics. He was interested in the sciences, in paleontology, into archaeology. He was like really quite a well-studied man. And of course, he was the one who made it possible for University of Virginia, right there in Charlottesville. So yeah, he was quite a guy. Those things that like you could get, it kind of looks like a I don't know, like you put it down and you write on one side and it makes a copy over here on the other side as you're doing it. Whatever you draw, it'll make the same thing. He invented that, man. And it was because he would write these letters to James Madison, and then he and Madison would, they would always debate like through letters. And so it was sort of like screenshots. So he couldn't go back and delete his comments, saying, you never said that. And he said, yes, I did. I have it right here, or, whatever. So he didn't have any recourse, and he had a copy of all of his letters that he wrote by doing that. So that was pretty good. And also there's a little bit of history too. So that's kind of cool that he could leave those documents for us in case the other guy didn't have the foresight to do it for posterity, kind of cool. What in the world is going on? Who's triggered? What? Oh, look at abort, retry, fail. Abort, retry, fail.
I think what you're seeing is that somebody is claiming to have meant something as a joke, but actually got disturbed that people laughed at it. I thought that, wait, that's what killing you means.
Oh my goodness. Intruder alert, intruder alert. Was
Hey, it's the Swedish chef.
Oh my good God, derp. Yep. And that's all.
Cool.
Oh, Zorzos. Now come on. Put a little cream on it. It'll be okay. Good God, really?
Carmen
You
gets
got
$1
a
million.
boo-boo. Did you get a boo-boo? You poor little motherfucker. Did you get a boo-boo? Come on, man. Toughen up, cream puff.
Pop the corn and chicken in the microwave.
Scare beer, ski, scare beer, ski, scare beer, ski, deer.
Popcorn in the chicken, popcorn in the microwave.
Listen, that entire show corrupted an entire generation, man. Think about it, man. They got fucking frogs, fucking pigs, and all kinds of crazy shit happening on that show, man.
Yeah, well, watch TV today. Just look at any reality show on TV right now. You're going to see basically frogs, fucking pigs. I mean, it's going on right before our eyes.
Zerers, we did get it. We understand that, yes, it's a monument, but it doesn't look like George
Who
Washington.
are you calling a homonym?
A homonym? You're a homonym phobo and fomonid. Parallax.
Homonym photon.
Gravity. Gravitons. Gravity. Parallax. Refraction. I gotta get high. Gravity. Gravity. Does not compute. Does not compute. Abort. Retry. Fail. Burp. Burp. Jesus Christ. You'll be all right, Zerzu.
Did you catch that podcast thingy that was on Iron Horse's channel?
No, I didn't. When was this?
Oh, you have to go watch it. It was really good. Some other doofus that believes in the globe was on there debating him. It was actually pretty good. It's posted on his channel. But you have to go watch it, because I mean, the one guy, he just couldn't come up with any kind of a reasonable explanation for his global.
Really?
And resorted to, some really childish things, but it goes to show you, I think, just how badly and how deeply people are brainwashed, so much so that they can't even turn loose when it's obvious to them. So they will put people down, and they will, try to lead us, away from that.
And I don't understand that. Like, why? Like, who?
Because if
you can have your beliefs, I can have my beliefs, or I can just not give a fuck either way. You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, that's the thing, is that's what I was saying earlier. I can't understand. Yeah, I don't understand. What I don't get is those people, like you're saying, they get fucking jacked out of goddamn shape about it, man. And it just, I don't get it. Like I was saying, like that guy, that Shaky James or Twitchy Timmy or whatever the fuck his name is on Facebook. This dude, I mean, he's like, okay, you don't agree with what I say. That's cool. I don't fucking care. But to sit there and try to get a hold of me on a personal basis,
right,
based on something I put out in a public forum, and then harass other people that I know over the shit, and then go to the point where you're going to go on Facebook and make fucking posts about me and shit in forums that don't have anything to do with anything like that. I mean,
and these
what
are probably
in the fuck?
People that can't stand chili, but they're doing the kind of shit that he does. Like that's
exactly,
the kind of shit
exactly, and reporting people's channels.
and he's
you
not
know,
the
like,
only one. Just to be fair, there are others.
I know. Oh, there's a bunch of them. And look, that's one of the things that's going on. That's what you're seeing, is because I built my channel off of making fun of chili. Yes, I did, because he was great content, and it was fun. It's funny. But I also use it so I can slowly introduce shit that I want to talk about, so that I can steer because chili is like, how much All My Balls can we watch? We've stated that before. Yeah. It's like, okay, he's doing the same dumb shit again. Who gives a fuck? Right. Until somebody offs him, I could give a fuck, And so what's happening is I still got these people that are, and from that chili hater crowd came over. And in that chili hater crowd are a lot of hoster sniffers and bootlickers.
Hoster sniffers? I haven't heard that one yet.
Right? Oh, so you get that crowd right there, and then they hear some of the stuff we're saying. And because of the fact that, like, we've already determined that Chili's just a parrot. He just says shit that he heard that was popular, right? And sometimes the stuff that he says, even though it didn't come out of his mind, is on point. For instance, a crime is when there's loss, injury, or harm committed. That's a truism. That's a truism. It doesn't matter who says it. It doesn't matter if Charles Manson fucking says it. Right. It's a truism, okay? But people want to say, oh, you sound like Chili because Chili says that. And it's like, oh, there's the kind of.
Yeah, but who did he get it from? Because he copies everything he puts on his channel from somebody else.
But the point of the matter
to be the originator and the real game changer and all that shit.
Because he says something true, that makes it. Oh, if I say that same truism, which I was saying long before fucking Chili de Castro came along, okay, then it's, oh, you're being like Chili by saying that. Well, that kind of thinking is the same type of brain that says crows are black birds, therefore all black birds are crows.
Right.
And it's like, no.
And it shows a lot about people and how many stupid people are actually out there just displaying stupid behavior. Good Lord.
I'm gonna step down. I'm gonna step down in chat, Sovereign. I'll see you.
What's going on down here with Zerzus? What are they going on about in there?
Hey, Sav, I'll see you. I'm gonna.
All right. Well, Austin, thanks for coming on, man.
No, I'm gonna be in chat,
bro.
Be in chat. I'll be in chat.
All right. I'll see you down there.
All right, brother.
Hey, Zerzus, this is your opportunity. I've invited you in the comments and in rebuttal to, if you want to come on up and dazzle us with your brilliance regarding flat Earth versus globe.
Who is Irons and Auditors? Oh, Irons and Auditor. I got it. Okay, stop using voice tips, man. That's not working.
Yeah, right. This is your opportunity, man. You can come up. The link is up pinned in the top of the comments section right now in the chat.
And I'm not breaking nobody's balls. I'm just making jokes.
Yeah, I am too. And it's like, hey, we'll just discuss it. So this is your opportunity. What was it? What is it that he's wanting people to see in the Ironton Auditors live chat available? Anyone is welcome to go back and check what I said. What you said about what?
Yeah, something about he lied about something. Sovereign Soul.
Oh, I see.
And I could care less. Honestly.
I don't have any idea what he said about anything. I didn't even know the dude really had a channel. And I went over, I think one time, and I saw a video, and I watched like the first half a minute of it, and I was like,
is he one of those channels that just talks about other people's channels all the time?
All the time? Yeah, I think pretty much
content off the real.
Yeah, pretty much, and it's like it uses an animated avatar and like a mechanical robot voice, like a speech to text or a text to speech voice thing,
Yeah, I've seen a
And
few
I
of
could
those.
only, yeah, I could at first I could only handle about a minute of it. I mean, I've got a problem if you're not willing to go and be who you are, you know, when you've got your information, then what the fuck, man? That's cowardly. You know, stand in
Tobin,
your
can I
truth.
say something real quick, man? And this is just from
Yeah.
the bottom of my heart. It sounds like, I mean, from what I've seen, because I did check out his channel yesterday or the day before, and he seems like a really talented guy that could do a lot of stuff that I don't know how to do as far as, the stuff, creating content. He could really be putting some good content out there. But wasting it on other people's content, that's not exactly your content. You're just a reactor. Like there's a lot of people doing reactions and they're getting a lot of clout for that. So maybe that's what we should be doing, is just reacting to other people.
Well, you know, it's no, because hence the name of the channel. I want to unchain people's minds from that stupid shit, from that bread and circus. And it stems right down to this. Intelligent people talk about things, ideas, concepts, philosophies. Non-intelligent people talk about other people. You can usually gauge the level of intellect that's going on with somebody merely by looking at the literature in their home. At least it used to be when people had literature in their home. If I went into somebody's house and I saw people and us and maybe even a National Enquirer, I knew exactly right there where what kind of level I was dealing with. Whereas opposed to seeing National Enquirer, perhaps Life magazine, those kinds of things, you know. Yeah, is this a person who, you know, I mean, it was easy to tell. It was easy to tell. And consequently, that's what it is that there's a lot of people, unfortunately, that's where they live, is in that paradigm of, I need to find someone who's worse than me so I don't feel as bad for myself. You know? It's kind of like we were like I was saying last night on my show, is that with the alcoholic that goes to the seedier and seedier bar, you know, find a lower class of friends because then you get to be the star.
Right.
Yeah, I got
like
friends in low places.
It's like the that movie Hall Pass, where he points out the halfway pretty chick who's like an 8, but she looks like a 10 when she surrounds herself with, what did he call them? Stewed fish. I don't know why I thought that shit was funny though. And he's like, yeah, look, hot, not.
Yeah. No, Zerzus, you didn't take over the show, but thanks for giving us a little bit of a topic because it's interesting. I agree with Jeebus. I think you could put your talents to much better use. But I understand your audience base. I've looked in your comment section. I see who your audience base is, and it doesn't surprise me. So you have to go with what your audience is about. I'm making my channel about an audience that I want to build. I want people that can come here and think. I want people that
you're building an audience. You're not letting the audience build the channel.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
The thing is each one of us has a little bit of experience and knowledge that the other person doesn't have. These things allow us to share and give us maybe broaden our horizons, not make it smaller, but to make it larger.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, honestly, that's why I'm here, Dreamy. I'm not really a flat earther or a glober either way. I mean,
I don't care
my
either way.
thing is, we're all stuck here. We're not leaving. Nobody ever has. I don't care what they tell you on TV. And you know what I'm saying? But just, you know, the proof and the stuff that he presents, it's very interesting. And I like to, I like to learn something, whether I base my beliefs off of it or not. I'm learning some really cool stuff. And there's little lights going off in my head. I like it.
I don't care either way at the end of the day when I go to sleep. And by that, I mean, I believe it's flat. I always had, well, at least a plane with bumps and humps and whatnot and valleys and all that.
Right.
But I just cannot wrap my brain around a round globe when they were afraid that the ships were going to go off the edge. What the hell is it going to do on a ball?
Well, they never thought they were going to go over an edge. Dreamy. Nobody ever thought they were going to go over a fucking edge. They never thought that at all.
In her defense, when you're in grade school and they teach you about Christopher Columbus, when they don't teach you about the Amerigo Vespucci guy, they teach you about Christopher Columbus and how, you know, this queen, I guess they thought that the earth was flat, and he proved it wrong because he sailed off and then it ended up back in the same place or some shit like that. I don't know how the story goes. It's bullshit. I know that.
Well, I just know that was something that was taught in our school. That's why that's when, you know, I guess some man came along and figured out it was a globe.
No, what it was, you want to know what the biggest fear was?
About the Christopher Columbus time frame.
You want to know what the biggest fear was? Was it getting lost? Okay, because they knew that when you get to certain areas of the South, the compass fucks up. When you get around further enough south, the compass starts fucking up. You don't get accurate readings. It's too far away from magnetic north. I've got maps that show Antarctica with plants, animals, cities. I think that ice is rather new. It's not been a big ice place for a long time. I think that it has something to do with events that took place. Well, there again, right into that early 1800s, all the way up to the early 1900s. There's some real funky shit going on. Evidence of catastrophic events.
Right.
Obvious evidence of some kind of a repopulation effort for some reason. These orphan train things, the incubator babies, the world fairs, all this shit, it points to something else. And, you know, some of the stories in there, like some of these grand structures of the past, and that they say always built around the 1840s. They always say that. And there's this one guy, it was like by the time he was 30, he was responsible for these 5 architectural masterpieces. And I'm like, no, the fuck he was. That's bullshit. That's a bullshit story. You know, I mean, you start breaking these things down and it's like, wait a minute, man, you're giving us some bullshit. Nobody questions it because there again, that perception deception. Well, I was told it in school and it's in this official book, so therefore it must be the truth. You know, and it cracks me up so bad to realize how badly brainwashed we were, or they tried to make us. They got a lot of them. They didn't get me. But how badly brainwashed everyone was and still is in our education system. And, you know, I'm a Cold War kid. You know, when I was in the military, it was during the Cold War, and the Russians, oh, those evil motherfuckers, you know what those communist bastards do? They brainwash their kids. They only get government news, and they brainwash their kids through the school and indoctrinate them to be communists and this, that, and the other. And here I'm sitting back going, we do the fucking same thing, man. We do the exact same thing.
Exactly.
You know, so it was like there I was saying
socialism.
Yep.
You know? A community, communion, communism. It's all the same word. And then the other prefix that the government and these corporations like is the word con. You know, that prefix CON. They're conning us constantly.
What is this? Hold on. Am I to understand that Zerzus is not going to come up? Zerzus is not going to come up. I offer, and we're going to be nice. I'm not going to beat you up or anything. What's the deal, man? He says, let's see.
I think the thing is he pre-records his videos, Sovereign, and he's got the fake voice and the fake face and all. And he doesn't, I mean, he's, you know, dox me, almighty doxers.
Oh, who gives a fuck? If you really think you're hiding your identity, you're full of shit, man. If you really think that, because they got filters that they can look at your shit, it takes the cartoon away. I bet you didn't know about that. Yeah. But anyway, you don't have to turn on your camera. Just come up with your voice. And if you have to fake your robot voice, just go, I am Zerzos. Does not compute. Or how do you do it, Jeebus? Bring it on. Bring it on. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, coward. Yeah, I would say coward, because if you're that afraid that someone will know what you look like, you're afraid that someone's going to know it, your voice, or have your voice print. They've already got it, bro. But if you're worried about some nutcases out here, you're a cream puff, bro. I don't care. I'm a mouthy motherfucker. I'll tell you right where I live. I don't care. If you feel froggy, jump. That's the way I look at it. Just know it'll probably be the last mistake anybody ever made.
We've been out there since day one. Like, people know who we are, where we're from, what we're all about. I mean, it is what it is. I mean,
no, I can't see that hiding behind a fucking cartoon avatar. Besides that, man, I'm 57 years old. I'm too old to be sitting there watching a motherfucking cartoon. You know, unless it's like Rick and Morty or some shit that's actually funny. I'm out, man. You know, come on, make it engaging. Make it engaging. Make it exciting. Show some passion. Show some emotion. Smoke a bowl. What the fuck? Do something, man. You know, at least the fuck I'm animated. You might not agree with what I like, what I say, but I'm at least motherfucking entertaining. You know, I like to.
There's this little guy I played poker with in the joint, and he got real pissed off one day, and he just threw his cards down and stood up, and he had back problems, so he leans back and his arms stick way out because he's got to balance himself. And I was like, man, why you get so pissed off, dude? You're the one that bet. I just called. He said to me, and I'll carry this with me forever. He said, I don't get mad. I get animated. God, I love the dude. Man.
Yeah. I'm passionate about this shit, man. Well, that's the way I look at it too. But also at the same time, these motherfuckers, like, I think that Zerzos truly is just indoctrinated. He's not, he's only a willing participant through indoctrination. The ones that I fucking can't stand are these ones that know. These ones that know and then go out of their way to deceive.
Be on the winning team. Yeah.
Yeah, they go out there and they willingly deceive people into, you know, and they know better. They know what they're doing. And that to me is like, I can't fault a school teacher, okay? Because a school teacher doesn't know any better because they learned that shit the same way, right? But when you got people that, you know, they know that this motherfucker is not a globe, and they go out of their way to deceive people to make them think that it is, that's evil. That's evil. That's tyranny over the minds of men, and that's my enemy, man. That shit's got to go.
Well, water runs downhill, right? So if these people want to believe that the earth is a globe, when you start adding the archway, you know, over like a whole entire continent, let's take Africa, that's pretty big. Well, then there would be a big bulge somewhere in it, part up close to the equator, the rest, and everything would run downhill, right?
Right. Well, it's water. Water always seeks the lowest point and remains level,
right,
undisturbed.
I mean, there's clues in their own words, such as sea level.
Well, exactly. There you go. That's the thing. They want to say, well, sea level only refers to the barometric pressure. Yeah, motherfucker, they measured sea level before using a barometer and used it as a gauge, man. So sea level from where? You know, how do you have level on a fucking ball?
Well, like whenever they build the reservoirs, so we'll take Lake Mead. It's a huge reservoir, right?
Right.
Well, the level ground is where it's going to hit land at every single point all the way around it, and it's level from one side to the other, from one end to the other.
This is
Right?
a good one here too. Yeah, I mean, look, it has to be. It has to be, man. Jeebus Crisp, you know, you build pools, right? What happens when you make the floor of a pool unlevel? One end's
Hold
deeper
on.
than the other.
I've got a kitten terrorizing me. Ask me the question again.
I said, you build swimming pools. What happens when you make one end of the swimming pool off, not level, and the other end, you know, like on an angle, right? The whole thing, the bottom's on an angle. You end up with a deep end and a shallow end, right?
Yeah,
It doesn't.
I mean,
it doesn't go with the fucking pool, and the water stays slanted.
Right.
Right.
It doesn't bubble up in the middle.
Right. That never doesn't happen.
I mean, some of the things are just as plain as the nose on our face, but people have been just brainwashed to the point they can't even believe what they see.
Oh, I know it. It's sickening to a point, but yeah, I think I'm going to cut her down here. We've been going 4 hours. This is enough. I'm going to get off and wait, here's Zerzooks. Hold on, we got him. What's happening, Chief? All right. Test your audio out. Let's hear you.
How are you doing?
We're doing pretty good.
That's his real voice.
You really
That is
sound
my
like
real
that.
voice. Yes, it is my real voice.
Mind blown, dude.
Let me cut this out because I have it doubling up.
Yeah. You're not related to Stephen Hawking, are you?
No.
Okay. Just check. It was kind of similar.
Now I have a question.
Okay.
How are permanent words in the chat cowardly?
What are you talking about?
The permanent words that are printed in the chat that don't remove. How are they cowardly if they're permanent?
Who are you directing that at?
Just about anybody.
Oh yeah, I heard somebody was saying something about him. He was a coward or something. I didn't really pay attention.
I mean, I'm putting permanent words into the chat.
Yeah,
they're still readable.
Yeah, well, I guess I don't know, man. It was just I thought if you it'd be a lot easier if you've got to get a point across at any time. I mean, you had some I don't know, you really tried to go out of your way to misrepresent things that I said in your video.
No, I didn't. I mean, I might have maybe. Okay, I did change your experiment because it does not need extra pressure chambers. If you have a sealed box that you can keep at a specific pressure chamber, or at a specific pressure, and then you can change the outside chamber and that box stay the same pressure, that is a pressure chamber.
Yeah, okay. So what's your point? What's your point? If you open the box, it's going to equalize, right?
Right.
Why?
Because of artificial pressure.
Well, no.
Why
was the pressure remain in the box and then the pressure equalized? What's the difference? What caused it to equalize?
Because it's artificial pressure.
Because we removed the containment.
Wait, for us dummies out here, how do you simulate pressure? How is there such thing as artificial pressure?
Well, because you're saying that the pressure of the atmosphere. Hold on.
Explain that for us non-science guys.
Will do. And I'm not a science guy either. I am a caregiver.
Clearly.
So.
Go ahead.
What was I trying to explain again? I got lost there for a second.
Artificial pressure.
Artificial pressure.
It's like saying artificial fire, artificial water, artificial air.
That's easy to explain. That's easy on both flat and round Earth. On the flat Earth, you have a firmament, and there's a gradient of air that goes from low up high to high pressure down low. That's a natural pressure.
Yeah.
That's caused by whatever you guys want to call it, caused by gravity. Whatever you guys want to call it.
Well,
okay.
It's caused by something pulling it down naturally to the earth.
Is that a scientific term, whatever you want to call it?
Did I just say I was scientific? No, I didn't.
I don't know. You're saying whatever you want to call it.
I actually said I was a caregiver. Whatever you want to call it. That's what you want to call it.
It just doesn't. I know that just doesn't sound very scientific That just doesn't sound
Just
very
saying,
scientific.
take from it
to me.
what
Well,
you
you keep
will. He doesn't
telling me
claim to
that
be a
scientific.
Whatever you want to call it, whatever you
Whenever
want
you're
to call
done,
it.
I'll
You
finish.
can call it bread, you can call it butter, you can call it whatever you want to call it. Got you. Okay. This is very scientific stuff right here. Educate me.
It's like a fat ass.
You're,
Yeah, no, this is very riveting knowledge.
Hey, you guys, let
right.
Verzu say what he's got to say. Y'all are ganging up. Just let him say what he's got to say, man.
I don't know what they're ganging up on. Whatever your assertion is
I know.
that causes the gradient of air, that is a natural effect.
Yep.
The same as on Earth, the round Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever causes that gradient of air is a natural effect.
Yes, it's called buoyancy and density.
A pressure chamber requires for air to be pumped in.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I take a weight from ground level and I bring it up to almost the surface of the terra firma, sorry, wrong one, the firmament, sorry. If I bring it all the way up to the surface of the firmament, that weight will weigh less than it did when it was on the ground. Now, there's a problem with that. If I put that weight into a box on the ground, pressure chamber, and I change the pressure, that weight doesn't change.
Okay, that weight that you're talking about, that weight difference is
held
very
down by whatever you
negligible
call
to begin
gravity.
with. Okay, I'm going to show you something. The pressure cannot be the cause of the pressure. I don't think you
I
understand.
didn't say anything was caused by the pressure.
All right, so
I said there was a gradient.
Right, there is a gradient. I agree, there's a gradient. So, what's keeping the gradient from equalizing with the zero pressure beyond that gradient?
Apparently, you're the flat Earth guru. Maybe you can tell me.
Okay, I'll tell you. There has to be containment. That's Occam's razor, bro. It's that simple.
You're right. That's called the firmament.
Right.
Containment.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Let me. I was preparing a little drawing for you, and we're going to bring this up. Okay, right here on the right hand side. Let's see if I can move this over into the other window so I can see you guys. And this right here, I've represented on the right hand side a propane tank. Okay, within that propane tank, on the propane tank up here, there's a little gauge, right? And that little gauge tells us the overall pressure of the inside of this tank. However, inside that tank, there is a pressure gradient going from the denser materials, the liquid, to the less dense materials, all the way up to the lessest dense materials in that tank being at the very top of it. Okay. So within that tank, there is a pressure gradient by the density of the materials within the tank. However, once I breach the containment, it's fuck all to the gradient, and all of it equalizes to the outside pressure. So gravity did not hold that in the tank. So just like over here on the left-hand side is the experiment that I was talking about. We have the box inside of the vacuum box. We take it down to zero pressure. If gravity, now the gravity's holding this vacuum box, it's holding this vacuum box, everything there that you see in the picture is being held down by gravity, including everything is held down by gravity, including the air inside the vacuum chamber, because we haven't taken it down in pressure yet. The air inside of the small box here. Okay, gravity's holding that there, and all the air around it. The box here itself is being held down by the gravity, right? So we remove the pressure inside the box here, leaving the inside box. We leave that sealed. And we take this down here to 0 PSI inside the chamber. Okay, it's down to 0 PSI. If gravity, which is still holding the box, the vacuum chamber, and the air outside of us, right? Outside the box, it's holding that all to the earth. then it stands to reason that when I open this little box inside, that air inside there should be held in there by the gravity. But it won't, because it wants to equalize, just like everything else in nature. Everything seeks equilibrium. And you completely misrepresented those two arguments right there alone. You totally misrepresented them in an attempt to try to make me look stupid, which you failed at. So I don't understand what part of that whole thing there that you didn't understand. Is that pretty clear to everybody else?
Seemed very, very clear to me, and I'm a college educated person. It seemed extremely clear to me.
I mean, I don't understand. And what was the purpose of trying to misrepresent me in that experiment and make me try? You went out of your way to try to make me look stupid. And I think that was kind of fucked up, because you've been in chats before and I've interacted with you and everything, but it seems like you got sand in your ass over this subject. You're okay with ripping on chili, but you got sand in your ass crack over this fucking subject. Seems
I
to me
don't rip on chili. I have exactly maybe 4, maybe 5 videos.
No,
I don't rip on chili.
You're always in
I don't
the
even
fucking
watch
chats
content from. Listen, I don't even watch content from watchdogs that talk about chili.
In his
I can't
defense,
stand
chili
him. I'm not like
is
you. I don't have to
a-
hang
he
on to
is-
chili's tails.
All right. Well, listen,
Now, as far as you're
I'll
not gonna
freely
be able to
admit.
speak
Hey,
here.
hey, Zers, before
You just gave a full demonstration. Am I able to speak?
yeah, I'm just
Oh,
going to
right,
let you
now
know
we're
something. I
attacking each other
fully
here.
admit that yes, I use chili to build my channel up. I used the fuck out of that retard.
Right.
I did. And then now I used it as a segue to get into what I'm talking about.
Right.
But
Once
you
you were
did
removed from his
purposely.
circle.
What's that?
Right. Once you were removed from his circle.
I wasn't
Whether you
removed.
removed yourself or he removed you. You were
No,
removed from his circle that
Wait,
you were in because you had his phone and he sent
Where are you
messages
getting
to
your
your phone.
info?
You have a video on your channel where you
Yes.
show that you two exchanged by phone messages.
No, we didn't exchange messages. We exchanged, hey, I can help you out. Here's an idea.
You
And
weren't
then I
allowed in
never
his
heard
cool
nothing
channel.
back from him. What?
You weren't
Sovereign.
allowed on his cool table.
Sovereign, I don't think that thing is human.
I don't know what it is. I think he makes a lot of speculations, and I'm trying to figure out why he was trying to go out of his way to misrepresent shit that I was saying.
That's great.
And-
Why
and
don't you let
making
me
it-
go back to
let's
your
take the time
explanation?
to understand
That is great. Why don't you let me go back to your
what he
explanation?
believes.
You're a fucking
You
bot.
just showed me a demonstration, correct?
Yes, I
You're a
did.
bot. You're a
Okay.
bot.
It was a weight inside of a box, a
You're a
pressure
bot.
tank,
No.
or a propane tank. Sorry, a propane tank
Yeah.
with liquid inside, propane.
It's propane. Yeah.
And
There's a
gave
gradient
You
inside.
gave a great description. There's a problem with it.
Okay.
That experiment could be performed to both. By the way, robots don't make mistakes. But
Yeah.
that
Tell us,
experiment could be performed both on flat and round Earth and come out with the exact same results.
Well, yes,
It
exactly.
doesn't prove
So,
either way
okay,
anything.
so-
It's just jabber.
Well, no, it proves that there must be containment. If there's containment, there must be a way
I
to
just
get.
told you there's containment. It's called the firmament.
Right. So you're saying that the Earth is a globe with a bubble around.
No,
it.
if I'm saying it's a firmament, I'm accepting your terms.
Well, then
your
what the
terms
fuck
that
were
it's
you trying to
flat.
make me
Yeah,
look
what are you
stupid
arguing?
for?
What the fuck are you arguing? What the
That
fuck are you
flat
arguing?
does not exist.
What? The what does not exist? The flat?
The flat Earth does not exist. You ready for this?
Okay.
Let
Okay.
me
Then
It's time
what
for
is,
my demonstration.
tell us. Expand my imagination. Tell us. Come on. What's going
Why
on?
didn't you just go ahead and say that in your thing instead
Yeah.
of trying to act like a dickhead?
Oh, and there
Okay,
it goes.
let me find the correct.
Tell us. Come on. Educate us.
Well, if you'd shut up for a second and let me find the stuff.
Let's hear.
I'm not gonna shut up. I
Hear
don't.
him out.
I
Let's
don't
hear him
know.
out.
I don't know how to shut up.
I'm
I will
intrigued.
never shut up. Come on, robot. Fucking tell
Oh.
us.
Come on, Austin, chill.
This is
man.
your pressure gradient?
Yeah.
Okay. You agree?
Yeah. I know you're going to ask me where's the containment. It's along the sides, dipshit. Where do you think? without the sides on it, where they won't have any containment, will it? And it'll run out on the fucking ground. There's your containment. The top
Are
is
you
being
ready to
held
give the
down by
demonstration?
the top is being held down by electrostatic acceleration. So there you go.
Are you ready to give the demonstration? That's fine.
No, I'm not going to give a demonstration. I already know that thing. You're going to say, where's the containment on the top of that? Well, it doesn't. It's on the sides. The same thing with the oceans. Where's the containment of the oceans? It's the fucking sides of it. Because it's in a big hole. I mean, come on, bro.
Trying to find the correct images
Listen,
here.
you think this is my first rodeo, man? Come on, cowboy.
Well, I'm looking for my EA map.
Yeah. There are no accurate maps of the earth. I will tell you that too. That's an interesting one right there, I think.
You like that one, right?
I have that's very interesting.
It's pretty neat.
I'll tell you why, because some of the shit that some of the shit that's been depicted in some old maps supports that idea. Kinda. I think it's a cool concept.
Something from a fucking what do they call those video games?
Has anybody ever found anything from that map? Anything?
RPG.
And I know the penguins. We can go ahead and diverge.
It's only a conceptual map. It's not supposed to be anything accurate. It's there to depict a concept. It's somebody's idea.
Then it's not true.
Well, I don't know. Is it? If you're
the one who assumes it. I mean,
no, I didn't assume anything. I said
this map I got from you.
I know. Now, you ready to listen to what I say about that fucking map?
Go ahead.
Okay, what I say about that map, and I often say this is by no way depicting anything that is known. But however, this is an interesting concept. What if there are extra terra in the outer spaces?
But you keep saying that you're proving.
I'm not proving. I never say I've proven any fucking thing.
No, but
I've never said I've proven a goddamn thing about that map right there at all.
You are right. You keep only saying that the round earth this, the stars that, the moon this, the sun that. You don't really do anything to explain your platter.
Yes, I do. And what you're doing right now is another misrepresentation. So either you're purposely doing that or you're really stupid.
Well, I mean, my use of my words and your use of your words may be two different uses of words, but they mean the exact same thing.
Okay, yeah. So when did I ever say that
I'm not going to parrot you perfectly.
I know that. When have I ever said that right there, what you're showing is how the earth is? When did I ever fucking say that?
Well, no, you didn't.
I didn't. That's right.
But I asked you if you liked it.
Made it look like
Actually, no, you've been rambling about it. I just showed you the map and you were triggered by it.
No, I said it's.
I'm heading towards
I wasn't triggered by it. What the fuck is wrong with your brain, dude?
I don't know. You're the one.
I wasn't. No. Hold on, Bubblegum. Here's the deal. I wasn't triggered by it. I said that's an interesting concept. I said I like that because I've seen some other things similar to it that kind of match up with, hey, there could be beyond our known world. Who the fuck knows what's beyond Antarctica? We can't go beyond that.
Why not?
They'll take you down. The same guy owns all the cruise companies that take you down on the Antarctic cruise and shit. And you go down there, you pay a bunch of fucking money. They take you out on that little peninsula. They take you inland into the peninsula a little ways and go, okay, here we are at the North Pole. And they have a little ceremonial pole in the fucking ground. People take their picture with it hanging upside down on it. Ha ha ha. Post it on Facebook. And you're not going into Antarctica. That's it. That's the only place you're allowed to fucking go. Okay. So who the fuck knows what's beyond? All right. Now, the bottom line is I have never, ever once proclaimed that map that you're showing, yet you tried to represent it as though I do, that I claim that's what the earth is. I said, this is an interesting concept as to what could lie beyond the ice, if anything. You'll never be able to find anywhere where I've ever claimed that shit right there is exactly what the earth is. It is an interesting concept. But once again, you try to misrepresent what I say.
You keep pulling this map up as if it's a factual thing. Now, my problem
No, I
with this
don't ever
is,
pull
why
it.
are you
How do you,
talking over me? I stopped
what about me pulling it up would indicate that I'm trying to make it be factual? What about that? Especially when I preface it with what I just said twice now.
We have been on this earth for a long time, correct? Flat
Well,
or
I've been
round?
here. I've been on here in this incarnation. I've been here for 57 years. The
Have
rest,
you
I don't
ever
know.
have you ever done anything that you weren't supposed to do? You know, like maybe let's see, Ironton, Ohio, right? No, you're in where are you again? I forget.
I'm in
Virginia.
Virginia.
Virginia, yeah,
Oh,
that's right. The
oh,
Shenandoah
okay.
Valley to Virginia. Is
Yep.
marijuana legal? Wait,
All of a sudden,
it,
you know he's in Shenandoah.
I actually
No,
took a
that's all
second.
right.
I took a
Judge's
second to
memory.
all of a
remember it.
sudden,
Yes.
Judge's
all of a
memory,
sudden.
Austin. It's all
We're
right.
not in
Yeah,
high
and
school here, guy. I took a
I know.
second to remember it.
That's
I got you. Go ahead.
okay.
So, what are you going to ask? Go ahead, Zerzes. What were you
In
going to ask?
Virginia,
We're in
is
Ironton.
marijuana
We're the ones.
in Virginia is marijuana legal?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
For recreational?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, but have you ever done anything that you weren't supposed to do
Like, what do you mean?
in your
Like what
life?
I'm supposed
Anything.
to do? Like,
Anything that's against the rules.
yes. Well,
Hey,
which
you don't
rule?
answer questions.
Yeah,
You don't
against
answer.
who's? God damn it! Would y'all let me talk?
Yeah, let him talk, please.
You don't answer questions, Sovereign.
Against whose rules? God's
Anyway.
rules? No, I don't do things
Oh,
against
well,
God
that
rules.
yeah, you don't want to go against God. That's not good.
No, I
So,
mean
I'm talking
natural
about,
law.
have you ever
Natural
done
law. Are you talking about have I ever gone against ridiculous edicts written by fat perverted politicians and signed by another fat perverted politician? Yeah.
exactly?
Have I smoked marijuana when they said that I'm not supposed to? Fuck yeah. Because you know why? I don't ask another man for permission to do something I can do.
Exactly. And you know
Right.
what that is? That
What
is
is
the
that?
human being's adventurous experience.
That's right.
Now, there's my problem with this map is we have been on this planet for a very long time,
Yeah.
and we are an extremely adventurous species.
Yeah.
There is no little piece of paper that is going to stop somebody with an explorer's heart to go find out what is there if they want to find out.
Sorry, but
what
you know
is
you
there.
have to have we are limited.
Whatever
as
makes
to
you
where we're
sleep
allowed to
better,
go.
Zerzuz. Whatever makes you sleep
Do you
better.
think that people
You
don't have
better look
explorer
at,
hearts?
yes, I have. I have tons of evidence of people that have actually tried to use that explorer's heart, and they've been either turned away, and if not turned away, they've been jailed and fined exorbitant amounts of fucking money. They will fire shells over your ship. They will force your plane down. You're not fucking going, G. That's all
And
there
you
is
have
to it.
evidence of this?
Yes.
Sunken ships, shot down planes.
Sunken ships. No, usually people have got the brains to turn around. There's another guy. I'm trying to remember what his name is. He was arrested.
And how did they
And
locate
they,
these ships? I imagine through radar, right?
Yeah, they use.
Okay,
well,
what
they
about a
used,
sailboat? An
No,
explorer will make sure that he can get there any way he can.
Uh-huh,
A simple wooden
sailboat.
sailboat will not be
Yeah.
picked up.
Okay,
A
why
guy
wouldn't a
not
sailboat
from-
be? Hold on, why wouldn't a sailboat be picked up on radar?
It needs a metallic cross section.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. They pick up birds on fucking radar. Come on.
Correct.
Also,
Correct.
they
There
have
is metal-
listen.
there-
They have
there's
boys.
metallic
They have
substances in
boys,
their blood.
And I tell you what, if you're going into the Antarctic, if you're going into the ice down there in a fiberglass fucking boat, you're not going to make it anyway. So forget that shit.
So this map doesn't work then, huh?
I don't know if it works or not. It may. We only know about the very middle part of it.
I don't know why my AE map keeps going away. I think I got to
Are you
reload
looking
it.
for a Gleason's map? I can get you one.
No, I got one. I got one.
Speculate
I'm all
claim
right.
that
I
it's
got one that I
bad.
want.
He's just presenting it as, like
I'm presenting it as a calm person.
Yeah,
as somebody who's not getting irate, as somebody who obviously, by the way, chat, is not a coward.
Okay, in all fairness, I don't know if anyone on this panel right here actually called you a coward. I know but I'm saying that Sovereign claimed that the map that he presented was a fact. He just presented it to raise, to see it from another point of view and maybe come to their own conclusions. He didn't say that this.
See, a lot
right,
of
I
what
acknowledge that. I acknowledge that.
Zerzus, what a lot of
This
what
is
I
what
use
we
that
have
map
going on,
Yeah, because what I usually use that map way is because it's sort of like this. All right, that extra land out there. This is just you're doing brain exercises here. So extra land is also known as terra, right?
Correct.
And so that would be considered like extra land or extra terra. And that would be the outer spaces, the outer area, right? And what if there's people in those lands, though they would be considered extraterrestrials from the outer spaces. Now consider this, a society out there that's not going off the premise of a lie versus a society like ours that is going off the premise of a lie.
You're right.
How far ahead would their technology be in 100 years? Would they be able to have levitational devices that could travel at a fast rates of speed? Could they come in and see how are the people doing over on the other side of the ice? That kind of, I mean, it seems like it would make more sense to come over from that short of a distance relatively than it would to come from some impossible light years away to probe some hillbilly in a butt. You know what I'm saying?
Amusing.
I mean, I think that's an interesting concept, and I'm not the only one that kind of holds.
I think what sovereigns
10,000-year-old map from Japan that actually depicts 33 extra continents outside of the Antarctic Circle. Yeah, there's the Gleason's map, scientifically and practically accurate. It said that's what it says right on it. That hung in the libraries. That was in
Sovereign, if I may,
library.
real quick, Zerzus. What I think Sovereign's getting at is that on his channel, he's not claiming it to be this way particular, but he's telling people, that more than likely than not, things aren't the way they're telling you they are. So what if it was like this, or what if this and not what they're telling you it is? I think that's the big point.
Yeah, I still think they're hiding land.
Hiding some shit or another. Like I've seen videos where they've in a space station.
Where did that map go? Oh, it's on top.
Hey, Jeebus, I think that they're hiding land here within our known world.
We're just raising questions. We're not, there's no
Sorry
reason
about
to
the penguins there.
You know what I mean, Tim?
And they could be, and it's okay for you to think that, but you're not going to tell someone else that that's a fact because you don't know for a fact.
Well, you got to wonder, like, even think about this in the northern areas. I mean, even on the Gleason's map, of course, that's not as detailed enough, but there's land in the north, and like there was a place called Friesland, a couple other places and shit near Iceland that appear on old maps that are like no longer there. Land at the North Pole cap, supposedly, or whatever you want to call it, the center, that now maps don't even show anything there. Like there's nothing there. And there again, another place that's restricted that you can't go to.
Oh, yeah.
And I find that highly suspicious. But this whole idea of more than what's here. I mean, you got to look at what Admiral Byrd.
As far as give me a second, sir.
Yeah.
As far as that comment, Antarctica sailboat laughing my ass off.
Yeah.
I know I didn't say it exactly how it was printed.
Yeah,
but,
I know you didn't. I did.
It's only 700 miles from.
Well, it's not the distance. It's the shit that you run into. There's an ice sheet. You need icebreakers to get through to that shoreline.
Well, I understand that. I was just,
I mean, listen, and they got
distance.
They're on the map of the world. It depicts one continent being bigger than, but we know they're not.
You have to have permission.
you know, not everything you see is accurate, and you haven't been there and checked it out for yourself.
They have wave buoys. They have wave buoys. All kinds of shit, man. It's amazing. They really want to protect it. And what you get when you go through the chronology of how this shit, how we got to that, right? Because there was a time when nobody would stop you if you went there. No, you know, if you got there and everything, there was nobody to stop you. But people thought people were really scared too, I guess. But the thing is that you look at Operation High Jump, which was Admiral Byrd's expedition down there, and then he talks on Longines Hour on a talk show, and he says, you know, hey Admiral Byrd, is there anywhere else left for young men or women that want to explore, to be explorers? Where would they go? And he told them, he says, well, he says, past the pole, past Little America, past the South Pole, there's a land bigger than all of America that has vast resources that's never been explored by anyone.
Right, in temperate zones.
And then he died shortly after that. Well, then we get this Antarctic Treaty adopted.
So I
they
wonder
go
what
down
these,
there. It's like,
I wonder
and
what
then
these
NASA's
temperate zones
created.
looked like, sir.
Well, from what I could see, of course, they were black and white footage. They landed using like seaplanes into lakes, and it was apparently warm enough that it showed guys in short pants swimming in the water.
It didn't show guys in short pants swimming, but I seen the same video. Now,
Yeah, I saw somewhere these guys were actually in short
edges? What did it show on the edges of that lake?
Oh yeah, there was still snow. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but you don't, in an Arctic zone, you don't have water. You don't have liquid water in Arctic zones. And when it's Arctic area, temperate zones have snow, especially at high altitudes. Now you have to also understand that Antarctica is the highest land on Earth. So it's like it gets into temperate conditions as far as temperatures are concerned. So that's where it comes from, temperate. Because like even in I don't know where you live, but when I lived in California, the increase in altitude changes the terrain. But even though I was in a temperate area, I could go up in the Sierras and I start getting into some snow in the middle of summertime. And then as I drop down in elevation, I drive about 100 miles and I can go to one of the hottest places on Earth.
That's great. You just explained that as normal.
Yeah. That's like temperate. That's within a temperate zone. So that being the case, there's lakes up in the mountains too, around that snow, where you could actually swim, even though there's snow around you.
You do understand that expedition was carried out in the best conditions.
Yeah, we're talking about Antarctica.
Right.
Yeah.
In the best conditions available for the area.
This is way inland.
They don't go there in the middle of the coldest time.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a little bit.
Okay. So here's where your problem's coming at, because at 40 degrees south parallel, there's like no life. Just the penguins. Okay. There's no plants. There's nothing. There's no animals. But at 40 degrees latitude north, there's a plethora.
Seeking the necro. You're seeking the necro.
No, what I'm trying to put is if we're a ball, right? Those two should be equal. Those two should have at least the same or close to the same amounts of flora and fauna, given the amount of sunlight that they get, given the amount of nourishment from the sun and whatnot that they get, warmth. But down in the south at 40 degrees latitude, there's nothing. At 40 degrees north latitude,
so you're seeking the necro.
I don't know what the fuck that
means. Said there's nothing.
Yeah, I mean, there's like
death.
No life. It's not equal.
Death. You're you're a necromancer.
Okay.
Necro means dead, man.
Yeah, I don't know how that pertains
I don't
to the
want
two
to go
areas
into the subject of looking for something that doesn't have life.
And dead are not the same.
I think you're missing the point. My point is that the two areas should be at least close to equal in the amount of flora and fauna if it is a ball that's getting an equal amount of summer and sunlight on both
I didn't
sides
say it was a
during the
ball.
year. Okay.
I have not
just
said
saying.
that this entire presentation.
That's my point, though.
I have
is that-
never said it was a ball
Okay.
throughout this whole thing.
All right.
What do you think it is then? Just curious.
I don't have the assertive position.
You don't have a mind of
Well,
your own?
what I do see is I see someone
Whoever
coming
makes
on
the
someone's channel,
assertion
and you were
has the burden of proof.
Yeah, my assertion is that it's not a ball.
I
And,
get
Right.
it.
and it appears to be a level plane by all accounts of physics.
So you live in the United States, correct?
Yeah.
You don't come on someone's
Well-
channel and
Can-
oh,
What?
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Stop. Go ahead. I want to hear.
Wait, what? I thought I was asked to come up and talk.
Yeah, go ahead. I pulled up your map here.
Wait, but what was just said?
I don't even
Somebody else said something. We want to hear what you want to hear. We want to hear what you have to say. Go ahead.
I mean, you asked me to come up, correct?
Yeah. Go ahead. I didn't say anything. I don't know who said something.
I didn't say anything.
So you live in the United States, correct?
Yeah.
Now we'll just go ahead and round, and the reason why is because it rounds up and it actually makes the number larger,
Mhm.
so that it gives you a little bit of leeway.
Mhm.
How many miles in circumference is the outside diameter of this map?
that was me.
And it doesn't take a whole lot to explain that. Just a number.
I think it's like
Me-
around 45,000 miles.
I thought it was 24,902.
That's at the equator.
No, that's the equator.
I think it's like 45 or 48,000 miles, somewhere in that vicinity.
Okay, and roughly how many miles across from east to west is the United States?
Oh, about 3,000.
Yeah, that's
Give
what I
it
went with. That's what I
3,000
went
and
with.
change. Yeah.
That's a good number. So this map is absolutely correct, right? Scientifically correct.
That's what they say. That's what
Okay.
we're told. Yeah.
I
always
have
use
a
that.
little secret on this map. Let me find out where it is. There it is.
How'd you make that do that?
I'm a robot, I guess.
No, I mean, I saw the United
Come
States.
on, that was
flag.
funny. Come on, that was funny.
It was good, but I mean, what's that? It's like an animated
laughed-
map.
I
That's
laughed
kinda
in my
cool.
head.
How do
I
I get
laughed
a
in
hold
my-
of that?
I made it.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So I can take the United States off of this map here. I'm
Mhm.
very technical. Okay. I mean,
Oh,
but I can
nice.
take the United States off of this map here and place it on one of the sections of the map there, right?
Mhm.
The longitudinal. Yeah. Trying to remember which one's yours. Now we have 3,000 miles right here, right?
Right.
And we know that we have how many sections?
What is it?
Probably 33.
Oh, you got
What do you mean by
24.
sections?
Bingo. Now, 24 times 3,000 is? I'll just go ahead and throw it out there, 72,000 miles.
72000.
Yep, 72,000 miles.
Yeah.
I thought you said 40 something. That's 70 something. That's a lot larger than what you said. Are you sure you know what you're talking about here?
Yeah, I think that's what
No.
I was reading. That it was the other. I've not measured. Look at. Here's my contention.
It doesn't
with
matter
it.
what you read. You're looking right at your AE
Right.
map with the United States that is clearly the same size as it was up there,
Mhm.
moved down below, and it shows the
Mhm.
72,000 miles.
Well,
So
wait a second. How
Either
did
you
we
just
get
learned that you're flat Earth,
72,000? Hold on.
24 times 3,000.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
So either
see,
you
that's
just
what I've
now
said.
learned that your flat Earth is a lot bigger than you thought it was.
Listen, that's what I've been onto here recently, and we were talking about that. There's land. There's land that they've taken away.
Right.
And
No,
that's
you were
why I say
including
you
your
look
land
at, you
out
look
here.
at one map and they show. Yeah, well, no, not just that. I'm talking about even up into the north. I think it's almost like they've scrunched it in recent times over, and they keep changing it. It's like sometimes I look on one map and there'll be the United States is the biggest fucking place there is, right? And then on another map you look and it's all dinky like on this one. And I'm trying to look. Let me see what.
Right. Some of the maps over time were intentionally designed to show either
I'm going to look at
a
something
sparsity.
here, right? I got one right behind me.
Some of the maps over time were shown over to show either a sparsity in area or to show a vast distance between areas or to show areas smaller or areas larger than other areas. And these were, I will agree with you, propaganda maps.
Yeah, they have a lot
meant to
of
help
those,
out
man.
with, you know, the push of war.
Hang on one second. Yeah, this, well, let me look at something.
So are you trying to say that the United States moved out to the far edge, changed how big it was?
The entire known Earth. This is not past the ice wall.
Okay.
This is within the ice wall.
Okay.
The entire known Earth just grew tonight.
Oh, I know something. That's interesting. That is interesting. I want to look at something more on this map too.
Oh yeah, I have another section like Australia. You know, we got a first.
Australia has always been a point of contention with me. So just to get rid of it, I said that it's a psyop. It doesn't exist. When people think they're going to Australia, they actually fly you around for a little while, and then they landed at a secret area at Disney World.
You can't just because I don't agree with it. You can't just delete it.
Oh, that's funny.
Hang on one second. I'll be right back.
The entire ice wall just grew tonight.
It did. You see it right in front of you. Do you see the United States up above where it should be? Do you see the United States on the outside of that map?
Yeah.
Do they appear to be the same size?
Yeah.
The confirmative number was 4,000 something. So when I put this map together, I come up with 72,000 miles. Pow! It just grew.
I see.
Well, I don't think
I mean, it's really hard.
It actually entirely broke the map.
I see you are definitely onto something. It's just hard for me to, at the moment, wrap my mind around it.
That's fine. I'm all right with that. But
yeah,
it essentially broke the map as being scientifically accurate as printed on the map. And I'm not a scientist. I am a caregiver, a wound care specialist. Man, if you lose a limb, I can help you out.
Hey,
if you get a wound and it starts getting infected, I can help you out.
Something just occurred to me. You know, Cook. When Cook went down there, that's interesting because what you were saying, 72,000 miles. He had recorded in his logs that he had traveled in excess of 60,000 miles. So you know, I think you're onto something. And like I was saying, when I've got some old maps of the North, and there's some interesting thing. There's a place called Friesland. If you try to find it now, it comes up as a city in Denmark. But this is shown as a little land near Iceland, just a tad bit smaller than Iceland. There's some other places that just seem to have disappeared off of maps. And it was like a gradual, like I was saying, when I was a kid, I can remember there being depicted at least an ice cap at the North Pole. And now there's nothing. It doesn't show shit. And as you go back in time in maps, you see more stuff was there. And like you're saying, Xerxes, they do manipulate the maps. They absolutely do. Because how do you really know how far they're actually flying someplace? I mean, if you're in a car, of course, you can measure with the odometer, but it's hard to say that, you know, how do you hide other lands? How do you hide other lands? You make the map look different. And by convincing everybody that that's all there is, it's a lot easier to do it. And I think that they may have, like somebody was talking about earlier, these people, like I've often thought, did Epstein really die or did he just go off to that place where they go? You know, like there's some kind of fucking, I don't know, breakaway society or some shit like that the elite are able to just bolt out of here and go to.
Well, when you look at all the ruins,
like Tupac,
the world. When we look at all the ruins around the world and everybody says, oh, well, we don't know how they were created, you know, from, you know, every continent. But if you start to think about that, let's say the gods, they got angry and they decided to, kick Adam and Eve out, as in all of us, and, or, you do something with us, and they put a firmament over us, we would still most likely be in the Garden of Eden, because the Garden of Eden, they could eat everything there. There were animals there, everything that we have here, that's all described.
Maybe kind of like that show.
And then they talk about the angels, the two angels posted outside the Garden of Eden. Well, what if we're inside of it and they're gardening outside of it? That would solve this issue of why can't we get past that wall? And why can't the politicians get past that wall? Just saying.
Dreamy, think about this. Maybe you're kind of onto something. Maybe we are kind of trapped in here for whatever reason. Like you remember that? I think it was Amazon had that TV show called Under the Dome. That was kind of fascinating to me, because I was like, oh, could this be like truth in plain sight? Because I've often thought that, it's almost like, are we imprisoned? I mean, are we protected or are we imprisoned? That would be all within the mindset. It's kind of like a guy in a jail cell can think, wow, I'm in the safest place I could possibly be.
Why do we have to be enslaved?
I wonder, it is for our energy on several levels, man.
No, I mean, just in general, why do we have to have a fear level here? Why can't
it's not so much I'm not in fear of it. I've realized it. And through what you see, if you was on here earlier when Ryan was talking about that, it's all through our own consent. It's not like somebody grabbed us up and put us in it, so to speak.
Well, sure, there's a fear level. You just told me that even if I had an adventurous spirit, that I couldn't dare go there because I'm going to have all kinds of problems with the Penguin Army. I know you didn't say the Penguin Army, but I'm being funny.
Right. Yeah. Well, it is ultimately the Penguins. My audience all knows that. That's why the Illuminati and the Masons use the black and white. We've been through this. But no, for real, they do protect it. They do guard it. No, they're not going to just roll up on you and start trying to sink you. They'll warn you. I've seen the one video, they come up and they said they announced over a loudspeaker. And those things can really turn. That destroyer could really turn. And they were filming it from the boat, and the thing come up and told them, they said that they had to turn back immediately. That's
a great modern time description, but we've been here for a very long time.
Yeah. Well, this Antarctic, this Antarctic treaty has only been in effect since, I think, 1958. No, that's when they created NASA. So I think 1952, it might be somewhere in that area is when the Antarctic Treaty first came in, right? And not long after the whole UN was firmly established, and under Eisenhower in that time. That's a real pivotal time as far as a lot of this is concerned, because there's definitely something. And like I said, I think that the ice is rather new, as is seen in some old maps from the 1500s, 1600s. The geography, I think, has somewhat changed within the interior of some of these continents. And I think that the ice is a rather new addition to our world, relatively speaking. To us, it seems old, 500 years. It seems like a long time ago, but perhaps not as in the scheme of things. And so I have to wonder along those lines. And I've often thought that too, is that's an interesting thing you brought up about that distancing. So that would indicate that there's more. And I've suspected that quite a bit. And who would be to know?
Who would have known? A moron would have figured that out.
Well, listen, the thing I went at was you went out of your way to make me look stupid and shit on that. And I had absolutely valid arguments about what I was talking about. And
all of your arguments are inaccurate.
Well, I don't think so. Not with the pressure box and shit. I mean, with this idea of gravity, what's causing that? See, we can measure the effects of what you call gravity. Yes, we can measure the effects of it. But what are the cause? And the causes that they give us for it are completely fucking ridiculous. A molten iron nickel core. What the hell? How's that supposed to work? You lose all magnetic properties of anything iron as soon as it gets to 5,000 degrees. Boom, that's a Curie point.
Now you see, I was visiting the round earth once, and when I was hanging out on the beach, all I saw was sun. I enjoyed the sun. I got a sunburn. Yeah, I'm giving a BS story. I got a sunburn, and what was I worried about? My sunburn. I wanted my sunburn to stop. Did I ever once think to myself, wow, man, I'm sitting on top of a molten core? No.
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 No, that's so the thing is what's causing, and
you're
yes,
fixed on something that doesn't matter.
No, not really. Not really. I am, because here's what goes on, right? They try to they conflate cause and effect as the same thing. And they give it the same word. Okay. They call observing the eye. What is this action? That's gravity. Well, what's causing that? Gravity. Right. What is causing gravity? We don't fucking know. Okay.
You're right. They also do that with magnetics.
All right. So let me take it just a step further. So you don't know what's causing that effect, yet you're going to ascribe that to objects in the sky that you can't see, or you can't touch, you can't measure, you know nothing about them.
I didn't ascribe anything to any objects in the sky.
I'm not saying you.
I thought we were having a conversation.
We are having a conversation. I'm saying in general, this is what's done. Okay. Wow. So what they try to do is they ascribe these effect that they see without a known cause to objects that they observe in the sky that they have no way of telling how far away they are, how big they are, and assume that they also have these qualities about them. And so based on some idea of what they think it is, this is where they get this from. There it is, just imagination. They have no evidence of any of this. None whatsoever. In fact, they had to drop the mass attracts mass bullshit.
And that but that eliminates the round earth. Well, then you just said that you didn't have any, solid evidence either, especially since I just made your map bigger.
Wait a second. It's definitely not a fucking ball of any size.
And it's definitely not flat.
Well, it's level.
What is it?
It's level. It's absolutely
the place
level.
that I live. It's the place that I live, and I enjoy, and I go to work.
And it's
and
level.
I eat.
It's level and motionless.
And I hate the government too.
Regardless of how big it is, Zerzuz is regardless of how big it is or anything else like that. The fact remains that it still is level, and that it's motionless.
Well, you're 8 inches per mile square. That was measured by a flat earther.
Okay, either way, you can't show any fucking visible curvature. There
the
isn't
flat
any.
Earther measured the curvature.
Listen,
people with lasers.
The same. Listen, you get the same results. You get the same results using the Glober's math. You get the same fucking results. The bottom line is you can see too far. Okay?
Actually, the see too far argument I really can't get into, and I'll explain to you why.
Oh, please say parallax. Please say parallax or refraction, please.
Oh no, I would never say parallax. That's a Zetech.
Parallax.
I would never say that's a Zetech belief. I would never use the word parallax.
Gravitational
because parallax is wrong.
I know.
Explain flight patterns.
But that's the
no. You're off. Stay on subject. Stay on the subject with it. No, I was talking to Austin. Everybody wants to jump around from one thing to another, but no. I mean, the bottom line is that yes, you can see too far for it to be a ball. There is no apparent physical horizon that we can detect. We see the horizon stay at eye level, no matter as high up as we can get. So we know that water at rest is going to seek the lowest point and remain level. we have a thing called a vestibular system in our body that seeks out level and plumb so that we can stand up and walk around. I mean, there's no way in physics whatsoever without making shit up to be able to have a globe of any size. It wouldn't work. And then when you start with these orbits and start trying to throw in this idea of gravity being ascribed to those and the theory that the Newtonian theory that they present, you end up with what they call the three-body problem. Two things that can get them to orbit just fine on a computer model. You throw a third one in there, shit, it turns into fucking chaos, man. Yeah, no shit. Look at that. Now, see, I know for a fact that I've driven from here in Virginia, and of course, you got to consider I had to go a little south and pick up I-40 and go over. But I think it came out to a total of, because I put a trip mileage on it, and it came out to about from here to Eastern California was like 3,100 miles, some shit like that. I remember. So when I first drove it. So I know that I've got at least that kind. So I'd say that's where I get my 3,000, but I'd say a little more than 3,000 miles total coast to coast from one side to the other. What's he got here? He's putting in Green Bay, Wisconsin, Twin Cities. What do we got going on there, Zerzers?
Okay, so I am a drone pilot. I don't need this type of map. The type of map I use is much different than this type of map because I'm going on a much smaller scale.
What is this showing me here? I'm trying to understand first.
This map are world air maps.
Okay, all right. I see.
I can get them from any location in the world I want. I chose the United States.
All right.
Now, if you get yourself a collection of these world maps, they're kind of expensive, but if you were able to get a collection of all of them, do you notice this little shape right here?
I don't see any.
Sorry, my mouse isn't available. Curve at the top northern longitude or latitude.
Yeah.
Okay, that curve there, and it matches the curve at the bottom down near the southern latitude.
Yeah.
Okay, and then when we pull up, going up further north, it looks a little more. Looks a little more
tighter and tighter.
Profound, right? And if we gathered all of these maps together, now see, people think of flight maps, they think of a square map. They don't realize that they're actually not square until they've learned a little bit about flight maps. And they learn that the page you're looking at has empty page on it and angle cut map pieces. And those map pieces all fit together. Unfortunately, they form a globe.
Isn't that convenient? Too bad that it doesn't work in the physical world.
Sure it does. This is what pilots use.
I don't give a shit what a pilot uses. You're still not going to get water to go around a ball. And that's not going to happen on any fucking place.
You went back to water going around a ball. These are maps that pilots use.
I understand they're maps that pilots use. How does that mean that it's a ball?
Satan.
It means I don't want to crash into the ocean because somebody has a dislike of the map that they're looking at.
Well, no, I don't have a dislike of the map. I fail to see how that indicates a ball.
Because of the curve, and if you put all of the map, if you put all of the pieces,
the longitudes.
If you ask what curve, are you really going to ask what curve, dude? I just explained.
I'm really
just
going
explained. Go back and watch the show.
Hold on a second. You're talking about those. Hold on. I'm listening. You're talking about these concentric curves going here along the longitudinal aspect of this map.
I mean, I understand you're caught up, sovereign soul.
No. I'm trying to get.
I'm talking about the dude that's down there having a hard time understanding.
No.
I'm really trying to understand. You mean to tell me that?
Hold on.
I didn't say you were retarded, but you're asking like totally irrelevant questions.
No, I'm asking completely irrelevant questions.
They were already answered.
All right, this is what I'm trying to.
No fucking.
Let me break this down, Austin. Let me break this down for a minute, please. All right. So what you're saying is these curved lines that are coming across here, going that would almost you would say kind of horizontal, that are concentric here. We see that they're going in curves, right? But I noticed that the longitudinal lines are not going in curves, right? So that's very much like how they are on any AE map anyways.
Why
So
would
I
the
failed to,
longitudinal lines go on a curve?
well, I don't know.
Unless you flip the globe and you want to look at it as the East Pole and the West Pole.
What we're looking at though here is the same thing. Is you've got
I mean,
the same
we are
as on
talking
any
about the globe at the
AE.
moment. The only way to make that map change on the curvature direction is to flip the Earth on its side
No, the
and
curvature
recreate
is
those
only
maps.
the curvature is only because east and west, which are what the longitudinal lines are, they're east-west lines, okay? And the reason that they go into concentric circular fashion like that is because the magnetic north is center, the North Pole. East and west are big circles around the Earth. North and south are toward and away from center. That doesn't show curvature of Earth. That
Away
just
from
shows that
center,
the east
correct.
that just shows that east and west are big circles, not a ball. It just shows that they're circles.
But why would longitudinal lines be, or why would the longitudinal lines be curved if they were going directly to
Because
a northern
east and
source?
west, because east and west are nothing more than circles around north. East and west are just circles around north.
That just was the same zetetic information that you keep pushing, but that didn't
That's
explain
how
the
it
question.
is. I mean, that's how it works on a plane. That's how it works on a plane.
No, on a
You have
plane, you
the
push the
center
throttle.
aspect, which is north.
I'm
We all
being funny.
agree that the North Pole is the magnetic north. That's where the fucking compass points to. All right. And so east and west are circles around the north, around where that compass points. If you tried to dead reckon east or west, you would end up going south because of that. Okay, if you go by a compass, of course, your compass is always going to be pointed toward north, which means that east and west are going to take you in a circle, either clockwise or counterclockwise, depending on which direction. Whereas anywhere away from the center of north, which is north, is south. And that's it. You can never go south and end up back north again. It's not going to happen.
Do you see the 4 penguins on the screen?
Yeah. That they're guarding it. I got some. You'll have to grab it, or I'll send it somehow. I've got penguins, like a whole army of them, carrying machine guns. Man,
yes, I know.
It's pretty cool. Hey, they got one that's a general, and there's another one that's an admiral, and they knighted this penguin and shit. Come on, man.
I have
They're
a
in charge.
question about that map with the little squares. When you collect all of them, is the North Pole got the same amount of squares or sections around it as the South Pole?
Yes.
Well, together in a globe, or do they just flatten out and get bigger and bigger? I'm just curious.
As far I've been having a hard time finding either polar map, either north or south for air map. But I know it exists. I've been having a hard.
The equator would be the fattest part, and then it would be small at the top and small at the bottom. So I was just wondering if a collection of those type of maps would make it in that shape, with it small and fat.
But the last parallel, the northern circle, I guess it's called,
the bullseye.
I've been having a hard time finding maps to that. So
imagine that. I'll tell you why. Yeah, it's another restricted. That's a restricted area, bro. I noticed on there too that Colorado.
Well, Admiral Byrd said it was quite well traveled.
Yeah, he did. He did. However, it is restricted. I will tell you, at least in recent years, at least since Admiral Byrd, The South wasn't restricted either when Admiral Byrd went there. After he did, it was. But here's oh shit, what was I gonna say? What were we talking about before that? Back again?
I thought we were talking about north, south, east, and west.
Oh yeah, I am bringing that up because
I'm
I
not
do
sure
have
which path, which one of the cycles we're going through.
Let me see. I'm gonna undo this one and bring this.
You like that, huh?
Yeah, I like that.
I like the penguins. They're fucking crazy.
Cycles. Which one of the cycles we're going through?
So every way away from north, as I was saying, every way away from north is south. Okay. When you go east or west, if you're going west, you're going clockwise. If you go, see, there's a reason the clock goes that direction. It's not by accident. It goes,
so there's nothing preventing you from going to the South Pole,
except the Navy.
Yeah.
Except the Navy.
Citation.
A Norwegian guy on a yacht tried to go, and they stopped him, and he got arrested. It's the latest.
They do have a treaty that stops people
They
from
have
going
to have
there,
permission
but you're talking about an ice wall that's how big around on this map? We figured it out at 72,000 miles.
Yeah,
I mean, they're going to protect an ice wall that huge for any little incursion.
Yeah. That's what's ridiculous. That's what's so fucking ridiculous. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Haven't
I
they
can show you. I'll
flown
show you in
over
a
the
minute
North
where they
Pole?
got stations at.
Haven't they flown over the North Pole? Why
They've
can't
also
they
flown
fly
over the South Pole 3 times.
No, they have
Every
not
time
over.
every time a
They have
round
never
earther
flown
comes to
over
fly
the
through
South
that,
Pole.
They immediately refute it, just like you did.
No, I'll show you exactly. I'll show you exactly.
Around it, or...
All right, everybody, stop talking. I'm going to show you exactly what they do when they fly over the South Pole. All right. They go down here like this. You see my arrow? I'm down here in Argentina. They come in here like this. They go inland, right? They'll fucking fly around like this. They'll go around like this and come out over here, or they'll come around like this over here. They'll come out like that and say, oh, yeah, we went up. And then, oh, look, we went around. They never have flown over the fucking South Pole ever.
We cannot keep Latinos from crossing our border. We cannot keep Americans from crossing illegally into Mexico or Canada.
They can keep that from happening, bro. They can keep that from happening. Absolutely, they can.
You just refuted it. You just refuted it
wait a second.
Just automatically.
No, they can. They could. It just should show you that they don't want to. Let's look at some places they actually don't want you to go, and that people do get caught as soon as they fucking try to go there. Try to get close to, say, anything in DC. Try to get close to anything on China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station. Dude, that place is vast and huge.
Smaller area.
No, it's not. Listen, I'm going to show you how many fucking. I mean, yes, it is a lot
this little bitty United States here on the map.
Yeah. And I'm talking about just the personnel of one fucking base, and this thing is vast. Okay, you got to understand the detection.
State.
Well, listen, if you think you can fucking go there, go.
Right, but
I already know better. You're trying to convince me.
You cannot go there. But let me explain this to you. You're talking about a small section of one single state.
Yeah.
That's just like protecting a small section. Now, it's not like protecting an entire 72,000 mile long ice wall.
Yeah. What do you fucking think the Navy? Dude, come on, man.
We have an accurate record of how many Navy ships we built.
Why not believe the expeditions? You do realize there's been expeditions down there, and they've talked about the ice wall and documented it. They got special permission to go down there.
Yes, a wall of ice, and from most of the information I can find, including Admiral Byrd's words, continent.
Yeah, but how can, all right, then explain this. How could there be a land as bigger than all of America beyond the South Pole that's never been seen or explored by men. How could
Okay,
that
give me a
be
second.
possible?
Give
How
me
could
a
that be
second.
possible? Not even close to possible. You would come right back to it. I mean, somebody would have seen it from the other side, right? How do you end up with that? It's not even possible.
I'm trying to find an image. Comparable to land of the United States. Where would this be? See, unfortunately, this takes a while because I have...
And I know you're going to try to fit something onto the ball that would be as big as the United States in Antarctica. Well, this is what I'm going to assume you're going to do. And the thing is, he didn't say it was in Antarctica. He said it was past the pole. That's not in Antarctica. I mean, it's not going to be if it's as big as all of America past the
If
pole.
you're talking about past the pole and you keep talking about the pole as your ice wall...
No, I'm not. I'm talking about the fucking pole. I'm talking about the very center of the ball on the bottom. What they call the pole. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the shoreline.
Well, where would the pole be if
it would be in the center of the fucking ball? If it was at ball, and the pole would be in the center of the fucking ball at the bottom. Right here, I got a globe. I'll show you. I have one of these.
But where would the pole be if not in the north? You just said that past the pole, the southern pole. Wait a minute, the southern pole.
Sovereign's
sure the southern pole?
Sovereign's talking about Polaris.
Here's what you got. Here's what you got. Here's the top of the world. Okay, this is the North Pole.
Oh boy,
right
I can't see the screen.
Hang on, I'm pulling this up. I'm pulling this up.
I can't see the screen. I've got
just a fucking minute here. I'm gonna pull it up full screen. Just relax.
No, I meant I can't see the screen because I've got 3 screens that are filled with everything, but I just opened it up.
All right. So I'm going to bring me up full screen. Okay, so here's the globe. See, and let me get to the right spot. All right, so this is the North Pole right here, right? The center part, this is the North Pole. This is the North Pole. That means...
Why are you holding up a ball?
I'm just telling you.
I thought we were talking about flat Earth.
We are. So what are you trying to go on about? I'm telling you that he said there was land beyond the ice.
We're talking about an admiral in the Navy's words.
Yeah. So what are you actually arguing? That there isn't or there is?
The misrepresentation of an admiral is pretty not cool.
What do you mean the misrepresentation of an admiral? I didn't misrepresent shit. I've got the interview on my fucking computer.
You just said that he said when we go past the South Pole.
He said there's a land past
so now we have
South
a South Pole.
Well, that's what he said.
You've been saying all along that there's only a North Pole and that there's east, west, and everything else just magically goes south.
Zerzus. I said this is what fucking Bird said. And shush. Bird said that there was a land bigger than all of America past the South Pole. The ice wall is not the South Pole. There is no fucking pole.
So where is the South Pole that Admiral Byrd was talking about?
Well, assuming that he's talking about that it would have to be here. If there's a pole, it would have to be here.
On the bottom of that ball.
That's where it would have to be if the Earth is a ball.
And that's what the Admiral was talking about.
That's what he said.
Really? That's what the Admiral was talking about. That is.
Well, what do you think he was talking about? Where do you think the South Pole would be? There is no South fucking pole. South is just anywhere opposite of North.
I would have to assume that your assumption of round there would be accurate.
Well, no, that's
from what the man's words were. Or then are you going to manipulate his words?
No, I'm not.
He's an admiral in the Navy.
Assumption of round is accurate. Assumption is accurate. Assumption is accurate. You just said assumption is accurate. Got you.
Right. So what
your assumption is accurate. Wow.
Who said assumption is accurate? I said he's. What are you talking about, dude? You're off on.
You just said
you're the one who's triggered. Chill out.
Round is accurate.
So look, here's
you done with your little rant.
So here's the bottom line.
I can do this shit all fucking day. I don't give a shit.
So here's the bottom. I'm not wanting to fight with people. I'm just trying to get to a point. Neither am I. So what I'm trying to get at is this, is that at that time was this assumption by the majority of people that we live on a fucking ball.
We're talking about an admiral.
God damn it, would you fucking let me finish what
Go
I'm
ahead.
trying to get through?
Go ahead, sir.
All right. So, at the time of the Longines television hour, when it was broadcast on the air, the assumption amongst most people in America was that the earth was a ball. And that there's a cap of ice on the bottom of the ball, a continent that they call Antarctica. And that in the middle of that, there, directly away from north on the other side of the ball, is what's considered the South Pole. Okay? In fact, they supposedly even have a little ceremonial fucking barber pole sticking up out of this area of the ice that they claim to be the exact opposite end of where the North Pole is at. Okay, so according to people's belief of that, and what he said on the Longines hour, that past the pole, which once again would be the bottom of the assumptive ball, there was a land bigger than all of America that had not been explored and had vast resources, appeared to have vast resources that could be used in the future. Right? Okay. His words, not mine. On live TV. He died later. Okay. So now, what I ask is there right there was the slip by telling people of that land, because logic dictates that once you get past this assumed hole on the bottom of a ball, you're already headed back into known territory. And it would be impossible on something like that to have a land bigger than all of America that no one has ever discovered. So that's
the Longines hour. I watched that. You know what? There's also about 6 to 8 hours extra film that is available other than that one little hour show. And you know where they went?
That's a talk show. No. This was a talk show, interview
I'm talking
show.
about the informations.
Yeah.
Okay, they traveled past the poles. The Admiral Byrd said that there was land past the poles that he had traveled past. Now, I'm just trying to get what poles did Admiral Byrd pass? And you pointed at the bottom of a ball and you said those. Well, and I've asked you where the poles is on this, and you go,
by
no.
the time of the people.
Well, he
There
didn't
isn't.
assume
There
it. He
is only a
traveled.
North
He went
Pole.
there.
There's
He
no
went
such
there.
thing.
Did you go there? He went there.
I understand that.
And his words were past the pole that he went to.
Right. So where would that be? You
Well,
tell me
I guess
where
you
the fuck
say it's
that
on
would
a
be,
ball.
Zerzus.
You just showed me it on a ball.
Fuck
You
what I
just
say. You tell me where it's at. You tell me what he was talking about.
I don't
then.
have a positive assertion. The person
Well,
with the positive
what do you
assertion
think it is?
has
What
to
do you
have
think it is?
the
Hold on.
person
What
with the
would
positive
you?
assertion
Wait.
is
All right. Positive
responsible for
assertion
the
does
burden
not
of
compute.
proof. It's a
Does not
flat earther narrative.
All right. So Zerzus, where the fuck do you think the pole that he was talking about was?
You
We're
just
in
told me it
agreement
was
that
on a
we're not.
ball.
Hold on. We're in agreement that we're not on a ball. You just said that, right?
You just told me it was on a ball, so I guess it's on a ball.
No, I didn't tell you that it was on a
You
ball.
just
You
showed me a
once
ball.
again, I told you, just spent the last 5 fucking minutes telling you that that was the assumption at the time, that that's how the earth is, and that's where the ball is at, or that's where the pole is at. And because that gives up the gig that it's not a fucking ball, that's one of the reasons I believe he's dead. Because that
Admiral Byrd?
automatically dispels that. So now,
Admiral Byrd died of a heart attack.
Cool. Neat. Yeah.
I mean, I know you.
Cool. COVID. He died of
probably
COVID.
only
That's what
pay
it was. It
attention
was
to whatever's
COVID. It
on
was a
the Zetec
COVID-related
pages.
suicide.
I will die of the same thing.
Holy shit. So where do you think he was talking about then? Show me on your map or any map where he could possibly be talking about. Now, he went from down here, we've got Argentina. That's the last place they had left from to go to Antarctica, right?
It looks like the same thing you showed me.
Hey, look at there. How could that have never been seen by anyone if it's right the fuck there?
Time.
Oh, give me a goddamn break.
We do everything
Give
in
me a
time, man. We were
motherfucking break.
driving,
Dude, you're
we were driving
reaching.
cars going 50 miles per hour just freaking 80 years ago. They
So
couldn't even
what?
top 50. We're
So
going
what?
close to 300,
So
280 some
fucking
miles per
what?
hour.
So fucking what?
Time. We evolve.
Dude, look at what you're showing. That's almost all of Antarctica.
And before you think evolving was a reference to the evolution, no, I mean we evolve. We move forward in time.
I understand that. Listen, you're showing me almost all of Antarctica the size of the United States.
No,
that's almost
actually,
all of Antarctica. Why would he even bother?
He
would have
said
said, listen, he would have said that there are vast portions of Antarctica that are been untapped of resources. He would have never said another land beyond Antarctica, beyond the fucking pole. He would have never said that. Besides that, put the pole where it's supposed
there's
to be.
not another land beyond Antarctica.
Another land on the land. Another land on the fucking land, Zerzus, really? Another land on the land. Think about what the fuck you're saying, man.
Well, I might have slipped up some words because you keep just rambling.
Well, no, think about what you're
I've
saying.
showed
You're
you
saying
what you
he
keep
found
asking
another
for.
land on land. He found another land on land that was already found.
No, he said, yeah, we do that all the time. We did it in order to find the United States and in order to travel west.
They knew about the United States long before old Columbus or any of them motherfuckers come over here, bro.
I know, because it's 1,000 years advanced time. I know this,
dude.
Okay,
are
but
you
if
really
we
are
advance
you really
time
trying to tell
1,000
me
years,
that there was a land as big as the United States on it that nobody'd ever discovered before, that's almost as big as all of Antarctica? And nobody even came from the other side and saw it or anything else like that. Just all of a sudden, there's another land. Where is it? It's on this other land. Well, isn't that the same fucking land? Well, yeah.
He said
come
there
on.
was land that man had never went to.
There is a land beyond the pole, beyond the pole, bigger than all of America. A land, not the land.
That no one has ever seen.
He slipped up.
That no one has ever seen.
Zers,
I believe is the word.
Yes.
Okay, and that is land. Seeing that he just showed up. I'm not reaching, by the way.
Yes, you are
since he went to the ice wall, the very edge of that. Very edge of that. If this
high jump was going up onto the ice.
Yes, I know.
Yeah. So listen, here's the thing. There's a land beyond the pole, or there is more land.
Are you reaching now?
You see, I mean, it's like the same land. It's not a land. It's the same land.
Right.
You understand?
Land that has never been seen before.
A land, not land. A land. A land indicates a separate land.
I can show you many of different
shut the fuck up. They
speeches.
did not. Oh, shut up.
I can show you many
of
references. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and go now. Have a good day, sir. You're the one who got triggered. Remember that.
No, I didn't get triggered. You're making shit up. I'm saying shut the front door, brother. Listen, you're making shit up.
Have a very good day.
No, man, wow. No, you're making shit up. Because that's a manner of speaking they had in the 50s, you know. You get the fuck out of here with that, man. You got to be shitting me.
They did speak quite differently.
No, they didn't.
And I can show you several references.
No. You want to know something? My grandmother was a fucking English teacher from the 50s, and they didn't fucking speak differently. They spoke correctly. And to say a land rather than land indicates that it's separate land, not the same land.
Anyway, you're reaching. Have a good day.
You're reaching. You reach really big. You're trying to tell me there's this right here.
I walked all over you, little man. Enjoy chili.
Oh my God.
By the way, continue watching him.
Continue watching. I will, Sir Zeus. Thank you. I see that you devolved right away. What a fucking twit. What a fucking twit. You got to be shitting me. Oh no, look here. I can stick the United States onto Antarctica and it's almost as big as Antarctica, but nobody had discovered that before. Not even Captain Cook. Nobody. Get the fuck up.
Well, see, that's why language is so confusing, and you know, I started asking people whenever they say they speak English, I go, well, what kind of English? Because, you know, there's so many different types.
I mean, am I off? If somebody says there is a land, would indicate that's other land,
Separate.
another land, not
Right.
there is land beyond the pole.
Right.
He said there
And
is
how
a
can you
land.
have land behind on the pole if it's just a pole? There's nowhere to put any land in a round little tiny circle spot.
It's just, I mean, there you saw his own graphic representation of the United States overlay onto Antarctica. I mean, that's kind of dumb. I mean, considering also that they had to go quite a ways inland before they could actually find it. Where the fuck is where's the South Pole actually located on the globe? Let's take a look real quick. How far in the inland? You'll see.
Well, why are we in a circle of super high mountains that ended up being all covered in ice? They were the highest mountains, and they're now all covered in ice. I say we got stuck here.
So here's this ridiculous thing. Let me pull this up.
I think those gods that built all those huge castles and what have you, and then decided to shake the damn planet and say, we're leaving, you know, y'all have lost your mind. And man thinks they're the smart ones.
Look, is anybody ever wonder why we got all these little magic garbage cans zipping around up in the fucking air, flying around in space and shit? How come you can't get a actual fucking picture of Antarctica? Look at that ridiculous shit. Well, let's put this in here. Let's put in South Pole. See where that's at. Oh, okay. There, it's right there. Ooh. What's it bouncing around for? What's up?
So how did it get there? How did they know? They said they can't get very far inland because they'd freeze to death. So how did they get to the center? That's a good question, you know it. How did they get to the
look
center
at here.
when they said you would die?
No, we saw that thing that he put in there. Where's Argentina? There's Argentina. Okay, so that means they come up onto this peninsula. You can get on this peninsula right here.
Yes.
Up on the edge, up a little bit, but you can't get up here. This, of course, with imagery is all fake. But there's the South Pole. We saw his Zerzuz's fucking overlay of the United States on here. How could that be? There's the pole. You go past it, and the United States land was down here. Nobody'd ever come from it from, say, Australia that way.
Right.
What the fuck? See, that's because it's not there. And that's awful interesting when you try to zoom down into that middle part, like that bouncing that happened. Look at that.
Yeah, I think how you explained it earlier with the extra terra and the extraterrestrial. I like the way that, because it actually puts it into a really good perspective.
I mean, it's definitely a possibility. Did you see how he was trying to make it look like you present this map as though it's a fact? I was like, I've never presented that fucking map like a fact.
If we knew the facts, we wouldn't be seeking, right?
Well, I mean, that just pisses me off when people take something like that, you know? It's almost like idiocracy. You mean like water like from the toilet? Oh, I've never seen a tree grow out of a toilet before. Right. You know, it's like, oh, for fuck's sake. No, that's not what we're saying at all, man. That dude is just like that. I mean, I dig where he's coming from, and I've seen some other people talking about that. Of course, we don't have any accurate maps. A lot of them are designed to bolster national opinion of the people looking at the map, of course. I've seen several maps that, you know, where it depicts the United States really huge, and other ones where it looks small and that kind of thing. So
You have to understand.
yeah,
I mean,
I think that's interesting there. But I mean, to go on and go that there's no way that there could be anything beyond, well, that's what he's saying. What the fuck was he arguing?
yeah.
Um,
Well, you know what's really, really cool
you know, I mean,
is, and I learned this by
this is
watching.
interesting too. Where the fuck is the North?
Yeah.
You
But I
know, let's
learned
put it
this
in North
watching
Pole.
sailing videos, and one of the things that's really, really cool is there is a big color difference between the Bering Sea and the Pacific. And you can see that whenever, when they're traveling, they actually, some of the sailors showed that. That was something I didn't even have any idea of. But the ocean literally changes colors from the Bering Sea to the Pacific.
It is. It's interesting. It's interesting.
Isn't
I've
it
seen
though?
that before.
So we have a lot of amazing things. It shows us that, we aren't the most intelligent being on this planet. We are very
See,
small
now
portion.
I've about got this totally perfect for the Mercator map that I'm looking at right over here. Let's see. There's, yeah, it's this much. This is kind of moved. Let me see. Where am I at? What am I looking at here? Yeah, right up in here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Now see, according to that. Now see how this is right here?
Yeah.
See, Greenland is shifted. This is Greenland. Greenland is, I don't know. It don't look right. See, and there's the North. There's supposed to be, there should be more there. I mean, it's like, oh yeah, so how did they ever get the idea Santa Claus lives in the land at the North Pole? And it's like, idiot, it's nothing there but water. Bullshit. Now I'm on to I'm with Zerzus on that they're probably hiding land, and the maps are highly inaccurate or that kind of thing. There's a lot to go with there, but as far as that idea of that, I don't really understand what he was kind of trying to argue there at all. That there is no way that there could be another land as big as the United States that nobody knows about. Of course there can, man. There's all kinds of shit nobody knows about. I mean, how many people do you know that have never even, how many people you know that have never left the state that they live in? I know a lot of people like that.
I know people that have never left the town they were born in.
Some of my best friends, yep.
And the thing is when you tell them that you're from, like, I moved to Tennessee and I lived up here in Washington, then I moved to Tennessee for a while. And they told me I came from a really long way away,
Moose, what's up, Moose?
But, I knew.
Moose is here. Come on up, Moose.
2.5 days of driving, I was there. So it's really not that far.
Do you see these places? I think Austin was here the other night. And we found Mars and Apollo over here in the desert.
Yeah, we were seeing this shit.
Yeah.
Found these dishes. And this is pretty cool. We found the aircraft skeleton.
When Dutch sees when Dutch shows the earthquakes and stuff, he will go to the location of the earthquake, and a lot of it is, quite incredible. I'll say that.
Look at these old planes just rotting in the desert.
Yeah.
Ain't that some shit? Check this out. I think I found a Zeppelin.
It's a lot of money. A lot of money and time work.
They don't give a shit. They waste it all the time.
Look at this thing. What the fuck is that? See that? And then look over here. You can give it an idea as to how big it is. You can see these are F-18s or F-15s.
That's a military base.
So what the fuck is this thing, man? Maybe
Is
a
that
fuselage?
military
I don't
base?
know. Yeah, that's on China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station.
Okay.
Look at all these. Look at all these airplanes. Look at.
They probably have missile silos there.
These are A4 Skyhawks right here.
Yeah.
These are like either, I think, F-18s or maybe F-14 Tomcats. Hard to
I
tell.
want to go in one of them so damn bad. Oh man, I'd love it. I want to feel that force. You know, I mean, I was in a small plane whenever I was like 13, maybe 14, and the guy was doing dives and rolls and different things. It was just like a little Cessna or something like that. And that was the best thing.
Well, we found Mars too.
Totally awesome.
There's Mars.
Yeah,
We were finding all kinds of funky shit on here the other day, man.
Is that
it was
what they're
pretty cool.
calling those places? Is that what they named them?
Yeah.
And
I
it
didn't
looks
name
like
it.
Mars,
I
huh?
didn't name it, man. Hey, listen, I didn't name
You
it.
just
It was
found
named that. Yeah, I saw it as I was cruising around looking through obscure areas of the desert, and I saw the words come up, Mars. And so I zoomed in on it, and it was this facility, so I marked it. See? And yeah, I marked it so that it's like right here.
Very interesting.
So I could find it again. Then I can go over here, and then I can pick like this right here is a. Oops, what's going on? There we go.
Don't you?
And then we found this thing.
Don't you live in California, Jeremy?
I live in Washington State.
Oh, okay, never mind.
See, we never did figure out what the fuck that shit was. That's
Earlier,
out in the
you
desert.
probably heard me say I was born in California. That's probably why.
Yeah.
Seeing this thing here. Hang on. Oh, there's some tanks, I think. Wait. Are those weird? Oh, no, they're just trees, bushes. Scrub. But check that out. This place has got like, what the hell is this? This circular thing outside here. There's another one over here. The roof seems to go. It looks like it's not being used or something, or the roof's in bad repair.
You have to share
right
the
next to
screen.
this.
You can't see it.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Shit.
That's all right.
I'm sorry.
Okay. There, got
Yeah,
it.
see, and then you got this.
Right.
And these weird green circles. I don't know what the hell those are.
And see, they started keeping people more and more off of public land. They started blocking it off, and only saying, "Oh, you can go on this land. This is, or this little area of a national forest or whatever." When it used to be open to people, but they've got a lot of it locked down because you can't go in there. You can only go in certain little areas.
There's more shit around this too, man. You get in here and start looking around on this base. You're following some of these roads, and like here, where did this road used to be? Here now it's gone, and it almost looks like that was some kind of a. I mean, you can see that it was set up for, maybe like a little town or something. Those roads go around in big squares, like neighborhood blocks. And then just go off into the desert to nothing. I mean, how long have they really been there? It's hard to say. There's probably shit down in here too. Oh yeah, we looked at this WSL. I couldn't find out anything about it, but look what's on their roof.
Mm-hmm.
What's that look like? Scary. And then when I go back up here, this thing, but yeah,
I'm curious.
This was
I wonder
close.
if you can drive down those roads and just go scout around.
No, they're on the base.
Oh, it's on the base.
No, they're on the base.
Right.
Yeah.
All
It's on China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station.
I bet you can't zoom in.
You got about, let me see. About.
Interesting. Looks like.
No, and then it puts me on the ground and there's no 3D.
Oh, gotcha. They just flattened everything out and blurred the hell out of it.
Yeah, there's areas of this. There's areas of this base that are blurred over, like circles.
Let me ask you something. How secret?
See,
is
like
this
that.
We can look at it.
How what? How
well,
secret?
see.
Yeah.
Look here. You see that right there?
Right. Big round circle.
So that's blurred out. That's blurred out. There's something there that they don't want us to see. But that's so far into the base that, let me show you how far this thing is. Okay, so okay, so from, let me do a measurement. I'm going to go from, it's about right there to right here. There's 40 miles, about 40 miles this way. And then it goes like about from here over to here, which is about another 50 miles. So that's how big the base encompasses.
Right.
That's how much shit is on here. Just to give you an idea, Dreamy, watch this shit. We go to up here by Darwin, and we come in. Oh, what are we seeing here? Oh, we come in.
Bigfoot.
What do we got? We'll start seeing.
I saw Bigfoot.
Yeah, you'll start seeing. There's an airstrip. There's an airstrip there.
Right.
Hang on, let it zoom in a little bit. So we got an airstrip, some other kind of thing down here. Let's see what we got. Let it fill in a little bit. Vehicles.
I just think they're.
See, and this is near the Darwin. So yeah, this base goes from about right here all the way down through here to right here, right up along 395. Boom.
What's that?
And see, here's the town of, this is the town of Ridgecrest right here.
Okay.
This is the town of Ridgecrest. And then this is like the main airstrip that you can see. There's a couple of units there. You see them take off. I've seen great big huge C5 Galaxies take up out of here. Those are a trip to watch, man, because they look like, it's like, how is that fucking thing staying in the air, man? Because they go so slow. What is it, Austin?
I remembered the street name. I felt freaking retarded. I felt retarded because you were like, "Oh, you lived there for 3 years and you couldn't remember the street." I remember.
I know, right?
I had
what was it? What is it? What was the street? What was the street name?
Brady Street, Brady Street. It was 322. Oh, it's actually South Brady. So 322 South Brady, Ridgecrest. Yeah.
I got 322.
Yeah, 322.
That's Skull and Bones, right? That's the Skull and Bones number, right?
Yeah. Oh, it is. Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. I do know.
So let's see where Austin Murphy. Oh, it looks like it's in the bad part of town.
It's just outside of the town.
It shows you living in the middle of the fucking desert.
Out there. 322 South Brady.
That's gone now. Oh, that's 1985. Hold on. Let's change the imagery. Let's bring it up to 2022. Well, it ain't looking like there's much more.
Wait, go a little bit north. Right there. What is that?
California Avenue.
What the hell?
And Wildflower.
No, that's not it at all. 322 South Brady.
It says South Brady Street.
Huh.
I don't know, man. There's Greg Perry Locksmith and Safecracker is in the area there.
I'm gonna go search this shit.
So yeah, this is this little city, this little town would not even have ever existed, I don't think, if it weren't for this base.
Right.
If you've ever seen the movie The Right Stuff, they crashed one of the test planes. They ejected and they crashed, and they're standing before the guy, the colonel, and he's looking out the window, and there's smoke off in the distance coming up, fire trucks, and he says, "Gentlemen, why am I seeing smoke and fire trucks going to Ridgecrest?" And I'm like, oh shit, yeah. So they were testing shit here. You know, they have been for years and years and years. And of course, the officers they live well here. But like I said, most of it's underground. You can see there's streets and going all over the fucking place out there. These little roads and shit. It's amazing when you start getting into it. And
I just really don't really get it. I really don't. I mean, the wars to me.
I'll show you where I used to live.
Are just, they're unnecessary.
This right here was my house out in Cali.
Oh, nice. Out in the desert.
Yeah, man. All this right here was my grow in this area right here.
Yeah.
What year is this from? This is from 1980. Why are they giving me this old imagery, man? Give me something from recent. There we go. No, change it. 11 of 2019. That's what I'm wanting it to do. Maybe it takes a minute or something.
Maybe.
I don't know. But yeah, that's like
with all these military bases around the world, and I don't care what country's names on it, but with all of them, and we have Google Earth and we know this crap, what's the point? It's no secret where they are. You know.
Oh, I know.
And they want us to be afraid because someone might attack us. No, you've done plastered it all over the whole world where everything is. Well, not everything, but the bulk of it.
So it's 441 South Brady Street.
4411.
441. 441.
Just
I don't
441.
Yeah, I don't know where 322 came from.
Yeah, I don't know either, man. All right.
441 South Brady. Yep.
There it is. There it is. There it is. Well, I don't know why it's giving me fucking old imagery though, man.
But
I really don't.
It's weird because I said 322 and it brought you to the same street that 441 is at. I don't know.
Yeah, it was up the road. I don't know what was going on with it, but yeah, there we are.
Yeah.
You know, I've got a Brady Street about a quarter of a mile up the road from me. Isn't that interesting? Coincidence? I think not. All right. Well, y'all, I've been yakking on here for a long fucking time. I'm going to get off of here and go to bed. So I want to thank everybody for coming up tonight. Austin, Dreamy, Jeebus Crisp, if you're still out there somewhere. And Zerzeus, thanks for coming up. I mean, it's just like, I'm sorry it got that heated thing at the end of it. I'm like going, dude, what the fuck are you not understanding about this, man? It's like, it doesn't make sense what he's saying. And then shows that on there. We just showed where the South Pole is supposedly at. And it's like, how could that, why, what's remarkable on that? It's not that far inland either. So I don't know, man. It's all I do know is that we're not on a fucking ball. There's no bunch of fucking Martians going to be coming from outer space or anything anytime goddamn soon. At least not from like Star Trek depicts a bunch of fucking balls whirling around out in the thing. I swear to God, these motherfuckers, a lot of them, not you so much, Zerzeus, but many of them, they got their goddamn, they can't let go of their balls. I mean, they're fascinated by goddamn balls. That's all they want to know about is balls. And it's kind of gay, you know? And I'm like, let go of your fucking balls, man. You gotta let go of your fucking balls, you homo. What the fuck, man? So
night, Dreamy, night, soft. Have a good night, guys.
All right, Austin. You have a good one. All right. All right, Dreamy. Thanks for coming on. It was good having you, love. I'll talk to you next time, sweetie. And to the rest of the people out there, good night. Those of you that stuck with us. We had a good time here, I think. I always enjoy just talking to people and fucking around here, and it's a good time. So, with that being said, y'all have yourselves a good evening. We'll talk to you later. Good night.